So we've had a couple board changes since our last meeting. So Vish is no longer serving on the board. He's off doing other things now. So we wanted to say thank you to him for his time and effort. And we wanted to welcome Shibata-san and Shane Wang, our new members of the board. Welcome. Shibata-san or Shane, you want to say hi? Introduce yourself, and then we'll turn it over to Shane.
What's for me?
For you, you first.
Hello, I'm Tsunkar Shibata from NEC. I became a board of director from end of June. For the lifetime, it's just 6 months, but I would like to enjoy on the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Shane, you want to introduce yourself? Shane, would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, yes. Yes. This is Shane Wang. I'm the engineer manager in open source technology center in Intel. So I'm based in Shanghai, PRC.
Great. Welcome, Shane. So I'm getting notes that the people are saying we've got to make sure we speak closely into the microphone. All right. Okay, so for the agenda today, we're going to start with an executive director update, followed by a break. We'll just follow the agenda as listed on the wiki page. Then we'll go through our committee actions and updates. Then we have a gold membership proposal, followed by which we'll go into executive session for about an hour. We'll come back and then we'll go into strategic discussions. And we want to stop by 5 o'clock, otherwise you're going to go hungry. So this evening we have dinner at Banger's Sausage House and Beer Garden. So we have Beer Garden we might have expected some German beer. But, then we'll join the local Austin user group for drinks. So we've got a full day. Any changes to the agenda that we need to make, directors? I think I've tried to grab everybody's notes. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and get started, and we'll turn the time over to Jonathan and Mark. Oh, we do need to do the minutes.
Before you do, Alan, I would like to correct the roll call. I'm present. Sorry, I'm a bit late side.
Oh, Khaled, welcome. Okay. Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Khaled. So yes, we do need to do the minutes for May 17. So we have a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes for the May 17 board meeting. Lou, second. Open it for discussion. Any discussion on the board minutes? Okay, so the motion is that we approve the minutes as distributed in the board packet from the May 17 board meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we'll turn it over to Jonathan and Mark.
All right. Cool. So we have a deck here to run through that has some updates and then a couple of items for discussion. And basically one that's kind of a status update on a project that we've been working on for quite a while. But first, can you go to the next slide there, Colin? So this is Annie. Are you
Oh, God.
We're sorry it's hot here.
Yeah, I wanted to welcome everyone to Texas, and I think this is the hottest week that we've had so far this year in Austin. I'm sorry, it's quite warm. Yesterday when Annie arrived, she sent Mark and me an email and said that it was so hot here in Texas that her taxi had broken down in the middle of the street. And sent us this photo. So I'm sorry about that, but everything else here is great. And it's really neat to have everybody in town for the board meeting. Let's go on to the next slide. We had a pretty great first half of the year in 2015. When we started out the year, we had basically set out 2 major focus areas for this year. The first one was around interoperability, and the second one was around applications and technologies that build on top of OpenStack, on top of that kind of foundation of interoperability. And we put a few of the highlights in here. We're going to talk about some more of these in a little bit more detail on some of the other slides. But I think that that for us, the Vancouver Summit was really successful on a lot of fronts. The event itself was our biggest one yet by far. The location was beautiful. We had tons and tons of positive feedback. But I think that the thing that was really exciting for me is that was where we rolled out the first round of interop testing and the interop messaging. And by far, it was the thing that I think resonated more than any other thing that we've done so far in the foundation. A couple of weeks after the summit, we, a bunch of us on the staff, went to different events in Europe and the Middle East. We had our first event in Turkey, in Istanbul, which was quite an experience. It was actually a really big event. There were over 500 people there, and Rob Esser was there. And there were a lot of actual users already in Turkey. That was pretty interesting to see. Some who had been working in different industries over there, and using OpenStack to provide platforms for sharing information when different popular internet services like YouTube and Twitter get shut down. It's kind of cool. But the thing that was really neat about that whole trip is how just over and over again, people kept coming back to the messaging that we had been rolling out from Vancouver. So I think that the clear sense that I got is this is what people are looking for, what people are excited about with OpenStack and the potential of it, and they're really glad to see different pieces of it coming together and arriving. The other thing that was really neat coming out of Vancouver is I think that we've gotten a sense of kind of a shift in the attitude of some of the analysts around OpenStack. There was a Forrester report that probably all of you saw. The title was "OpenStack is Ready, Are You?" And Gartner is a firm that we've been working with for years and years, and there have been a variety of opinions coming out of Gartner. But we actually had some really good meetings, and I think we have some strong advocates in Gartner who now see the value of OpenStack, see how it can really provide a big win for enterprises, and so these things are all starting to come together. And then also I think we've made progress on organizing the efforts of the different working groups that we had. This was a topic that we talked about at the board meeting in New York, about how many different working groups we had and making sure that their efforts were complementary. And so that's something that we started focusing on in Vancouver and have continued to. And I think we're seeing some good interaction there and good complementary efforts from these different groups. The other thing that we talked about besides interop and applications was we talked about OpenStack as kind of a platform for innovation and a way for organizations to bring new technologies into their enterprise. That's definitely something that I think we have seen carry through to. There have been announcements around things like Cloud Foundry and also Kubernetes, and Google joined as a sponsor of the foundation along with those efforts. And those are all things that we've seen get picked up by the media and again by analysts. that I think are really important for us, because it shows that OpenStack is not just a limited technology, something that's going to get passed by with these other technologies that are coming out. And people see how it really provides a solid foundation and a platform that companies can use to adopt all of these cool emerging technologies. So the first half of the year, I think, has been it's been awesome to see how many things have been coming together, and we've got some really good stuff in store for the second half as well. Just hit the next slide quickly. Some new companies that have joined as sponsors in the last few months. A couple that are, I mentioned Google already, and a couple other ones that are up there that I think are worth note are Accenture. We have been talking with Accenture for quite a while, and they have been working on building out OpenStack services and have an OpenStack practice around that. And they have joined as a sponsor of the foundation and really increased their efforts. And that's another good organization that has a lot of connections to enterprises and a lot of experience in bringing technologies. And Heidi Bretz, who's back there.
Kudos to Heidi.
Yeah, she's been working that one for a very long time. So it was really exciting to see that come through. And then another one is Itochu, which is a very large Japanese corporation. And they sponsored the foundation and also the summit in Tokyo, and are getting involved in a lot of different areas in OpenStack as well. And so it's nice to see that interest and involvement picking up before we head to Tokyo for the next summit. Next slide. So a couple of things that I wanted to touch on that are some of the issues that we've seen coming out of it was, there are four here. We're going to talk about, I think, some of the interop and DevCore things later today, and there's actually been good progress on some of this stuff from the DevCore committee. But one of the things that we heard is that people were very excited about interop, very excited about the DevCore rollout in the first iteration that we launched in Vancouver. But as expected, once you put it out there, once you draw the line, then people show like where it's deficient or may need to be updated. And a couple of the things that we heard that were raised were around, and these are in Rob's DevCore update with a lot more detail, but they were around the flagging of tests and how that was in some ways sort of making the interop a little bit less consistent across, especially public clouds and private clouds, and then also specifically around the image service and authentication, some of the capabilities and the interactions there that were not really covered or defined within DevCore. The version of DevCore that Rob is presenting later today does have authentication capabilities in there. So I think that's really good to see. And then I know that Rob and Egg also have put together an update about the flag test, and that seems to be improving as well. You can probably just go to the next slide too. It still has these on there along with the and then also they are doing their mid-cycle DevCore over the next couple of days. IBM is hosting it here in Austin. So if you are local or around for the next couple of days and want to participate, it's a good opportunity to get involved in that. Another thing that highlighted was inconsistency between different projects and their APIs and their experiences. This is something that, again, we talked about in New York. And one of the things that we've been doing at the foundation is trying to hire somebody who can help to work across the projects, to help to drive some standardization at the technical level and in the upstream areas. And we've made a hire on that front. We can't yet announce who it is. He starts in about 6 weeks. But I think he's going to have somebody focused on that, embedded in the technical community, and really helping to drive that as a priority. One of the other things, again, that we have heard over the last few months, on the upstream side, we went through the change around project management and kind of the role of the technical committee, the integrated release, incubation process, all of this, and went to what was referred to as the Big Tent. At the same time, we rolled out DevCore, and I think that people have been a little bit confused about how those play together. The reality is that they're actually very complementary, and they give us the opportunity from from kind of an education and marketing standpoint to, I think, in some ways, more clearly communicate what is OpenStack, what it provides, the capabilities of it, and it also allows our technical community to focus on developing projects and developing communities and building these teams that work on the upstream software more effectively. But it's just, I think there's been a lot of noise around it, and it's been somewhat confusing for people who aren't up to their neck in it every day. So this is one of the priorities that we have for the rest of the year, is to clearly communicate what OpenStack is and how these different concepts and these different terms play into it. And finally, the talent pool continues to be one of the issues that we hear about. When we were doing the tour of events in Turkey and Germany and Israel and the different places in Europe, this was one of the most frequently asked questions that we had. How do we get more people trained? How do we hire people? How do we find more people? So we're continuing to build out our training program and training partners, and we've made progress on the professional certification front. We have an update at the end. We'll get into more detail around that. But I think that continues to be one of the issues that we need to keep addressing and keep pushing on.
Another point on the Big Tent was that there are a number of projects that are starting to express interest. I'm sorry. We've heard from a number of interesting projects that are related to OpenStack that have expressed interest in potentially joining OpenStack through this Big Tent initiative, which is an interesting opportunity. And I think that could really help us, expand where the different pieces of OpenStack can solve problems for users. So we can talk in more depth on that later, but I think it opens up some opportunities. You talked about the communication challenge, which we're trying to tackle, but there are also opportunities that open up.
Yeah, and there's actually a discussion towards the end of the day that I think Randy had on the agenda on that. So.
Okay, good.
So this is just the summary of it. If you go to the next slide, probably hit all of these points. But yeah, we're going to continue to focus on interop and really trying to, I think, make it more and more meaningful. It's I think the most powerful message that we've ever rolled out, and something that has really resonated. And so it's a good area to focus in. And on top of that, building a really vibrant tools and application ecosystem. Any questions on any of those updates?
So not related to the update, but someone on IRC was asking about slides for WebEx.
Are they not showing?
Apparently not.
No question, but can we get the slides on the WebEx, please?
I'm trying to get the WebEx started right now so I can watch it and give you.
Sorry about that. Are they showing now?
As a reminder to the folks in the room, for our friends who are not in the room, make sure you use the microphone when you tell other people in the room.
Are they showing now? Okay, sorry about that. I had it shared and somehow lost it.
And Lou, if you want to use your camera, I sent you a link.
Rob, you've got Huddle going now?
I have a Hangout going, yeah.
You got a Hangout going? All right.
And there's at least one person
Post a
on it.
link to that.
I tweeted it too,
You
Lou.
tweeted it.
I also just sent them to the board list if anybody needs to pull them up on the public board list now. So some updates around Tokyo. This is happening in just a few months now. It's moving closer and closer. It's going to be October 27th to 30th, and it's I just get excited there. So that's an order. I'm excited. Woo! Yeah, thank you. It's going to be a sellout crowd. I know I've said this before, but I just keep reiterating that the venue space there is smaller than Vancouver. It's more along the lines of the Paris venue. So it'll be somewhat smaller than Vancouver on the attendance front and on the number of speaking sessions and everything.
So register now before it's too late.
Yes, I know I always have to say that, but it will sell out and we will have to probably stop selling tickets at some point before we get to the event. So yes, register now. The thing that's been really awesome as we go through this is the local user community or user group and ecosystem community there has been really supportive and really helpful. And so it's great to see the local engagement. I think that it's just they have thrown some big events there over the last few years, and they're really excited to have the summit and have been very supportive. The schedule is a little bit different than previous summits, and normally we have a board meeting on Sunday and a Monday start for the event. That's also moving by one day, so the board meeting will be on Monday, and the summit's going to be Tuesday to Thursday, and then the Friday will be design summit only. Just because the board meeting is on Monday, you still have to leave early, get there by Monday. If you're traveling from the US, yes. So don't forget that when you're booking your flights.
Is there a hotel?
Yeah, so if you go to the OpenStack.org/summit, the hotels are listed on there.
I'm there yet.
We don't have our link for.
Just come.
Okay, so
Could you send a note to the board mailing list
Sure.
at some point?
yeah, so we have I guess this is a question that we got. We have room blocks over there, but they handle them a little differently. So we have rooms reserved on hold. They just haven't allowed us to start looking at them, but it will be very soon. It's the Prince. What are they called?
There's 20.
Yeah. Okay. We'll send it out. It's very near. A lot of sponsors. Highest numbers of submissions. And we are continuing the allocated events for technologies that are related for building up stack, like the container day, that we did in Vancouver. The speaking submissions are voted on, and so the agenda is hopefully published by end of August or and then a reminder for 2016 in April next year. We will be here in Austin, a couple blocks over that way, convention center, and the exact dates of the event, I'll line all of that out. It'll be if you want to start blocking out time. And then in October next year, we'll be in Barcelona, October 24th, the CCIB, which is the center right on the water, east of Barcelona. So don't forget those. One of the things that we said at the beginning of the year was that we were going to staff up and continue to build out the for this year. So this is an update on the hires that we've made. Danny is in the back of the room.
Stand up, Danny.
So Danny is working with Heidi on managing our ecosystem. He is in touch with your companies and all of your companies that make sure that all of our system companies are doing the different programs we have, and doing good work in the community, building out the values and products and services. Kendall Waters was an intern we had spring full time. She is working with Claire on summits regularly to grow. As those continue to grow, that requires something that requires a lot of effort, a lot of attention, Kendall did that. Heidi Joy is a new hire who is a manager on communication and around the pieces of OpenStack, the different deliverables community around enterprise projects, areas like that. So she just joined a few weeks ago. And she's going to be, I think, taking a lot of the marketing efforts. So again, she'll be working with we have our some X who's starting the first one. First week over project development, and finally we have a new intern through the summer, Jay and the rest of the year. He's doing social media and helping to do our different marketing that we do for our channel. So continuing to build out the team, and we have a few more openings we're still hiring for them. Programs that we have already, training program, things like that, continue to grow. And also we have a lot of these adjacent technology groups that we started working with. So we're looking at hiring another manager, assistant manager, to really focus that and give that capacity. Don't know fully. He took another job. And I think that this may be the reason why Simon is not here in person. Simon's still Stefan. Everyone faces. But we have a way to backfill for Stefan's work as upstream community manager, developer advocate. As we build out the ecosystem on top of OpenStack, we wanted to bring a community coordinator to help organize those efforts. We've had a community group, and they've had a lot of ideas, and we've made some progress, but I think honestly, it's just lack of resources. And so we want to fill those with the position and the foundation staff that can put full-time effort into work with the technology stack, developers, SDK, to really make those stack API platform overall really valuable. And then finally, this title is that's like we're looking at the education manager. Every organization kind of have a community manager in one form or another. But this is really around the different groups that are educating and bringing people deep into the community to engage in things like academic programs, university programs, upstream training, the things that we do that really develop community members and engaged operators. And we've been doing a lot of that work was split between Stefano and Tom. Tom is pretty heavily loaded right now with managing the operators community. It continues to grow, and it's doing, I think, really well. That was the focus last year. So we basically want to increase the resources there. Okay, so,
There was a question, sorry.
sorry, I think I can.
So Kevin was asking on the Slack if they're all it's not, he didn't ask US, he asked North America positions, would they, he'd be glad to see some geographical diversity in the.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any location specified for any of our positions. And we actually interviewed some people last week, including someone from Australia for one of these positions. I mean, we have, I think, 15, 16 full-time staff and located in 6 countries. So we definitely like the geographic diversity and continue to look all over the world as we go to fill these roles. But yeah, none of them are location specific. Okay, so validating compatible products. So this is something that we wanted to talk about and propose an update to really the way that we're currently executing our administration of the compatible license. So,
OpenStack compatible.
yeah, for OpenStack compatible for that brand. The current state right now, just as a reminder, we have 3 licensing programs for the brand that can be used for commercial products and services. We have OpenStack Powered, and OpenStack Powered is meant for products and services that are OpenStack. You know, they are running OpenStack either as a public cloud or as an appliance for distribution, and that is that's really what the first iteration of DevCore was targeted at. So the OpenStack powered products are the ones that have to have the capabilities available through the API and the designated code from OpenStack inside of them in order to get that license. And they have to pass the test and submit those for us. OpenStack compatible is for things that are the tools and services, the storage, the networking products, everything that plugs into OpenStack or sits on top of it. And so those are things that are, they are not OpenStack, but they work with OpenStack, basically. And then the training program is for training services. Earlier this year, we added validation and testing for the powered products with the DevCore updates. And what we'd like to do is to apply a similar testing requirement for products in the compatible program. We're going to start to do that. And I think this is important for a few different reasons. And I created a slide for this. Why is it important? I think that the thing that we've heard over and over and over again is just, and I've said this a lot, but it really is something that I think resonated. The interop and the DevCore story has given people a lot of confidence that we really care about making OpenStack mean something and mean something consistently. I think that's been one of the concerns that people have always had about OpenStack, especially with how many people are involved, how many different companies. Oh, it's never going to be anything. It's never going to really, coalesce around something meaningful. And I think that that's what we're getting with DevCore. And one of the other things that we have concerns about is, OpenStack it's just a stamp that people want to put on their product. They want to rub a little OpenStack marketing goodness on it. And these are things that people say sometimes. I think that some of that comes from the compatible program, and the opportunity is to implement some additional validation and testing here that gives it a higher bar and real meat around what that means. So it lets us take that same story that's really been resonating with users and press and analysts and roll that into the compatible program. And it also creates, I think, a more consistent user experience. As different upstream programs have implemented driver testing, they've seen the quality of those drivers go up dramatically over the last year. And so I think that when we look at what's happened already on the upstream side with continuous integration and the testing that's been implemented there, it's a clear opportunity to basically align the the downstream efforts and the logo licensing with that. And it also creates a strong incentive for companies to, to be good citizens in how they're creating these drivers and how they're integrating and working with OpenStack overall. And it kind of is a show of support for the PTLs who have gone and implemented these testing standards in order to improve the code. So the proposal is, last year we launched the driver log, which was a list of all of the drivers that are available through the different OpenStack products. And there are dozens of them, over 100 different drivers across storage, networking, and compute. That is, it's been a really valuable source of information. It's also highlighted where there's been inconsistencies and things that are not working. And so this is an opportunity to work with the upstream community to make sure that we have a single source of truth, an accurate catalog of all the technologies that are supported around OpenStack. And as we do that, give those drivers and those companies the opportunity to use the compatible logo to market those drivers. So that's the carrot that they get in order to maintain their quality, to pass the tests. They can be part of the brand program and get exposure through this probably cleaned up version of driver log that we use in the marketplace to provide a comprehensive list of all of the products and services. The other thing is, we haven't allowed people to talk about OpenStack drivers and their brands to date. And it's a little bit of a weird situation sometimes because what people are offering is a driver to connect to a product, and they've always been able to get a license for their product under the compatible program. But we had talked about this at the board meeting in Atlanta, and there were some different concerns from the board around creating a driver program. Specifically, I think the biggest concern that was raised was at that point we were tying it to drivers that were in the mainline upstream code base, and that had the potential to exclude drivers that were not in trunk. Since then, there have been a couple of changes. A lot of the upstream projects have moved to having some drivers in trunk, some drivers that are more out of trunk, maybe in StackForge or maintained kind of in a separate repository. And I think that really what we're looking to do here is not tie it to being in trunk, just how the upstream projects have shifted. Really tie it to having test results that we can validate. And so that can be in trunk or it can be third-party CI supporting back. This allows companies that may have a proprietary driver that they don't put in trunk to still prove that they are demonstrating compatibility. This doesn't require a license change because the license as written currently, which is the second bullet point here, the technical requirement is that it says they must demonstrate compatibility. And so what we're proposing is basically, two parts is to create a marketing program around this with a catalog of all of the technologies that integrate. And then second, in order to participate in that, and in order to get this compatible license for products and services to plug into OpenStack, they have to demonstrate compatibility by passing these tests. And basically using the same framework that we use for DevCore when they pass tests right now. So that's the basic idea behind it. Any?
So I have one question. So we've got what, 75 drivers? Any idea how many are going to fall out?
So the good news is that the upstream teams have been implementing testing around this over the last, like I said, over the last year and a half or so. And so, for instance, if you look at Cinder, they did a pretty heavy cull in the last release, and it took out over 20 drivers. Most of those are getting back in now. And honestly, what happened is I think that this is something that had been talked about a long time over the course of 2 releases. And I think that some of the companies didn't necessarily take it seriously, or they didn't implement it for one reason or another. And by actually holding the ground that they had, the line in the ground they had drawn, the Cinder team, it really pushed everybody to kind of go ahead and do that. So I think that in terms of the impact, a lot of that has already shaken out through the upstream efforts. And I don't know of anyone who currently has a compatible license that would no longer be eligible for it. What this does is it sets a bar, and I think it allows us to talk more about that program with more confidence and show that it has a higher bar, and also go after some of the companies who would qualify that haven't currently applied to that program and allow them into it.
So I'm not actually sure that that it's in the Neutron project in particular.
Yeah.
The CI, I think that's moving to not being required, and part of it is because over the time that this has been going on, people have realized how really difficult this is, and actually from my perspective, it's actually not working that well, and lots of things are running, but you'll look at 5 of them they're running, but they don't do anything, and I think it looks a lot better than it really is, well, I don't know. I don't know that my impression of the state of third-party CI that it's in much worse shape than it would need to be for this.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I think Neutron especially in particular, but I think that this gives us the ability to go out and push more on some of these things. I think, for instance, when Cinder really went and pushed on it, I actually talked to some of the different storage companies who went through that, and they were like, yeah, it was kind of annoying and frustrating, but we actually found bugs in our driver. And it took kind of the push from someone, to get them to go and really clean it up and get it into the state. We were, last week at OSCON, we were talking with some different people about this, and the Neutron issue was raised as one of the things that we need to dig into to see, how thoroughly those different things are tested. There are I think, implementation details around some of, what exactly, how far does the testing go, and what does it mean? But it's more around, this isn't something we turn on tomorrow. But this becomes the goal of the program over the course of the remainder of 2015, to where we're getting something out of it. Because right now, the state that we're in is if somebody comes and wants to get this license and they have a networking product, the way they demonstrate compatibility is they generally send us something that's even less informative than like the third-party CI result. And so that's what we're trying to do is put something in place that we can say, oh, well, this seems like it's sort of not really running, and then we can have a discussion based on some data.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is the precursor. You need to have this motivation to help you do it. I know that from Cisco's point of view, this next year I'm looking to make our drivers or plugins supported by Cisco. So to do that, I need to know supported for what. I mean, for different OpenStack distributions, I would like to be in the compatible program. So I think it'll force us to get our CI.
Yeah, and there's a thing that's fallen out of some of the, also using Cinder as a positive example. As you mentioned, it turns out it's a pretty hard problem space, and it's even harder once it's not just one set of people doing it, but it's 50 different sets of people doing it. And we've actually had over the last 6 to 9 months a good fallout in that area in terms of groups coming up that have been working on, okay, how can these people doing third-party CI not only just run something, but how can we provide them with tools so that they can run something good? And we didn't have the ability to start working on that project until people were in the position of having to try to run anything at all, and then they sort of come back in with questions. They're like, oh, okay, I tried to meet your requirements, and it turns out it's not possible for these reasons, and then that gives us the basis to then work together in the community to figure out how to solve the next level of problems. And then once that gets good, then we can go figure out, okay, well, we'd like this to be even better, and we can go. I think it's always good to take a baby step at least first.
So to Russell's point, about Neutron in particular, there was a design zone session in Vancouver, and it was about third-party CI, but I thought what was really positive in that meeting was, my interpretation was that the Neutron community agreed that the third-party CI requirement had been too much of a hammer, kind of a negative thing being held over people, and they were instead going to view it as an optional tool that driver maintainers could use if it helped them maintain the driver. And so from my perspective, this is really getting into, areas of our community dynamic that hasn't really played out yet, and it has been seen as a negative thing in Neutron. So I want to see this to be along the lines of the dev core thing, where you go to certify, or you go to, you go to, for a given release, say your product is compatible, and you upload a set of results to show that. I don't think we need to CI route here.
Yeah, and that's when I said like that's the kind of framework that we it's not something that is an automated CI thing. For instance, if Neutron is not going to want to do that, or if Infra doesn't have support for that, we're not going to say like.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the difference between like you have to be running third-party CI to you have to at some point, prove that you passed a set of tests.
That's a key thing. Sorry that I didn't totally explain. Like that core, the way it works is when you apply for a license, you have a product and you provide us detailed test results that say, at this time, my product works. So it's not that you would have to have third-party CI running on every commit, like like some of the upstream. So I'm sorry, that was a big implementation detail that I left out. But that's the idea. Is yes, it's you run similar tests. You provide them to us, we validate them, and you get a license.
Right. In which case,
so bullet 2, then I think we should be able to just say it's required.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
you're right.
So,
I wouldn't use the word CI at all. So the word CI certainly implies that it's running continuously.
Yeah.
So that's what threw me away off it. If it's more like how DevCore works, then actually sounds great.
Yes. Sorry.
So I have
to limit compatibility.
Hang on, I have to do a point of order.
Oh yeah.
Apologize. So Arcadia, I got to be careful here because the policy is that the directors are only allowed to speak at the board meetings. So I don't want to offend you, but I will leave it to I've turned the mic over to Jonathan, and later we'll have other presentations. I will allow them the option to decide whether they want to take questions or comments from the audience.
I don't mind if you want to.
Yeah, so
I'm just being sensitive because this has been come up as an issue in the past.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to adhere to our policy. So thank you.
Sure, appreciate it for getting an opportunity. So the one thing I would like to point out that this is actually a great idea to keep on going in that direction. The other thing which will immediately start driving is that in order to run the drivers, third-party drivers, you will need some minimal physical environment to do that, and not just a virtual environment, which will force much more realistic scenario. When we certify it and provide it to the customer, they will see that it's not done in a vacuum, it's just a CI test, but something in a realistic scenario which they can use. Yeah. And I think drive toward that direction gives much more validity to what we deliver to the customer.
Yeah.
So, this is just speaking from the DevCore experience, though. One of the challenges that we've seen is that word CI here is representative of the fact that the tests are CI tests.
Those for the mic.
Sure. There you go. And
restate that.
So one of the things that we've seen in DevCore is that the word CI is relevant because the tests that we have been using are the CI tests, even if we're not using them in a CI perspective. And one of the challenges that DevCore has had is that there's a degree of impedance mismatch between CI tests and the type of tests that you want for interoperability or potentially driver testing. And so at some point we need to have a very pragmatic discussion about investing in test infrastructure that isn't CI test infrastructure?
Well, I think two things. I think we need a word, because there's a missing term or terminology, and I don't want to go full on until let's just find out what the word is right now. But you're exactly right. There's the urge to run. There's the urge to use the tests that are used in the CI system also for other things, and to describe what that bucket of tests actually is. We wind up saying the CI test, and then that's too long, and so we just say CI, and we're like, I do want to, the one thing I agree with you, but want to put an asterisk on it, which is I think that we would totally, I think everybody would love to run more types of tests, and I just want to caution that rather than ever thinking of any of them as inappropriate to run in a CI context, it may be that also requires us to come up with new abilities to, like, as we come up with new, if DevCore, for instance, said, oh my gosh, it would be really great if we could validate this particular thing, maybe we don't know how to actually drive that in a CI way today, but I don't think that means necessarily that it's intentionally not something that wants to be run there. We want to run everything physically. We may not be able to, but I'd like to just make sure that there's not a hard line that we're talking about where something's appropriate or not. We want to make everything as good as it possibly can be in all of it.
So I think, Mike, we need to make more of an investment in RevStack and around that. We've got a fairly small team doing the lion's share of the work, and we need to get more folks on board and go tackle those kinds of problems. Because you're right, we have some gaps there.
Yeah, and the DevCore team, and Chris specifically, in his role with the foundation, is trying to pursue that and has some new categories for tests and things like that. I think the thing that we're not seeing, and this will come up, I'm maybe preloading the agenda a little bit, but I think it's timely, is that we haven't seen the level of investment in creating tests for non-CI purpose. And that really is the point of my statement is, if we really want these things to progress, we're going to have, and I think everyone's welcome to doing this, CI tests that aren't CI-specific tests, but we're going to have an investment in people bringing tests into the community that aren't for that purpose, that are for these other purposes. And then calling them things and flagging them, I think Chris has got some proposals on the table to do it. But it's just going to take investment. People have to be aware of that.
Time's check. We got 5 minutes.
This is definitely one of those areas where everyone wants it and nobody wants to be the one to invest in it. As a person who's normally sitting in the bucket of things that it's hard to get people to invest in, it's the only bucket I know how to sit in. If that's actually not true, I know how to sit in some other buckets. Why have we gone there? Sorry.
Quick.
But yeah, it's definitely, I share the pain and all of the things we can do in any of these places, whether it's normal QA, infra, or RevStack, or any of these things, figuring out how to frame the conversations around investment in these areas, I think is super important.
We obviously got great feedback on things that we've done. It certainly piqued the interest of everybody. It got folks on our side. We need to make the investment. All of us around the table to figure out how to do it.
Very good point. Okay, let me point one thing out on the microphones here. There's red and there's blue. Blue means you're in the queue, you're not actually live, so we'll only let 4 mics be alive at the same time. So when you're done speaking, make sure you click it off so that the others can jump in.
Time check.
Thanks, Steve. We got a couple, 2 minutes. And Jonathan's got one more topic. So
one quick question. So if we're using RevStack, DevCore, a lot of these things are outside. There are no tests. Neutron. Where do we what do we use for compatibility testing where these are not?
Kyle's coming, by the way. Kyle's coming this afternoon to talk to us about
it. So it's an obvious question.
So this is why CI is on the slide, is that there's in a lot of the projects there is testing that they have used around CI. Whether how well it's worked as a CI mechanism, I think is really up to date. But we're planning on starting with that as deep superset of tests that we would look at, and working with the PTLs to determine, okay, you know, what should we really focus in on in terms of the required functionality from a driver? You know, like what should they demonstrate?
Okay, so there would be some marking or whatever to say these tests would be required.
Yeah.
Out of the drive.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so the last one is really a quick update on professional certification. So professional certification is something that we've been working on for over a year, and it's been another one where it's been a high priority, but we've been a little bit resource starved on it. The talent gap is I think one of the things that everybody agrees is a blocker to adoption. And the 451 group did a report earlier this year. Then the takeaway for a lot of people is OpenStack is more expensive. And if you actually looked into the report, looked at the data, OpenStack was actually cheaper than all of the other options if the talent pool was available and not as expensive. And that's the thing that's driving the TCO in some of these reports. So, you know, the board had previously approved Foundation creating a certification that is for individuals to prove their OpenStack skills. This is not about getting into the training business. Again, we have dozens of companies who are doing that and helping to go out and reach people all over the world with a lot more capacity than we have. It's really about creating a consistent baseline, and a lot of those training companies that we talk to actually want to use this as part of their program. Kind of the goal at the end of their training program is they pass the baseline certification test, and they maybe go on to pass you know, a Red Hat specific OpenStack exam or a Mirantis OpenStack exam. So the progress update is earlier this year we signed an agreement with the Linux Foundation, and they have a certification and testing group that they put together that has a pretty good amount of experience in creating these kinds of valid and repeatable testing programs. As you know, the plan was all along, what we were really looking for was to find a partner who could help us execute it, and then help us organize the community effort and kind of identify what the skills are. And there's a really awesome team in the community that's gotten involved in this. It's one of, I think, the most productive working groups we've put together yet. Heidi, again, has really led this effort and driven it. And you know, she always comments on how serious this working group takes it. They have these regular meetings. They're long, they're detailed, and they take attendance. And if you miss a couple, then you get booted out. So they're serious about this effort. But they have gone through hundreds of different possible skills and assessed how critical they are, and they're using that to kind of establish what the test is going to be focused on and what's going to be in there. The first target exam is around an OpenStack certified administrator, someone who is administering an OpenStack cloud, not a developer or necessarily an architect, for instance. And we are hoping to make enough progress that we can announce this at the Tokyo Summit and roll it out in the first half of next year and start administering tests. So you know, that's a progress update on that one. One we've been pushing on for a long time, but I think are really starting to get some traction on. So I'm excited about that one because I think it's really critical.
Just one more thing on that note. Many of your companies are somewhat involved
in
the working group, and if you want to find out who that is, to find out more about the page of your foundation / so OpenStack.org/wiki/foundation/professionals. You can see who's participating.
Yeah, we can put the wiki in chat.
All right, well, that was it. 2 minutes over, but yeah.
Not bad. Thank you. Any final questions for Jonathan from the board? Okay, so we've got a Dev Core report coming here in a few minutes, and then we have Kyle coming to talk about Neutron later this afternoon, so we can circle back on some of this discussion during those sessions. All right, so we have scheduled a break now to the bottom of the hour, so let's go ahead and take a break. And we'll just leave the WebEx and everything up and running. We'll be back at here at 10:30.
Sorry, kept some noise. We're in a beta. Quite literally cannot turn the mute. It's broken in the version. So I turned it off. The reminder. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm happy to help out with that. Yeah. What, you can't do anything? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a small matter of time in the day.
Yeah, okay, okay. Sounds good.
Thanks, Steve.
Alan, you bet.
Yeah. Right, yes. But actually what we need is to get some trainers certified. If they have a training certification, then we have trainers trained that can give the certification for the attendance stuff. So.
We did.
I guess so.
That place is so good, but yesterday, lunch.
You don't have that, people are involved. That would be great. So friends, we're kind of far down the road at this point. But I think the translation is not because it's part of so we're moving far down the road, which is great. People get on with it.
All right, I got caution off on the everything here.
Good to see you, yeah, in person, yeah.
So
So let's, yes, so let me figure out where I think we're gonna be able to do this. Together. That.
I'd be happy to help with
So Lauren just forwarded you the materials.
Okay, great.
We're going to need another people to write. And that's for this, Josh has it up very too free.
Okay, fair enough. My fiat, have it.
So, that's your
Yeah.
and then you.
What your hopes are for.
Where's your company?
Okay, so,
Okay. It was huge. Yeah. Like the meteor.
Yeah, so I think it's like.
Yeah, because and even talking about. Yeah. Oh, good. So you're working.
I'm working on that. We are working on that.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark. Mark. So, if you wanted to try to schedule a call today with Chris, what time would be a good time for you to recommend?
Hey, Lauren.
Yeah, I'm here.
And then I'm happy.
Or when would be a good time to propose a call today?
I have to look at the agenda.
Hey, Lauren, I just put it up on the screen. So what if we did it at lunch?
That's a good idea.
It says, well, never mind, we can't do it at lunch. Yeah, lunch is the executive session.
Are we ready? Are you ready?
No, I am doing what it so you want.
Oh, okay. You want me to do deathcore?
I was thinking maybe I just look or something. Yeah. Just go for a while. Just mean that it's like done.
Catherine was going to, I think you can pull up the URL and show us. We actually need to put the report somewhere, don't we?
It's online.
Where is it?
It's,
Yeah, I was gonna upload it into the, I actually.
It's linked from the agenda.
I don't think the system is
Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna download the latest.
So briefly, what was the best result?
I know, I was so worried about that yesterday.
The reason they have us in a corner is these were like the biggest players in China that we don't want to compete at the same time. Yes,
What I mean,
Stupid.
That'll work.
I'll be like you guys at the conference.
I still have to figure out how to get the presentation. I just downloaded I'm trying to put it into the report.
That would be my
Nope. Share presentation.
So here's a link.
And having that be part of the literary
Don't allow, am I presented?
department in a vacuum.
I am.
And said, this sucks, we're gonna fix it.
In the host.
And then they come in and that's the rude part, right? You know,
That's okay.
we're gonna figure out how to
I
work
got
through that, right? And that's, and I guess, you know, that kind of
presentation
I am totally
document. But it's forcing me to do it in this format.
Yeah.
How do
I am. Hey, no. Yes. But more math testing. With squares and triangles.
How long are you waiting for?
Yeah.
But no, I leave tomorrow. I'm not here for.
But like I said,
I guess
I have a hard time getting upset about. Hey,
it's because it's the area it's because it fits into the area that nobody wants to invest in.
but they invested in it.
No, they didn't. They invested in their own thing and they didn't play by the rules. Right? They didn't play with us. They went off. They were rude. They went into the corner. They did their own thing. They said, we don't like you guys. We're going to do our own thing. And then they came back and said, our thing is better. Right? So their thing may be better, but they were really that's our community is.
So I am presenting.
With this many people involved, common courtesy is one of the most important pieces of the game.
I I totally believe that. And if they come in and they're like,
You
you should
move
totally
and then
drop
do-
everything
so
that
how
you're
do you wanna
doing
break up the
and
workforce
pick
now?
up our
You
thing
wanna-
because it's better, well, maybe it is better one way or the other. I understand. You can come in and be rude, or you can, but you could also come in and say, we did invest in testing. Here's our testing infrastructure that we did for various reasons,
Right.
that we
No, I could do that. I could
put
do
our
that.
engineering resources. It can run side by side with what you're doing, and it increases our total test coverage. And it's focused in this way versus this way.
But it keeps the
I
inputs
was,
of
so
the
I
people
can,
working on those things
actually, I
split
can
across two different
I can put it on
Right,
screen.
But they're existing split.
Yes.
Right, and what we'd like to do is like.
Oh, you already have it. You already have it on screen? Then never mind.
Because this
Just
split
ignore
is
me.
Alan has it on screen.
This
so
split
that's
is
why-
Sometimes it is.
But the thing is, so what I'd
No,
love
no,
to
that's
see,
fine.
and this is
You
in a
have
future,
for-
future state, right, and this isn't just testing, this
never
is
mind. I was just
Nova,
trying
this
to
is
do that.
Neutron, this is Cinder, this is any of these things where people are, because I get
I
pissed
don't,
off.
I don't necessarily.
I get
So
pissed off
I
at anybody else.
am specifically focused on testing because I see less issue
It's
with
exact same.
duplication of testing.
It's exact same, and here's why. What you should do is you should come in, and the thing is, I have this problem I want to solve. Here's, we want to call it use cases, we want to call it user stories, we want to call it any of those things. I want conceptually, I want to test this thing, right? I want to solve this problem. And then once everybody understands what the thing is, then having a brief conversation about should this go into Tempest or should we write a whole new test framework to do this is a thing that everybody can be part of that conversation. And the problem is when the use case isn't discussed and then it's solved and then you come up with a solution, then nobody got a chance to be a part of the collaboration in deciding that it needs to be a separate testing framework. It's entirely possible that all the people working on the current one would be on board with the idea of it being an entirely separate testing framework, given the description of the use case and the problem. But those people didn't get the opportunity to positively collaborate with those. They weren't given the opportunity to say, oh yeah, no, that's awesome. This is definitely a problem that we all should solve. They didn't get the opportunity to say, I'd like to work with you on this, right? And that's where it's really frustrating. The people who are battling their heads against something which, in fact, it may cause them to realize, oh, I'm trying to solve two use cases at the same time, and this is making my life harder. I could maybe step back on some of the things I'm doing here.
Here's the number test
All of those things make it have the potential to make everybody's life better. And then it gets frustrating to people when they feel like they were cut out of a decision-making opportunity that everybody could have collaborated on. So that's the reason I think that it's still important to figure out how to do
Side note here is
you know,
share.
outside of just
Oh, I see. I'm not reading the rest.
WebEx
But
at the same
Awesome.
time.
a solution without
Oh, okay, and here's the status.
the essentially peer review
Okay.
means that
Anyway.
Let's get
they
this
could
back
miss
going.
something and it's not as good of a solution as
started
if the
again.
collaboration was there.
Possibly.
So we get everybody back to the
They
table.
missed out on an opportunity because they that's awesome. You know?
That's true too.
Like it's a you know.
All right, so our next section is committee actions and updates. We've got 3 committees reporting, or 4 reporting, and the first one is the diversity committee. And I've got your slides, so I'll turn the time over to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Alan.
I think we still got him on the phone, Carl's still on the phone. And, okay, so I think we got everybody.
So I think for the last few board meetings, we've been talking about the diversity working group. And I have worked with Kavit and Iman and got a lot of help from Carol, who's also here today. And I hope she helps me out if I miss anything. But she's been very helpful preparing some diversity information and preparing this board report as well. The slides that you see is just a slightly better format of the report that you have received in the email. So you can either follow along the slides or just read ahead on your own.
By the way, I took the link you mailed out to everybody. I just put it on the agenda.
Great, thank you.
So
Yes.
those that are on the phone can just pull up the link as well.
Yes, and that report has exactly the same information as these slides. And it's just a lot of text, so nothing pretty. I have a few items for the agenda. I have the working group overview.
working group charter update for your approval, approach for our working group, and a plan. Next slide, please. The overview. So we have decided to have meetings, IRC meetings on alternating times each week, and the first meeting was very successful. We got a lot of community interest. We had 28 people participating from across the world, and 3 equal mix of men and women. The subsequent meetings were not as well attended. This is where we could use everybody's help, getting more people involved. I think IRC meetings are really helpful here because it allows for logging and everybody participating, regardless of language barrier or whatnot. It's a little easier. We have really good representation from different companies and different geographies. The one of these times is, I think it's around midnight Central Time, so I have not attended those, but the other meeting is a pretty good time for most people based in Americas or Europe. The things that we have discussed, we went over charter and we tried to improve it. We talked about elements of diversity, global inclusion, and data analysis. Next slide, please. So what I'm asking this board is to ratify the charter. Everybody should have the link to the actual document to read the charter, so I will not read it. I will come back to this at the end of the slides and ask people to approve it. It's very similar to what you have seen last board meeting. If you have any questions, I'll take them before asking for approval. The main point that you should note is that some programs sponsored and or created by the Diversity Working Group are subject to the Board of Directors approval as deemed necessary by the OpenStack Foundation bylaws. Next slide, please. So Carol and other people from Intel did a great work gathering information on benchmarking and figuring out what kind of diversity are we looking for. During our team meetings, we decided to have a phased approach on different diversity inclusion. And in phase 1, we decided to focus on gender identity, sexual orientation, and geography. In phase 2, race or ethnicity, religion, education. In phase 3, age and disabilities. Right now we don't have timelines for these different phases, but we will start with phase 1. Next slide, please. So the working group plan is to review the working group charter, diversity categories, which we already have, priorities, and we also need to work with technical committee and cross-project teams. We need to also gather everybody's feedback and gain support. For each diversity category in phase 1, we'll need to establish data, and we'll probably need to work with foundation here to send out a survey to gather different data, because I think right now it's pretty lacking, and we'll need to work with you guys.
Sure.
Once we have the data, we'll need to determine desired state and define action plan based on that. And we might need a board approval for some of these plans. After we have all the data, revise, review, and proceed to phase 2 and so on. As I mentioned, we'll need to survey the community and gather all the data, identify additional categories of diversity that the community believes we missed out. And we have also submitted a panel for Tokyo, so please vote for it. We should send out a link on maybe IRC. And if it gets accepted, we'll need to prepare content for that. Next slide, please. So this is a call to action. Everybody here works at companies where hopefully diversity is important, and we want you to share what OpenStack Foundation is doing regarding diversity and provide contacts for your diversity manager and hopefully get them involved and help us out. If we could go back to the proposed charter for Board of Directors certification. Thank you. So I don't know if this was enough time to review the charter.
The only point I would make is I would just, because I don't think it's entirely clear what would require board director approval. And I think the board, and this is obviously.
Mark, you need to speak into the mic.
Okay, so I'm just saying that I think it's not clear what programs would require board of director approval. So I think the easiest thing to do is say the programs are just in general that require board of director approval, and then the board of directors can give general guidance, you know, but rather than saying some programs, because I just think that's ridiculous.
I think that's what we try to figure out legally, like what's the best way, because not all of programs will require board approval, but we also did not want to just have like a blank check and or say everything will require or nothing will. So
well, I think the problem is I think it is unclear what would require board approval.
Okay.
And given the importance of this to the board, I just think the board wants to be involved. I mean, right now, we have not, the board has not delegated authority to any committee to make decisions. The board has, all the committees that currently exist are advisory committees where you make a recommendation, the board approves the recommendation. But I think the board can approve stuff that's pretty broad.
okay. So what would the wording here would be that you would recommend?
Well, what I would say is the working group will make recommendations to the board, which will approve, will approve the programs. Take out that first sentence. So basically, take out the some program sentence and say the diversity working group will recommend programs to the board of directors, which shall be approved as provided in the bylaws.
So if we make this suggestion and we'll work with you on the final wording.
Sure, sure.
Can we ask for the board to approve the charter?
Yeah, I think a change in one sentence. I think the board can approve it subject to that change in that one sentence.
Okay, so.
Okay, so we.
One quick question: Is there any reason why we could not delegate our authority to committee to?
Well, it's a little bit tricky because this is not actually a board committee. It includes people who are not on the board. And traditionally, you only delegate authority to committees of the board, which would be composed of all board members, which would undercut what we're trying to achieve here, which is that we're trying to bring in people that are beyond just the board.
All right, so Igley would like to make a motion that the board approve the charter.
Yes, unless there is further questions or discussions.
Yeah, that's open for discussion.
Okay.
So Igley, I always say your name on it.
No, you got it right.
Okay. I know I don't, but thank you. It's not like I'm trying. I'm just.
No, you got it.
Impaired, I guess. So we have a second for the motion.
Second.
Ben? Okay, so I please put the motion to approve and seconded by Van to approve the charter as presented with one change of removing that sentence and replacing it with a sentence that the committee will make recommendations. I'll open it up for discussion. Any discussion? I'm hearing no discussion. I don't see anything on the phone. So I'll close the discussion, call for a vote from the board. So those in favor of approving the diversity charter as presented with Ahmad, is that you? Okay. All right, so all those in favor.
Sorry about
that. All right. So all those in favor of approving the charter as presented with the one amendment, change the sum to a recommendation statement. All those in favor for the board say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? I hear no no's and I hear no abstentions, so it's unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Anything else from your committee?
I think that's going to be it.
All right.
Awesome work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just? Sorry. Now you wait until after.
No, it's not about. It wasn't about the motion. I just wanted to mention one thing for as you guys are continuing to discuss some of this stuff, especially in some of the other areas that you mentioned. One of the things that we found is that sometimes it can be hard to gather data on some of those things and surveys, and we ask people that information about the summits and stuff sometimes. So that I think thinking about how we gather it is going to be really important if we want to try to get the data. Sometimes people are sensitive, especially about some of the things around gender, sexual orientation, and religion and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely, and I know we'll need foundation's help here, so maybe we'll set up a meeting with you all and talk about it, how that's executed.
I don't know that we necessarily know, but we'll try, yes.
We'll assume you do.
But no, to your point, the members,
yes,
that's who you really need the help of. We've got
yes.
a large staff that actually can help gather a lot of that information. And so you should not feel reticent to embarrass those of us who are not helping you as much as you think that we should.
No, so we actually have a really good representation from different companies, and people have lots of great ideas. And that's where sending out a separate diversity survey came up, and we'll have to work as a committee together with the foundation to define what kind of survey and when is the best time to send it out and how. So, because I'm sure people get lots of surveys and don't want this to be just one more.
Okay, thank you. Very good committee. Very good job. Rod and Crowder, thank you for your leadership. All right, let's move on to the next committee. This is the Transparency Committee.
Yes,
So
hi.
over to Steve.
Hello, everyone. A couple things here. We would like to remind everyone that we are looking for additional members to join our committee and help us push things forward related to transparency initiatives. Lots of energy and ideas would be welcome. This is my last moment as chair of this committee. I have to step down from chair due to time constraints, and we've elected Cobbett to take over as chair of the committee. And Cobbett would like to take a couple minutes to give us an update.
Hello. During the last meeting, we had set an agenda, but I think several people were unable to attend. So I guess my first target will be to make sure that you set up a review process update for change requests. And we also have some proposed changes to the language changes to the charter. So we will get them reviewed as soon as possible. And maybe try and get a few more people onto the committee and meet again within the next couple of weeks and set an agenda for pushing forward.
Thanks, Colin. Any comments? Or, sorry, Steve.
No problem, Alan. Just one quick comment on a great session at the Vancouver Summit. I'm sure many of you were sitting in the room. Go check out the video. There was some good Q&A about how sessions are selected for summits. There were a number of topics raised related to transparency. There were also a number of topics related to some other aspects, not just how sessions are selected. But I thought the conversation was excellent. I really appreciate the way Jonathan stepped up literally into the microphone to engage in the conversation. It was very positive, and I thought it was great. And I would recommend that to the entire board to review.
So there was, from previous transparency meetings, there was some good conversation, but I couldn't find the notes. So as we're transitioning here, we're getting the notes to cover. So one of the topics was actually back towards all of our committees and work groups that we have, trying to get some consistency about where we're posting agendas and notes and minutes and who's members of and all that kind of stuff. And I was trying to go back and find all that. Do we still have all that somewhere?
We do, and I will reconfirm that with you and the board and send out that link to all those notes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that too, because I was trying to follow some of the conversation. There is a transparency committee mailing list that we started like 2 years ago, and then the committee kind of disappeared, so no one used it. But if y'all want to start using that, then it would be archived.
That's great.
We had to.
Do you have that? Colin, do you have that mailing list? Are you aware of it?
No, I'm not aware of the meeting list.
Yeah, it's just if you go to the OpenStack mailing list,
Yes.
it's on there. Yeah.
I'll share that with you offline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else from the committee? All right, thank you. Okay. Let's move on to the Deaf Core team. So Rob, you want me to transfer control to you?
Yeah, let's please do that.
Excuse me, Alan.
Yes.
Since the Transparency Committee is a board committee, I think the board should approve Kevin. Formally approve Kevin as the chair.
We need to approve Kevin as the chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Steve, you want to make the motion?
I make a motion that we recognize Kava Munshi as the new chair of the Transparency Committee. Anyone second?
All right, so we have a motion from Steve and seconded by Alex to confirm the right word, confirm Kava as the chair, new chair of the Transparency Committee. I'll open it for discussion. Okay, Steve, I'm not seeing any discussion, so I'll close the discussion and call for a vote. All those in favor of confirming Cobbett as chair of the Transparency Committee, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thanks, Cobbett.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll turn this over to Rob.
Hey, Glenn. We're trying to get the video.
All right. Actually, you know what? Let's see.
People see my desktop?
No, I'm not seeing it.
All right, let me try and share it.
looks like you put that.
Well, it's not letting me type in the window either. Hey, now I can do it.
You should have it.
Yep. Can you see my screen? Or not?
Not yet, Mark.
Okay.
Share your browser.
Trying to, yeah. The main.
Says loading content.
Oh. It'll do that. This isn't one of the native platforms that WebEx supports, so it's a little chancy. And if we need to, you could drive it, and I can talk through it, or I could walk down to the actual part of the thing that we wanted to demo. Because I really dislike putting time into technology issues during a meeting like this.
Document?
Yes, it's that document. I believe it's not that document. It's the DevCore board report. That's the right one. And Ayla and I are trying to share topics on the agenda, so
Yeah, I'm gonna take control back.
please do. And we'll do a handoff, and I'll walk down and actually drive the RefStack demo from your desk, if that's all right. You want to do the procedural part of the approval for the board? Let's stay with the. I'll just walk down in a second. Tell me when you have it up on the screen. Is that it? 20 minutes? Okay. Oh, I should be able to see it. All right. I'm just going to walk through and follow along on your home. DevCore has been incredibly active. Thank you. Our velocity meetings and time commitment have not really waned as we've been continuing to move forward. We have a section of hot topics, so we'll go through that. I'm not going to read the executive summary. We're going to go through it in the interest of time. As usual, and this should be the last time for the next 6 months, we are bringing a guideline for approval. This would be the 2015-07 guideline. It's the last catch-up guideline. This puts us on our regular schedule. So this would normally, according to the process, this would be the time when the board would be asked to approve the guideline. So this is, I guess, the official guideline, if you will, and then we'll be on a 6-month cadence after that. So in this guideline, and there's a link to it provided, and there's also some summary information in the packet. We added Keystone capabilities to the Swift component. If you'll recall, there's a platform level which has all, and there's a compute and a object component which has subsets. So different vendors will certify against different subcomponents or against the platform as a whole. So that was, we brought Keystone into the Swift component as a required piece. And then we also changed the schema. So it's a nuance perhaps to the board, but the board's actually approving a JSON file, which we are counting on individual board members to review at their leisure. We're presenting the summary here in text. So we made some changes to that schema. In the last meeting, we presented that it would be a major change. We managed to figure out how to make it a minor change. And a lot of what we've learned recently is that we just have to track tests even more effectively and how we flag tests, how we identify tests which are in the guideline but aren't required by vendors. We'll talk about that in depth. And then the other major change is that we have taken the capabilities and we've created much more fine-grained capabilities from them, and you'll see that listed below. So we went from having roughly 12 to 15, I think 15 capabilities to having more like 30. And if you look through the board packet, if you scroll down, you'll see that we've actually mapped them across. So some of the names changed a little bit. Some of the names, we really just changed the suffix, so we created additional detail. That will make it easier for people to have discussions and score these capabilities. No other material changes were made in the scoring or the capabilities and things like that. These are really sideways motions, with the exception of moving the capability for authentication into the SWIFT component.
Questions at the end, or as you're going?
No, this is so. What I would ask is this is being presented for a motion for approval. So if we have questions, I would ask them to be done as part of the motion process. So
are you making the motion?
I would rather somebody else make the motion. I've done the presentation.
I'll make a motion to approve 2015.7 guideline.
I'll second it. So we have a motion on the table to approve the DEFCOR 2015.7 guideline. I'll open up the floor for questions. So I had one question, or for discussion, I should say. I have one question that had to do with the schema change. From what I could tell, I got a little lost in there, but from what I could tell, it doesn't really impact anybody that's trying to certify or has certified in the past. It's more of just a format change.
The major
so the question is, does it impact people that have already certified?
Absolutely not. The actual content from the schema change was none. So we didn't change the content, we reorganized the format. What it does is, the major change between 1.2 and 1.3 is that the tests had been the flags. So let me back up and explain flags a little bit for the board's benefit. So in the DEFCOR process, there is a safety valve to say, for vendors to say these tests do not work for a variety of reasons. We'll talk about how we figure out what those reasons are in a little bit later. But those flag tests become a very important part of the process and the committee's work. And we've been tracking them separately. In this change, we track them with the tests, so you can look at a test and immediately see if it's flagged rather than have to do math. That was the major change. There were some other schema tweaks and tuning that we did to sort of streamline how things work. But the actual changes ended up being relatively minor. And then for legacy purposes, we left placeholders for the older some 1.2 places where we moved from, say, the flags area to the test area. And so that, so we didn't break the schema by removing things. It's only additive.
Any other questions or discussion for the motion?
I'm sorry, is it two questions? One, is it .7 or .07?
.07.
.07, okay. And last time we approved this, it was on a forward-going basis. So in other words, it would only apply to releases that have executed trademark licenses after this. Is that still the?
Yes.
So
So
I'll defer to Van on that.
So this will apply. So the question is this going to apply retroactively, or is this going to apply for anyone who wants to sort of validate in the future? The answer is that this one will apply for people who want to validate in the future.
So 2015-07 and 2015-05 are both used for validation at this point. So when the board accepts this, it will invalidate 2015-04, which didn't include Keystone, or identity, I guess we should say. And so that one will no longer be available for vendors who have not yet certified. Validated. Thank you for, yes.
Sorry, but validated, so in other words, because the last time we said it would only apply to licensees of the OpenStack trademark who've executed new trademark licenses which reference these requirements. So do we want to keep that language?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's always going to be the case.
Okay.
But it is worth noting that this will mean that the 2015-04 guideline is no longer available for vendors who want to validate.
Exactly.
I assume that's taken care of in the trademark licensing.
Yes.
Okay, great.
And there is some urgency in my mind to do that because that 2015-04 did not include the identity component.
I like identity.
Identify.
And once again, this applies coming from last time. ISO's Juno and Kilo, is that correct? Or subset?
It's the same. We did not change the releases covered, so it's the same as 2015-05. We would not add a release that hasn't been released yet.
Come on, be bold.
All right, any more discussion?
You said that over 50% of tests are flagged. That looked right.
That is our topic for the next discussion.
Okay.
It's a great topic, and it'll be fun.
Sorry, I was
But-
just reviewing the JSON.
We're going to put everybody to sleep with this motion, and then we'll wake them up with that.
It is worth noting that the flags are managed by the DevCore committee, not the board. So it's something that the vendors go to the DevCore committee for discussion. And we do not, we have actually just accepted the policy, we won't remove a flag once it's been applied to a guideline. So there's quite a bit of discussion in DevCore around this exact topic.
Any more discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll close the discussion and call for a vote. So we have a motion on the table to approve the DevCore 2015.07 guidelines. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, your motion carries.
I'm going to jump over to your desk for a moment and give a quick RefStack demo.
Okay.
That'll be relevant to Mark's question.
As as Rob's switching machines here, let's note that let's see. Just to check, did we have John joined us or Randy?
Yes, Randy has joined.
Randy's on. So we have Randy Boss.
Randy, when did you join for the minutes?
Randy, do you remember how long ago you joined?
10:47.
Okay.
According to IRC at 10:47.
IRC does not lie, okay.
Better check the web as well.
And I don't think we have John yet. Yeah, just.
All right, so RefStack.net.
Mike?
RefStack.net is the implementation of the long-discussed RefStack site. So RefStack is a companion project with DevCore that implements the way for vendors to validate whether or not their runs of the Tempest suite have met the criteria for DevCore. So that it works in conjunction with the Foundation's process for vendor validation to allow people to sort of get this quick result. And then it helps to drive community feedback about how our interoperability is going community-wide. So what we're going to try and do is not spend a lot of time on demo, but allow you to do this yourself. I do want to show you enough to see it. So it's restack.net. And if you visit restack.net, you will see there's actually a showing of what the capabilities are. This will be updated based on our, this will be updated based on the 2015-07 guideline. But you can see what the achievements are, things like that. It makes it a little bit easier than reading the JSON file to get the details. And then the exciting part here is to be able to go into community results. We are currently, and this is actually a board mandate from almost 2 years ago, we do not show vendor names as part of the RevStack data. At some point, we will allow vendors to self-identify. So if I pick one of these test results, what you will see is a very quick, you can see a status, so there's a percentage here of how in compliance that test run is against the dev core requirements. And then I can choose different, so this is the platform by default. If I switch it to compute, you will see this graph goes up a little bit further. We go from 81 to 91, or 80 to 90%. And then if I want, I can drill in. Each one of these capabilities shows the number of tests that pass against the guideline. And this takes into account flags and things like that. So what would happen is if I look at one of these capabilities, what it would do is it would show you each test individually and whether or not you would pass the expected test or not, and then you could go back and review where you met. And so this allows a vendor to very quickly upload results, see whether or not they've met the guideline or not, and find out which specific tests have failed to meet the required guidelines. The goal here is to be able for the foundation to collect data, for the community to be able to share interop, and then also to ease the burden of vendors going through the process. And we've had a lot of great leadership from IBM and Catherine on this team. She's done a great job. And Chris has really been helping drive this. The foundation's been investing some in making sure the site would work. So it's one of those collaborations, very multi-vendor collaboration, but with a lot of leadership and support from the foundation also. We're going to leave additional demos for people's exercise at home, but I think you'll find it's very interesting to be able to see exactly how the guidelines are measuring up against actual results from vendors who are coming through this process. Any questions? I can take questions.
I can see a lot of charts come out of that data. You can see how, what areas of tests are failing and passing, and so forth.
Thank you, Rob. How are you going to communicate 04 being deprecated? I see that in 05 here, you've got a deprecation section for each version. Where are you noting the version being deprecated?
It's really a foundation task with the vendors. We hadn't so far considered guidelines as being deprecated or not deprecated from that perspective. It's a good question. I don't know. I have to think about it.
I think you're just asking where, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're asking, where do vendors go to see what the current requirements are versus what might be no longer current. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's a page, openstack.org/interop, and Chris Hodge is our interop engineer who's here, maintains that page, and we'll be updating it after today. Today's board vote. But that's really the source of truth. It's meant to be a fairly human readable kind of summary of what the requirements are. But that's the place.
This this is one of those places it's a little confusing between what the foundation does with the guidelines and what DEF-CORE in producing the guidelines.
But what I'm inferring in this is that you're not going to programmatically restrict access then to the .04.
No, we wouldn't want to. And there's still vendors who certified against that, so it needs to stay in circulation.
Our goal as the number of these goes up over time is to always have the older ones available. It'll be noted that they're deprecated, but the historical record will be there, and we're looking at ways to scale that just from a UX perspective on the page, but it's not science.
Right, and all of the guidelines are in Garrett, so on GitHub, so everything is there, all the discussions and change history, so at any point you can go back as far as you want to.
That's fine. We hadn't discussed the status change yet. We haven't needed it for deprecated as a status on a guideline. Would make sense.
What we're going to be implementing now that there are more and more historical, is basically a drop-down box where you can pick one of the most current or one n -1, -2, whatever. And grow from there. But this table is basically how we summarize it.
If there are no more questions, we can go back to major topics. So in DEF-CORE, we also have our own cycle names, and this particular cycle, you may not be surprised to hear, we call it flag. And the reason for that is we're still flagging a significant percentage of total deaths. The good news is with 04 being deprecated, the number of flag deaths is going down. So for example, the 04 flag deaths percentage was 37% of total deaths. That's a lot of flag deaths. With flagging tests means that if you are certifying or if you are validating your OpenStack as interop, that means you can fail more than a third of all tests and still call yourself OpenStack, interoperable OpenStack. With 05 guideline, 25% of tests were flagged, so only a quarter. So that's pretty good improvement. With this next one, this next guideline, we anticipate about 18% of flag tests. And as Rob mentioned, once a test is flagged in a guideline, we don't remove it. If someone is passing those tests after it's been fixed, or if it was not an issue for them, that's fine. We don't hold it against them. It's only for those people that are not passing the test for one reason or another.
And just to clarify, I'm almost 100% certain that I know the answer to this, but when you say you don't remove the flags in a guideline, you mean in that guideline, because in the next guideline, that's when you'd readdress the flagged status of the test.
Yes, that is correct. So that's a major topic, the flagging. The next one is networking. So right now, OpenStack has Neutron and Nova Network, and we still need to figure out how we're going to address that. We need to work with technical community to determine the best path forward for interoperable networking OpenStack. We will be discussing this in our mid-cycle tomorrow and Thursday, and we have meetings with Nova and Neutron PTLs. So it should be an interesting discussion.
Understatement. Agnes, very good at understatement.
Glance. We have some concerns about Glance, how we're going to handle version changes in Glance API. And I see Marty has some comments.
You're looking at me like I might have opinions on that topic.
No. All right, so Marty has no opinions on networking or Glance.
I don't know that I don't have opinions on either of those topics.
So far this cycle, we have postponed non-tempest tests because
Have we had any proposed?
I'm sorry?
Have we had any proposed?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we talked about it in Vancouver during the working sessions, and I don't know. I don't think it's on our agenda for mid-cycle, but I'm sure it will come up.
We still haven't come to a consensus on what to do and the impact from a vendor perspective. So there's a lot more discussion that's necessary.
Right. For flagging, we had a lot of discussions on how to flag. So the whole flagging process, we now have pretty well documented what can be flagged, when, and how, and when flags can be removed. We have a hacking file in our Git repository, so you can remove those guidelines there if you wish. We agreed to add new flags incrementally, and we expect to discuss each flag in our DEF CODE meetings. Yes, Monty?
No. I'm just paying attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these were our major topics. Any questions or comments?
One thing I would add about flagging, one of the ways we took some of the pressure off flagging is that we made the decision to only make flags you must have a reason to flag. There's no default. We don't accept things sort of openly and then try and restrict. So what we have is a process that says you must have a reason to flag a test before we will accept that test in. So if you're wondering what we allow in, it's a very concrete list, and we make sure that things are added to that list in a community way. We don't sort of add a test and then figure out later after why we thought it was flag a test and then figure out why we thought the flag was acceptable. Does that make sense? We're trying to keep the floodgates very, very tightly constrained, and so flags, it's not that easy to add a flag. There's only, I think, four valid reasons right now.
Right.
Time check, we're 5 minutes over.
Oh, thank you. Trying to hurry to the next points. We do have a mid-cycle tomorrow and Thursday at the IBM offices. Thanks to IBM for hosting us. There's a pretty full agenda for both days on Etherpad, and you should have a link in the report. And if you have not signed up to attend, please do so. If anybody that wants to be involved in NetCore is welcome. We did have some cycle objectives that we either have not met or met. So one of them, the major change is we moved our meetings to IRC instead of over the phone, and I don't know if we'll need to reevaluate that. I heard different opinions on how that's going. We have attended alternating meetings to better accommodate people in Asia and Australia, but we didn't have enough attendance from those time zones. So we diverted to have only US and Europe focused times. There were a few things that we did not accomplish. We still have pretty busy meetings, so we are not going to fewer meetings. We did not have the chance to cover capabilities as part of normal agenda because we always run out of time. We do need to clarify board membership roster on the wiki. So I don't know if we just ask people to update themselves or.
I think we already did that one.
Okay.
It's an ongoing process.
All right.
So do we need to do a different action?
No, just this is a reminder. If you want to participate in DEF4, even aspirationally, then please put your name on that list so we can track.
So as mentioned earlier, we chose to delay including tests outside Tempest. We have not resolved overlapping APIs, and we have not discussed implementation versus API, which would include Golang and Swift. So I think this pretty much covers our DEF4 report unless anyone has comments or questions.
I'm seeing none. There's done.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good work, by the way. We're making great progress. Okay, let's move to our last topic for committee updates. This one is the legal one. And I've got slide. Do you want me to pass it to you, Eileen, or do you want me to show them? Okay.
Okay, so in terms of, this is our favorite topic, the contributor license agreements. And we have two pieces of this. The first piece really is around the process improvements. Can you not hear me? Is that better?
Just speak a little bit more. I think you need to be closer to the mic.
Okay. Is that better? Yeah. You say
Yeah.
something?
Okay. Yeah, you gotta change your ballpark and shift right up on it.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Not really.
Is that better? Okay. So there's two pieces to the topic. One is around the process improvements to the CCLA, the Corporate Contributor License Agreement. On this piece, it's really an update from our last board meeting. During the board meeting, again, to level set, the reason that this is important is what we're trying to do is automate the CCLA process, just make it more simple, automated. The Corporate Contributor License Agreement, again, important in terms of helping to protect our ecosystem and our community at large. So what we want to do here is make sure that those companies who have employees who are contributing, they have indeed executed the CCLA, and then that each company's contributing employees are appropriately associated with that employer. Because again, we've got folks in the OpenStack ecosystem who move companies fairly regularly, and just want to make sure we've got all that covered and contributed to the right company. Again, protecting our community. So this, what's that? This is going to be that the foundation staff is working on a process that automates this. So we have this mapping on the back end, and it's an automated process.
It basically uses the information that we get self-reported through things like Stacklytics and then also the foundation member database. And then it gives a view to a CLA administrator in a company so that you can also have someone internally that's able to audit and correct and basically update things kind of on an out-of-band basis as well.
Okay, is that going to be a requirement on the company to continue to do that audit? Because if anybody self-identifies and says I'm a member of the company, they can commit code or something that is not.
Yes.
At what point do we?
Well, I mean, it's what's happening right now because the companies identify people, and then right now there's actually no way for a company to go back and tag someone as no longer contributing on their behalf. Because it's basically like it's an electronic signature, but it's still a contract. Is the process right now. So this turns it into something that is automating the tracking of that.
I guess you can do a diff between what the company says and what the individual says.
Yeah. I'm going to fix those from a process point of view. And then what's down below are really the timeline for these. It's more specificity in terms of what needs to happen and by when. The thing that changed since the last board meeting is we, I think it was very helpful, Monty, during the board meeting last time, pointed out that there were some things that on the legal side we just didn't fully appreciate. So he filled us in on what needs to happen from a technical perspective. So we have that timeline now mapped out. So any questions or comments in terms of next steps, proposal, timeline, that kind of thing here?
This is one issue.
I don't believe so. I talked to her this morning.
I just didn't want to cut her off.
Oh, okay. I don't believe so. Okay, so if there's no further questions, again, this was just largely presented last morning. Just want to clarify because we had some change in dates. Okay. The next one is the ICLA or the DCO. So the individual contributor agreement or the DCO.
Sorry, the formatting is my issue, not yours.
Oh, okay. Do you guys want to? I've got it on my screen.
No, I can just shrink it a little bit.
Okay. So I'll just go ahead and get started. So the big
question here. This came up, did not come up during the board meeting last time, but it has come from prior board meetings. And it did come up as a discussion topic during our joint meeting with the TC. So this is really the question of moving from the ICLA for individual developers, those who are not associated with a company. Now what we've learned is by doing the data scrubbing is that 90+% of our contributors are actually associated with companies. And we don't know if it's 91% or it's going to be 99%, but we know it's a huge percentage of them are associated with companies. But nonetheless, one of the things that came up during the TCU meeting, and we've discussed before, that we want to have a dialogue about here, is really about the idea of moving from the ICLA for those individual developers to the DCO. These again for independent developers. Now, this was discussed at last week's Legal Affairs Committee call, and to be candid, there still seems to be a fair amount of open discussion around this topic. Some of that open discussion stems from the fact that we've had some recent activity in terms of the compliance landscape. There's in the Linux community, you may have heard, there's a particular copyright troll who is focused on compliance and compliance beyond the scope of the GPL, to be candid. So in light of the current compliance landscape, I think this is something that was discussed at the Legal Affairs Committee call and has been discussed amongst lawyers a great deal over the past couple of months. So it's something new within the compliance landscape. So I think there's a fair amount of dialogue that maybe we still need to have on this topic, but I do want to raise it here. I know, Todd, you and I had some brief discussions, so I don't know if you want to weigh in on your thinking here in terms of.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier. So it's not just what's happening in the Linux Foundation. Obviously, we did have some people take a look at what was going on around academia and how that might impact us.
I'm sorry, what?
Academia and how that might impact us. Contributors coming from students and employees of academic institutions. Oftentimes, they'll use their position in patents to go out and make money for the organizations that they represent. So one of the things that was suggested was that we take a look at that and how we might protect their rights to people who came in and later sold their IP and they read on things that we were doing. So there was at least one specific scenario that some of the legal teams brought up that we should be looking at in depth before we make decisions.
I think at a high level, one of the things we need to consider is, the larger reason we have agreements in general, IP agreements, is really to protect the community. By contributing, and we have corporations contributing. By these corporations contributing, they're standing behind the project with their patent portfolio, with their copyrights, with their intellectual property, and protecting that community. So I think it is something that I think merits further discussion. But I think what we'd like to do is come up with and have the legal affairs, the proposals, have the legal affairs committee come back with a proposed timeline of what needs to happen, next steps, things like that. Because I think it's broader, quite candidly, it's broader than the legal affairs committee. I think there's others who may want to get involved in this who are not part of the legal affairs committee. Like for instance, there's some board members who don't have attorneys who participate in that particular committee, so maybe have a larger open dialogue. And if folks are interested in participating, not just the lawyers, but the developers and engineers as well, I think it would be helpful to have a dialogue on this. Maybe we could lay out next steps, timeline, things like that to reach a conclusion.
And a specific proposal that lays out both the systemic things that we can do within the tools that we have to manage our contributions, as well as what we do within policies and the licensing. Because part of the protection process right now is we click through the ICLA as an example, and you don't take into account whether you're signed up to the corporate CLA or not. Every time you have to go through the ICLA process.
So that's the first slide.
Yeah, that's the first slide. Yeah.
So
the legal team suggestion is that we look at it.
So it's an education.
It's an education.
Okay.
We lay it all out, all the reasons of protection that we have, the the story so that everybody gets the picture and understands it. 'Cause even, I've run into lawyers who have been watching our space and what we've been doing for several years, and they didn't realize that we were part of OIN. OIN extended coverage to us. So the complete picture isn't there, put together in one nice place where they can get their minds around it. And there's levels of understanding that are not same. So getting them all on the same page is important.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is, from the legal affairs committee perspective, is try to map it out and put together a proposal as well as a mapping and a timeline. But we do want to have a discussion amongst this group, though, if that seems to make sense in terms of trying to move us forward, because it seems like we've been having this discussion for a fair amount of time, and to be candid, we had the last legal affairs committee call last week. We had additional issues raised, and part of it is because of the ecosystem changes. But there's other pieces where we've got individuals raising concerns, and I think we probably need to have a fully vetted discussion of process and how to get forward.
It sounds like you're asking for that discussion now, so that you can develop a timeline and a proposal and everything else. And so, do you have a group consensus or something about where would you like that discussion to start, and what would you like to get at? Are you trying to get a consensus, or basically in favor of moving the DCO or not, or what are the primary issues we might have?
Yeah, I mean, I'd kind of like to hear from a substantive point of view the thoughts about ICLA versus DCO, because we've had some of that. We had it at the joint meeting, joint TC meeting, but we heard mostly from the TC members during that meeting, which was great. We got their input, but I also want to hear from the board what their input is on that from a substantive point of view. But in addition, want to hear thoughts in terms of process and ways to move this forward. Because again, we've been discussing this for quite some time. And I think I sense that there is some frustration in the fact that we haven't made a decision yet.
We're trying to move forward, and I'm not sure that we understand what are the obstacles. That's what I'm trying to understand. Are there very specific obstacles that we need to get?
Well, I think in order for this, I don't think it's what the guidance I received before the meeting was. We don't have enough data yet to make an informed decision as a board, and there are some folks on the board whose attorneys haven't been involved yet. And I get the fact that they don't feel comfortable voting until their attorneys have weighed in and actually fully vetted this. So I think it feels like there's more information we need to gather and more forums that we need in order to engage the attorneys who want to be involved on this from the various companies, and that have that open dialogue discussion, pull all the information together, and then so that this board can then make an informed decision, yes or no, whether it go DCO or ICL or take the ICLA.
What kind of data do you think would be things that would be helpful? But I'm interested in understanding some of those things that you provide to help answer people's questions.
Well, I think part of it is, okay, so part of the data is the stuff we need to pull together from the TC or the developers in the sense of, okay, here's that from their perspective why they would prefer the DCO. I think from the flip side of this, we also need to pull together what are legal risks associated with going DCO versus ICLA, because I think in light of the compliance landscape, there are some attorneys who have reached out to me and said they're now concerned about this, whereas 6 months ago they didn't have those concerns, but because of the compliance landscape, they're now concerned about it. So I think we need to map that out and fully have a discussion about it. But I think not waiting until our next board meeting, but instead having these interim discussions, like reaching out to the board members and saying, hey, can you guys assign an attorney to this, or if you're interested, please have an attorney attend. Here's the meeting, and try to cut in some ways similar to what they were doing with DEPO, which is having an open place to have the discussion and vet it. But I think those are some of the pieces that we need to provide to this board so that they can make an informed decision.
It all sounds like sort of similar to what Todd was saying as well, that one of the requests I think to get to the company's attorneys is the sort of single pager that's got rather than, hey, here's this thing in isolation, but actually here's the end-to-end system that we actually have in place, so that when we talk about changing it, it's something that somebody can feel comfortable about, because they don't feel like they're getting just a
an isolated nugget. Like, so actually provide the information so we can help people who want to engage and basically help people say yes. If as a person who wants people to say yes to the idea, part of this is about helping the people who need to say yes say yes to that moving forward, right? Yeah, you're good now. Oh.
I would suggest you set a date. You set a date at which time we're going to be taking a vote.
I would suggest that we do it by the next board meeting.
Okay, because that will force people, if they have any objections or any issues, they have to have their lawyers get involved for that vote.
So, yeah, I think that's really important.
I think, so make a timeline, let's say that's the timeline.
Work backwards,
And work
Work
backwards.
backwards. Because, and I've talked to some attorneys who felt like we bypassed the legal affairs committee because we've been having these discussions. We haven't had enough discussion in it. And we haven't systematically laid it out in there. That was the feedback I got.
Can I ask a request on this one, Mark, because I'm never requesting you. Mark, what I think, because again, I don't want this to be viewed as one company driving this, so if we could solicit your help in terms of crafting this up so it's a single view of like almost like a one-pager of here, like to your point, Monty, here's the issues, and then we'll work closely with you on that because I think we need to kind of get. But I also don't want this to be viewed as one company driving everything in.
So I think we've written some of the, sorry, Mark.
Yeah, no. Can you wait? There you go. Okay, so with all due respect to the IBM legal staff, the Legal Affairs Committee is actually an advisory committee of the board and only takes issues the board chooses to give to them. So, so I think it's unfortunate that we're going through this evolution again, but we are, and I think we should. But I also urge everybody around the table, which I thought might have happened after the last board meeting, but certainly after this board meeting, to contact your legal staff and tell them they have a one-time opportunity to come. Vis-a-vis, yeah, I think it's appropriate as general counsel for me to drive this. I do have a presentation I gave to the board, which frankly can be repurposed for a presentation. So my recommendation is that we set up a legal affairs plus group. Whatever, whoever wants to participate should contact me. I think I'll take the lead here. Contact me, we'll set up a time. I'll walk through the conclusions. I'm actually quite familiar with all of the compliance things going on, mainly in Germany. Although that was very kind of you to say that he's after compliance. He's actually, this guy's a copyright troll. But it's a Linux GPLv2 copyright troll, not a, not that. So I'll take the lead on, subject to Jonathan and Alan's approval, I'll take the lead on that. Does that make sense?
I think that would be great, and Mark, I'll work closely with you on that.
That would be
Thank
fine.
you.
So, yeah,
I suggest that Mark, you send an email to each one of us, each board member, with all the information that they need that they can correctly just pass off to their attorneys with the date saying, I need to hear back from you by such as, write the email from you.
Well, I think what we ought to do is actually have a meeting, because I don't think people are going to be satisfied with it. So what I will do is I will take the material I prepared, respin that, and then what I'll do is hold a meeting, put it out maybe a couple weeks from now, and we'll operate to ensure that people have the opportunity to comment.
So Mark,
and just to be clear, this proposal, as far as I'm concerned, we're talking only about DCO for people who are not affiliated with corporations.
Right.
That's what we thought.
Yeah.
so I think the one piece that's missing out of the materials that you had from before, I think that what's causing the confusion here is what we're trying to describe the end-to-end system that we have in place that Monty brought up.
Right.
I think that's the piece that we haven't documented well. And I think that's part of what's causing the confusion. So I think we need to add that.
No, I'll add in because this OIN thing is also another layer that people need to be aware of, which,
So we brought that to the board a long time ago.
Yeah, and that will be in the other, yeah, that was, there have been enough differences. This whole enforcement campaign in Germany wasn't really in existence the last time we talked about it. Right. So the facts have changed on the ground.
Thank you, Mark, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So clearly this is, this particular, the BCO aspect is of interest to members of the community, and our case Mark sent an update only a week ago, which, you know, pretty clearly gives the impression that the board were going to approve this pretty soon, and forward authorities issues around being here or around compliance landscape or copyright tropes were raised. So I think this will come as a surprise. People are following it closely. So can we quickly get an update to the foundation list which explains why the process is going to take some more time, why some more information is needed?
I think it's good, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's very good. And by the way, I think that both Nice and I were surprised by the reaction of the Legal Affairs Committee. We thought, you know, that this had been.
Maybe just in light of, you know, I just.
Well, I mean, but facts have changed on the ground. So
Yeah, exactly, facts have changed, yeah.
I'll do that. Okay.
Sounds good.
And can we lay out on the basis what those facts are? So.
Yeah, I think at a high level, I mean, maybe, I don't know how you.
I am actually reluctant to raise attention to this particular troll because there are 10,000 contributors to Linux. I don't particularly want to encourage other people to do it.
Yeah. So, and we just at a high level. The other thing too is more in terms of, I think we have enough from the TC in terms of laying out their position. I believe we have enough there.
Yeah, I
the
agree.
preference I think is pretty clear. So, so I think we've got enough to go on there.
Yeah.
And in terms of this meeting to discuss this, it sounds like only lawyers will be invited. Will there be both?
I don't know.
Find a lawyer present with you. I'm perfectly happy to have a briefing.
Joking there
I'm
somewhere.
perfectly happy to have a briefing for the community, but I don't think we'll get the sort of robust discussion or, more importantly, the buy-in that we're going to need from in-house counsel if we have no lawyers attending.
Okay. Okay, so maybe what we do is we have the legal meeting and then we have a follow-up community.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Because, I mean, honestly, like you said, I think the feedback from the community is pretty crystal clear. Like it's not like there's more. I don't know how more clear that could be. So honestly, a lot of this is about making sure that in-house counsel can be made comfortable with it. So yeah, I think that whatever we can do to facilitate that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be very important that if the decision ultimately is no, that there's a lot of transparency around the reasons behind that. And understands in great detail. But members of the community here have the ability to understand in great detail what we're talking about, and we'll want to spill those details.
So I will draft something up and get it approved today. So because obviously this is an open meeting, we want to make sure that everybody in the community is aware of what happened.
I have a question.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
DCO means that each single patch need to have a signed off by line. The Linux communities.
Yes.
Rule.
Yeah, developer certificate version, which is used in the Linux community. That's right.
Yeah. So that do you think any of the mechanism to check whether the individual developer adding a signed off by automatically?
Yes. So we have the facility in Garrett to not accept uploads of patches that do not have that attached to them. So that's actually a very easy thing. Once we go down this, if and when we go down this road, it's very easy for us to configure the developer systems to enforce this sort of across the board.
And I also think it's worthwhile, and I'll make this point to the community, is this probably does not affect the timeline for implementation of this because of the technical requirements. We would not, even if we approved the DCO approach at this meeting, it would not be implemented until Makata. So it's not necessarily slowing anything down.
Thank you.
Right.
Any other questions or comments?
Just briefly, to clarify, this is in fact confined to ICLA versus DCO. There's no sort of consideration for amendment of CCLA or movement away from CCLA to just a broad DCO.
That's correct.
Okay. And to be clear, like sort of the output of the work you're taking on is a recommendation to the board.
I've already given my recommendation, but I can respin it. But.
I guess my request would be, it seems like there's an element of calculated risk here as well. So DCO is the strong preference, as we understand it, from the developer community that wouldn't be affected by CCLA. So if there's a strong recommendation, that there is additional risk moving to DCO, I'd like to understand kind of in a pro-con format what makes sense, as a collective group to take the calculated risk to embrace a broader base of potential developers. So is it possible to kind of form, the output into kind of a simple sort of pro-con format?
Sure.
Thank you.
And Steve, also you're probably going to want to engage your attorney as well, because I know different attorneys view it a little bit differently. So that's the other thing too. That's why we want to have this open dialogue with the attorney, so we can have a discussion forum amongst the legal teams, because again, it's a newer issue for some attorneys, and if we find that if we have the open dialogue and we have questions back and forth, oftentimes it's very helpful.
Yeah, ultimately, I think each company, each board member is probably going to want to have their in-house company counsel, brief them on framework, because it would be an additional risk, but because of the nature of the risk, it may not be as important. But the biggest issue here is that the ICLA has a direct patent license, not just to the foundation, but also to individual users of the software, which you would probably lose in the context of using a DCO program. But then the question becomes, how many individual developers are likely to hold patents?
Yeah.
And if they do, how likely is it that they would force them?
Yeah, that's the one that I think is, because this is where it seems to me when we first started talking about this with Jonathan, that the CCLA protection, since you think about IBM and HP and Cisco and all of those folks from a patent portfolio perspective, being with those grants through the CCLA is going to get you kind of the lion's share of the percentage of the likelihood of there being a relevant patent. Yeah.
Time check here, guys.
Okay, so just one final comment on that. So I think what we're going to do is, so Mark and I've got Mark's got the laboring more on help Mark on this. But in addition, I think in advance, you do raise a good point in terms of your attorney being involved. And so what we'll do is make sure that the board members have the information in advance of the next board meeting, so you can review it with your attorneys and make sure that they're comfortable.
So yeah, I think the process, as I would recommend it, would be I'll respin my presentation, which will also include a pro-con, which will go out to the attorneys. We'll have a meeting of the attorneys prior to the board meeting, and then the board meeting will try to drive through a final decision with everybody having been briefed by their in-house counsel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, thank you. That concludes our committee updates, and we're about 15 minutes behind.
Yes.
So we're calculating here. So I'd like to move on and do our gold member proposals. We're going to have, it's going to take us a couple minutes here to get set up. We're going to have Fujitsu give us a presentation for their gold membership, followed by an executive session. So let's have Fujitsu come up, and we've got to rearrange things a little bit here for them. So give us about 5 minutes.
Thanks, Al.
Yeah, that did sound like a 5-minute break.
Right. I'm actually fixing this stuff. So when the guidelines are proposed for approval,
Right.
the board can.
Yeah.
No like tests would be included.
No previously flagged tests.
There's no flag test at all.
Yeah. Oh, let's do it before anybody sees it.
Do I need to add an explanation about why?
No, I think it's obvious, at least to me. No.
I just did a 1312.
No double spaces.
Oh, you're kidding. Really? I learned to type in double space. It is impossible.
No, it's not impossible. You can do it.
It is impossible for me to not double space. And I already just did a 13.12, which adds superseded, not deprecated, but superseded.
Oh, there's a patch?
Yeah, I did have a patch for superseded and then I'm back.
Okay, go ahead with the
Sorry, I took you 5 minutes. But yeah, based on Steve's comments, superseded made sense. So Steve, I have a patch in for superseded. So earlier guidelines
Thank you
will be
very
marked
much
as
for
superseded.
giving us the opportunity to make a presentation for board member application. Fujitsu has participated in OpenStack Foundation as a corporate sponsor since September 2013. And now we would like to become a board member for more contribution to OpenStack. Today, we'd like to talk about Fujitsu's contribution and plans to OpenStack. And before starting the presentation, let me introduce today's participants from Fujitsu. Yoshia et al. He is responsible for open source software strategy in Fujitsu. And Yoichi Murakami, he is responsible for Global Strategic Alliance North America. And my name is Kenji Kaneshige. I'm in charge of Linux and OpenStack community development. And first of all, I'd like to introduce Fujitsu, who we are. Fujitsu is Japan's largest IT service provider and number 5 in the world as of March 15th. Fujitsu was established in 1935 and it is 80 years anniversary this year. There are about 160,000 Fujitsu people working in more than 100 countries. Our principal business areas are technology solutions, ubiquitous solutions, and device solutions. And we are working globally. Fujitsu is supporting customers in over 100 countries. And we have more than 100 data centers worldwide. Fujitsu is going to release OpenStack-based public cloud service across multiple data centers in Japan this year. And Fujitsu is contributing to various open source communities and projects. Regarding initiative and leadership, Fujitsu joined the Linux Foundation as a founding member and working as a board. Fujitsu is also contributing as a founding member to the other open source communities, such as Core Infrastructure Initiative, Cloud Foundry, Open Daylight, Open Container Initiative, and Open Network Operating System. And from the development side, Fujitsu has been actively working in Linux from the enterprise system point of view over a decade. In fact, 2014, Fujitsu made over 1,200 of source code contributions to Linux and other communities, such as Linux kernel, QM, KVM, GLC, and so on. Through those development efforts, Fujitsu has implemented and improved the features to satisfy requirements
for enterprise customer system, such as Tokyo Stock Exchange, Toyota, and so on. From now, I'd like to talk about Fujitsu's commitment to OpenStack. February 18th this year, Fujitsu has announced that Fujitsu will migrate all internal systems to a new cloud platform based on OpenStack within 5 years. It will consist of 640 systems across 30,000 servers globally. So this means Fujitsu will migrate all internal systems onto OpenStack. And all the Fujitsu employees will work on top of OpenStack. This is an indication of Fujitsu's commitment to OpenStack. This announcement was widely reported in the media, especially in Japan, and got much good press. I believe that this actual OpenStack practice by Fujitsu itself has a strong message to encourage customers to migrate to OpenStack. Let me talk a little about the new cloud platform in Fujitsu. Based on Fujitsu's knowledge and expertise, Fujitsu has established a new integration service concept for digital business. To realize this new concept, Fujitsu will roll out new digital business platform in this year. All Fujitsu Group is moving along with this new platform. Based on this platform, Fujitsu will provide new public cloud service named K5 and private cloud solution and multiple cloud and hybrid cloud management solutions. Fujitsu has chosen OpenStack for this new platform. OpenStack ecosystem is growing very fast, and Fujitsu can directly participate to development in the community. Those are the major reasons why Fujitsu has chosen OpenStack. And Fujitsu has a variety of products and services, hardware product, software product, and Fujitsu provides public cloud service, system integration service, and Fujitsu also provides mission critical support service to customers. Fujitsu will align all of those products and services to OpenStack. Again, all Fujitsu Group is migrating to OpenStack. So continuous growth of OpenStack is Fujitsu's growth. So that's why we'd like to increase our contribution to OpenStack. From now, I'd like to introduce Fujitsu's efforts and contribution to OpenStack. This shows the trend of Fujitsu's contribution to OpenStack by commits. Fujitsu started participating in OpenStack community in Icehouse and tried to increase the contribution to OpenStack. As one of efforts, we have created dedicated community development team in Fujitsu since October 2014, and built the process to gather the requirements across the business units. In addition to that, Fujitsu HR division gives the support for OpenStack engineers. In the Fujitsu's HR regulation, it was a little difficult for Japanese engineers to join the IRC meeting held in midnight Japan time. So Fujitsu HR division gives a special offering for engineers, Japanese engineers, to be able to join the IRC meeting. And as a result of those efforts, Fujitsu's contribution by commits reached to 118, and it is now number 23rd in kilo release. And Fujitsu's contribution by commits in Liberty is now number 14th as of today. There are 15 engineers who made a contribution to OpenStack in kilo release. 8 of them are full-time community engineers in the dedicated community development team. And we are still going to increase the number of full-time community engineers. And when we look at the Fujitsu development contribution by module, Fujitsu is actively working in Ionic, Swift, Neutron, and documentation area. The Fujitsu is also contributing to Monasca project to build a log management feature across services. And in addition to general features, Fujitsu is also working with the community to provide Fujitsu plugins to make our servers, storage, and network equipment work well with OpenStack. And our engineers actively participate in conferences such as OpenStack Summit, Hackathon, and the other conferences. For example, Sashio Sanai participated in Swift Hackathon held in San Francisco earlier this year. And he will also participate in Swift Hackathon in Austin next month. Tomoyuki Kato had a talk about OpenStack training in the OpenStack Summit Vancouver. And Hironori Shida made a presentation about bare metal for visioning in Cloud Open and OpenStack 50th Birthday Festival in Japan. And Fujitsu is also trying to increase the contribution to community building. In order to encourage more Japanese developers to join OpenStack community, Fujitsu has had official training twice since October. Fujitsu has coordinated the Japanese translation of OpenStack user documents. In fact, about 50% of translation into Japanese was done by Fujitsu. And Fujitsu is contributing to host the OpenStack event as a member of OpenStack User Group Japan and Linux Foundation. Fujitsu has supported events such as OpenStack Days in Tokyo, Cloud Open Japan, OpenStack 50th Birthday Festival. And now we are working in the OpenStack User Group Japan for the success of OpenStack Summit. Fujitsu is increasing the OpenStack footprint. We participate in OpenStack Foundation as a corporate sponsor in September 2013. Fujitsu has participated in OpenStack Summit Paris and Vancouver as a sponsor. Fujitsu is going to participate in OpenStack Summit Tokyo as a premier sponsor as well. Regarding OpenStack promotion, Fujitsu is now having OpenStack conversation with customers, automotive, telecom, university, and banking. Some proof of concept are already ongoing with some manufacturing and carrier customers. In addition to those customers, Fujitsu Public Cloud K5, which will be October this year, is large-scale OpenStack user. So we believe that our actual practice in Fujitsu will encourage customers to use OpenStack in their system. So what does Fujitsu uniquely brings to OpenStack? For industry influence, Fujitsu will promote OpenStack to Fujitsu's customer base with our new cloud platform. And Fujitsu will drive the industry awareness of OpenStack through actual practice by Fujitsu itself. And from development side, we believe that Fujitsu can contribute to OpenStack community from enterprise system point of view. Fujitsu has realized the enterprise system using open source through development efforts in the open source communities. For example, Fujitsu has realized the Tokyo Stock Exchange and the core banking system for Taiwan Next Bank based on Linux. And Fujitsu has developed a low-latency scheduler together with the Linux community to meet severe performance requirements for enterprise customers, for example. And now, Fujitsu is supporting over 50,000 servers in this kind of enterprise customers. So based on our experience supporting those enterprise customer systems, Fujitsu will contribute to OpenStack. And regarding geographic position, our development team resides in Japan, Germany, China, and Vietnam. And future plans. Fujitsu's direction is OpenStack as enterprise-grade cloud infrastructure. So Fujitsu will contribute to OpenStack community based on our experience in enterprise systems. We will share the requirement of Fujitsu's enterprise customer base with OpenStack community and develop the enterprise features in OpenStack upstream through the development contribution. At the same time, Fujitsu would like to contribute to the growth of OpenStack community, especially in the APAC region. Fujitsu is now planning to expand educational efforts such as upstream writing to APAC. And regarding the board member position, we'd like to increase our contribution to OpenStack community as a board member at first. And then we are willing to take it if we have a chance. Finally, I'd like to summarize. The key takeaways are all Fujitsu Group is moving along with digital business platform to realize Fujitsu's concept. Fujitsu has chosen OpenStack as a basic infrastructure for this new platform. Fujitsu has announced to migrate all the internal systems onto OpenStack. This is an indication of Fujitsu's commitment to OpenStack. So, continuous growth of OpenStack is Fujitsu's growth. That's why Fujitsu would like to become a board member of OpenStack Foundation to increase our contribution to OpenStack community.
All right, board members, any questions for Fujitsu? Simon, I apologize, I think I overlooked, are you still on the phone?
I am, yes.
Sorry, Simon, I was gonna have you introduce this topic. Any comments from you on the phone?
No, absolutely, I think there was really no need for introduction. And we can move on to questions.
Rob, you got a question? Oh.
I feel compelled to have a question now.
Now you're blue.
You turned it off and you lost your mic. I'd like to say that was an outstanding presentation. You just hit that the ball at the park. Outstanding.
Mark? I can just see red on the mic. Mark, right? Okay. Thank you. Any questions, comments?
I have one question. As you're rolling this out to a lot of your customers' data centers in your big public cloud, what areas concern you the most about OpenStack, and where do you feel you would be able to address some of those concerns?
Let me comment about from the business perspective. From the, providing the public cloud, whether it is IaaS or SaaS or whatever, from the customer's viewpoint, ultimately, it really doesn't matter how is the cloud infrastructure is made. From the provider's viewpoint, on the other hand, it is always associated with best, most innovative, and also the standardization. So for Fujitsu to provide a private cloud to the customer, or Fujitsu as a service provider, as a public cloud, then it's those standardization and also the innovation is most important. And we believe that is the OpenStack is the best venue and there are also the best innovator for those innovation and stuff. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, let me have a follow-up also. Then there is a number of operator summits that we found to be very useful, I think, in showing what what operators really find. And I'm wondering whether you've been able to participate in any of those to date. If not, I think that would be a very strong recommendation to have your folks go. They will learn a lot. And then also, you are wrapping a larger service around OpenStack. And so I would imagine a lot of the things that we've been talking about in terms of branding and things like that will matter. Is the branding that you've seen today appropriate for your deployment? Will you be able to have an OpenStack compatible cloud? That's what you're really looking to address. Powered cloud. Do you feel you will be able to pass those tests? Have your engineers looked at the tests that would be required so that you would be able to brand your platform as an OpenStack powered?
Yes, we are preparing for
Great.
but still preparing.
Yes.
We need there are many things.
Any other questions?
I was just going to specifically say thank you for contributing to documentation. That is an area that not everyone contributes to. Very, very important. So thank you for contributing in that area.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Very nice presentation. Okay. So now we will go into an executive session. And we'll return to an open session at 1:30. So hopefully we'll either be working clear through lunch or already get lunch, depends on it. So for those folks on the phone, let me look here to see. Got everybody. Oh, Simon's just dialed in, so I can't do a group. Okay, so there's a feature in WebEx where we could do a breakout group, but I can't do it if we have people that are just on the phone. So the folks that are on the phone that are not from the board of directors, I'm going to have to ask you to drop off and join us back at 1:30 Austin time. And we'll be back in a public session at that point. So if I could get everybody but board members to please drop the phone now so we can do our executive session. And I invite the folks that are here in the room that are not part of the board of directors, if you would go enjoy the nice 100-degree weather outside while we sweat in here. And invite you back after we do the executive session. Thank you. So we'll take a couple minutes here while people exit the room and people drop off. That's a good idea. Yeah. So board members, if you'd like to grab lunch.
Oh, okay.
Bet.
You're so
reconvene.
Alrighty.
I don't know where, I guess it's just break time, or is it, or
Lunch, yeah.
just lunch?
Yeah, so we're gonna have a working lunch. Good food down there.
Hi, how are you? So far, so good. We've got through a lot on the agenda.
I know, pretty much on track.
After a DCO discussion about protests or,
Killing me.
yeah, they're going to be like, you know, burning flags and. A lot of stuff that used to be more controversial. It's like we're getting after the whole year.
We are, yeah.
So we do, I think I discussed this with you, we do something very odd around the contribution and defense. Basically, folks amend their PIAA agreement and essentially contribute as individuals. So, hence the reason why I'm interested in the CCLA end of it. Or, yeah. So I think that's a interesting and frankly unorthodox, possibly indefensible approach.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks for.
I don't have a problem with it. I feel awkward because like 10 days ago, you know, after, and I got that approved by Jonathan and all the other people. So, okay, that's what I get it for.
Sorry.
I apologize.
Arguably, best
get that done first. Yeah, yeah.
They're all getting better, actually. Networking capabilities. It's just a long. It's just a haul.
I think some of the big challenges there are performance and reliability are, developing.
That hasn't been a.
I mean, these are telcos. They have their belief is that you can actually make large scale, you can simultaneously make large scale, highly resilient, and those sort of things. Explain, try to explain.
I think I remember the name of the guy I talked to. Brian Chong, Brian something or other. Does that ring a bell?
Yes,
Okay.
and that was a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was. There are other parties, but I don't remember what the names. And if I got the name slightly wrong, apologies.
That is called a pig pan squash. It tastes like potato. My wife just discovered she absolutely loves it. You guys want a drink? Yeah. I can take it.
Yeah, the talk with the folks in Minnesota, that was a different group. That was interesting because I was already up there for another event, and it happened that I guess they kind of wanted to know, like, what are the basic parameters of engaging in OpenStack development. But it sounds like that's a whole other company now, though, huh?
It will be legally as of January 2nd. Former Veritas acquisition is spinning it back out.
Yeah. Huh.
They've got all the storage drivers.
Do they? Okay. Yeah, truthfully, I hadn't followed what's happening very closely.
Yeah.
Or at all.
Even company said it was something very similar to what HP and eBay were doing. It's probably down. Okay.
Easy.
Separating it.
That's
right.
That's an interesting topic to talk through. It's one of the ones I think that we have to figure out how to address.
Does that tend to be a board-driven activity then? For
We get into things like in data center.
That's what?
Data center. Let's say you're doing VPN.
Yeah.
That data center.
All right, so none of the people left on, that should be left on the phone are board members. The folks on the phone, the directors here are still gathering. Took a little break from gathering food.
We're gathering.
Probably another maybe 5-10 minutes. Well, I'll have to leave the same thing.
Got a lot of
Yeah, it's a good spread for that.
This is the new hotel here.
Yeah.
Kind of experimenting with this day too.
I mean, the worst part about it is
Why not?
I didn't even realize this place had opened yet.
It's a happening place to be.
Okay.
Hmm?
Important.
It's the happening place.
Is it? I didn't know.
Where did you get the hotel state point? Yeah, Starwood Miss. Starwood.
How's that up?
So,
Oh, it's interesting.
Money. brand new Western
It's a long story.
I stayed there last night, pretty cool.
So we're in a major new generation of filers, right?
Mhm.
A major new generation of
I moved with the W,
filers.
but if I realized the Western just opened, I'm gonna give it a shot. See how it is.
The hardware,
Sorry.
that's not that recent. We've had a couple of hardware ones, but most of the emphasis is trying to do the movement increase.
Thank you for reminding me. Hold on. I'm on it.
So do you have to drop it or do you just?
I can,
Yes, it's dropped.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Mike, your summary of what I said.
Yes. I find that much more amusing.
You guys are that's such an anachronism. I had the Periscope thing going the entire time. So.
Yeah.
Well, I've been curious.
Because, you know, push them aside until I did not get it until much later. I pushed them aside and they literally manipulated it. So they have.
It's kind of willing to.
It's very interesting.
Either at those things or maybe we can.
I'm not gonna lie, I was sort of.
Actually, they done customized around the deal. 15 $15 for your $10,000.
So I mean,
Right. Yes. They have people.
It sounds like they.
Yes.
Now.
I mean,
is this really the way?
We've had a couple of conversations.
Because we have probably 50 of them, like we're watching a range. Maybe we'll buy them.
But it seems like there's a convention. But yeah, just wanted to bounce off.
Yes, I don't know right now. We've got.
I heard that's just painful.
It's a reasonable way.
Where is it? Really?
With email.
So like,
Do that. That will actually.
I think my friend, my friend works for Twitter, I think that
Yeah.
expensive, right?
Another idea or no?
Yeah, it's just the art.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. No, it's not like crazy, it's like super cheap. Yeah. I mean, we. Yeah. Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
These are guys.
Yeah, we have a
That's
contract.
exactly true. That's clear. There's two.
So,
Here's how you work. Yeah, so it's true. We have this, more is not about it. They are not in the position. Yeah, they're not in the position to sell this. Distro, I mean, take Miranchas and all this expertise to get this distro set up. And, you know, you have to manage expectations.
I think it.
And distros are transactional. I mean, distributors are transactional.
So, okay, they're really eager. I don't want to waste your time. They're eager, they want to get a part of this, they want to get their.
Oh, I missed that.
So that is certainly a case on.
There is a better work.
All my other. Maybe think about doing how that works out. It's probably less of an issue for Apache software license products than it is frankly for GPL projects. GPL projects are definitely very.
Depends, they probably
negotiators too.
Right. Yeah, you could have, you could have a plus there's the ongoing litigation. Germany, I think it's about that question.
Yeah, that would be my, if you want to do something different. Well, I've done both, and I found out that, it's a crapshoot, and half the company's paper's not worth anything, more than half.
No, it's a, so the Google case involves copying employee not a license. It's whether or not it's whether or not by reading it's not really a license.
Exactly. So you can't like flood it. So you just make sure that you.
They got that started. They actually, so Jared,
It would affect all software.
he was in a band.
Yeah, so it's not,
Realized after a while, they bought like.
it's kind of the most important fact, it's like the context.
So you have an advantage because you know more about what they're doing and the reality is.
So that's how he started, and then they got in with used to produce all of that.
Well, it's not have a direct effect.
I think that it's one day shorter,
But
so they're
because it's gonna have an effect throughout all software licensing.
Oh, and everything's gonna be over that.
Overlapping.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
so the regular, yeah. Yeah, so there's, instead of just like, 6 or 8 tracks on one day and then 12 tracks and then 6 or 8, it's gonna be.
And want to go to like track, visit track at the same time.
Yeah, and the.
And a lot of times you can't for the PTOs and other, the key devs being able to.
Here's our name.
Well, it could raise.
No, this one they actually sometimes didn't get enough.
I'm not sure that Amazon sort of OpenStack. So, whenever you have these decisions, it's hard to.
Yeah, but it's, they said it's smaller than it was last.
The amount of space we have.
How many attendants?
There were like 6,500 well, they finally go out of the US college jobs, but it costs
Basically, then you're gonna get Asia Pac.
Yeah.
People from China over.
Yeah.
Well, right? Maybe that will change.
And that's kind of, yeah, and plus we've got so all the Japanese companies don't have elections presidents. And NTT is actually a big player in OpenStack. And then we've got all the China folks. We got and Aptera and all the Indian folks. Oh yeah, the Kachi, yeah. I knew I was forgetting somebody.
Sorry, one more, yeah.
Yeah, ZTE is joining. The ZTE is now a sponsor, I think, of OpenStack. They're planning to. Let's go to the website. But, they are, if you go out to regular OpenStack, they just recently became a sponsor.
So, because right now you gotta like.
Retweeted? Yeah.
This is happening like successful things for
Not that fast, but they're bigger. Yeah, they're bigger, but they've been around a lot more. The ramp up is, no, corporate.
Wow.
Yeah. They just joined recently.
Yeah, they've got zero contributions and kill.
They actually, ironically, they made a presentation, Jonathan made a presentation on the Lex Foundation decided not to sponsor, which I know Jim.
There is.
There was a.
So there is no way for us to participate.
Well, I think we could have this. I'm sure Jim would be happy. There's that, you know, the current structure doesn't give us that ability, but I said Jim would be more than happy. I think he'd use this as a workout way. It was a way out, right? So, still,
I'm sure.
What is your age? What is that?
It's Huawei Cloud Conference. It's our largest cloud conference every year. Yeah,
I don't even get invited. Jeez. There's easy stuff.
Agility, there's use cases, there's big data mining, and
Easy Stack got that one, not United States.
And that's what we need to focus on.
So you guys fairly OpenStack timelines and all of that?
Yeah. So now we're trying to
Oh, yeah, it's true. They should have done
Yeah, legally, there's no law. I mean,
Especially since it's China.
So you, if you guys would.
I'm sure.
I really don't know. Podcast.
Well, it was certainly not going to broadcast. Somebody asked me.
And all the supporting organizations.
Then my head nod to him that, yes, it's Patrick. It's great.
I mean, I've been keeping that. I actually talked to Nate, saying I really not. We can talk about compliance.
One of the things that we got Philly is, storage has their rights certified.
We've won about it.
But Cinder,
10,000 people. I think that was a good
Cinder
idea.
doesn't have,
Right now, these times that
Cinder stuff.
some of the calls and
Yeah, I know. Literally, we
If you
Because
compliance,
it's,
then might come to a lot of.
Swift is designed to run on Chico's disks. It doesn't deal with,
Yeah.
well, so essentially anything that's at least a disk will run on because everything's networked on disk.
Open container.
But for Cinder
They were
and
open container
for
project.
Manila, we've got, they're working on the Manila
So
stuff.
that's the one that.
They've got the Cinder. This poor guy is like alone in working through this in some lab in China with the China firewall. And that's why, yeah, we really need to get cross EU
I mentioned
support because
generally
Huawei
obliquely
as a company looks better.
within about a minute someone asked me if it was Patrick.
Yeah.
So I think that.
Well, I think,
Yeah.
I can tell, there's a subset of people that talk about it.
Yeah.
When we held a briefing on private issue on this for,
But it's
big
going to
companies
be
like Apple,
spun out of the IT
Yeah.
division into
maybe
some corporate staff. separate level things.
We're actually, we got Greg when we're contractors.
Jason? Okay.
He's on
Oh, good, okay. IT, yeah. And he was actually the one who started the whole thing. It has to be across.
That's why it's smart.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, those IT people better understand that they should lend a hand to the storage folks because it's hard
those on
to
the
sell
phone,
IT without
Stop sharing for a
storage.
minute while we set up for the next session. So all the slides will pop up here in a second.
Sorry, I took your water.
No, I gave you. You asked for water, I gave it to you. You asked for beverages. What did I see that?
Oh, I did, yeah.
I know. I That's funny.
I'm giving you one of mine and not somebody else's.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I know. So.
Yeah, no, I did have a pretty good linkage with our teams in Shanghai. And like there's the hackathon that's coming up here in August and yeah, the work is. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Have your,
Yeah, it'd be like Shane Wang is the guy who brings it.
actually, I'm on that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, well, it's Shane Wang, so she's got
I'll pass
to
it
put it on
out.
board. Yeah, so there's the composition of these that work.
Yeah, everything is fun.
Here is the organizations. And it was, was it, I think it was good.
I actually have looked
And so then,
I think they're
got together and said, okay, what are we doing?
Well, no,
And then looked at the election. They didn't do it.
Yeah.
They just moved January results, like, they're sure having a change. It's fairly hard. No, he got very high points.
He's not very open.
So he was probably like that. I don't know if he was necessarily attacking somebody. Yeah, that was great to see, but then it just more for the, for China community and coming all together.
I want to start working on outsourcing.
So which one? Yeah, he's doing some speaking engagements tomorrow, I know. Yeah, yeah.
That's almost like they're, they're I know, sorry. I don't know what else I'm very interested.
That's where the, like, OpenStack is public sponsored, and Linux has all the individual. Yeah, that's much more.
I'm really interested in this new landscape and how do we play with
It's right out of our own.
Who would want to track that? So it's
Yeah, but I would do.
I agree on the relationship with
Right. So it's coming out of the platforms. Yeah, once we started, because we wanted centralized control from a legal point of view, and being able to look at everything and that type of stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen use cases for this.
Staff it up enough that it could actually be a challenge for everybody else. And initially it was, we used to manage a lot of things. So one of the first year, you know, that worked pretty well. And now it's very, to the point where it's like.
It's really kind of like, you want there to be a nice
When I remember,
demarcation
this is
on
a
one
couple
side
of
of the
years
project,
ago.
step on the other.
He was doing an earnings call, and he was joking with the analysts, he's like, okay, but who do you think makes the most money out of, you know, the smartphones? And it's like, because there's, you know, for everything. I was, well, no, it's all the server back end. So that's where we get our margins, our servers and all that stuff, you know. Memory, but generally.
Basically, it's the other way around.
All right, so we're gonna go in here.
Yeah, this isn't just a weird thing you guys are doing. This is that's our commercial.
That's actually how Amazon makes their money.
Well, I mean, what we're discussing is real hard problems.
Yep.
But to me, it's more frustrating for the wishing makes it so conversation of like, oh, we should be a this or we should be a that.
Well, I don't.
That I find actually very disruptive.
Well, it is if there's not any action behind the. Here's a statement of direction and intent, and then here's followed by, you know, the actions necessary to achieve that end. So you're right. If it's just sort of a what if or I wish I was, you're right. That just distracts from focus. I don't disagree with that.
Well,
but this has never been, you know, from my observation, never been like.
Once you have a second usage, and then we can actually
The collective community. I guess you at any given time, you know, you could publicly say, this is probably where they, you know, as a collective,
by composing plugins,
this is the
create an
sentiment.
entire service that
Right.
magically
But it
tracks
shifts.
with API differences.
And there's different elements that come and go.
All right,
There
let's get
are.
started.
I still feel like we're still in land grab mode. Trying
Yeah,
to use
yeah,
the
going
OpenStack
in, Rob.
transit plane to do way to do something. And people do that with very inconvenient functionality, stake out territories, land grab, and then act defensively. And that,
All right, let's get
that's
started.
what I've seen.
Slightly different.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good. But let's get going here. So I've asked Kyle to join us this afternoon and give us an update on Neutron. I did this for a couple of reasons. This is actually first, so I got to give Kyle some credit for, we've never had a PTL come talk to the board. It wasn't already on the board. Yeah, should clarify. It wasn't already on the board. So I thought it'd be good for us to start to do that. So like, we've had TC members, we've had, you know, you know, we had vendors and so forth, so we actually never just got this emails kind of talk to us. So I thought that was very interesting. So, one aspect is a little bit of an experiment. I just felt like we should talk a little about the technology. Second reason why I picked cloud because we have a lot of discussions around neutron and word. And so I recognize that they kind of take a full sense some issues and questions, lots of questions around technology. So I talked to Kyle, several weeks ago, and he said, please come to the board, and I picked out some topics, so he's not going to fill the whole time, guys, with slides. The intent is actually to have a discussion, so I know there's some underlying questions and so forth, so he's really not intending that he ignores this with a presentation, but rather that it's an active dialogue or please speak up. But I asked him to talk on several topics. Maybe I'll just not even bring those up. I'll let you guys bring these up, but I'm trying to read your minds based on the last one. So Kyle's got some slides to present to us. And I think you want to interact. So definitely interacting as we go along here. So with that, I'll turn the time and talk about
Perfect. Lou, did you want to bring your camera back?
Perfect. Lou, did you want to bring your camera back? I'm got it on top.
I don't think I see you in the hangout. Oh, I do. Never mind. We're good.
So, okay, first of all, thank you for having. Maybe I should save that till afterwards. Although maybe I should save that till afterwards, I guess. So I'm Kyle Mestry. Yeah, so I'm TL of OpenStack BoD. So currently, this is the third time I've been. ETL. As well. So, like Alan said, he reached out to me a little while ago. There's been a lot of talk on neutron. So this is a good chance. To show everyone what we're doing inside the technical side of neutron, and then have a discussion. So, okay. So I thought to kind of level set everyone. This is from the governance side. I'm sure everyone should hear exactly what we say. It's literally taken right from governance. Emissions, like it says, services, applications, libraries, scalable technology, capacity for extraction. So I think if you did a TLDR on this, you're trying to back. That's what the end goal is. Now you could argue it's already a platform or that's what the goal is. It's all some people compare it to Nova per se. You say very nobody has a platform. Okay. Was there a comment? Okay, can you hear now? All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That should be better. Okay. So apologies. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to highlight is also neutron is a key. If you look really closely, you see more thermal flux above this bottom.
I recognize that old team.
Well, it's not just that. This is an example. This photo, I love this. This was from the Atlanta Summit. So what we routinely do for Neutron, you've been doing for years. At the summit, someone will just organize a one-out. Hey, let's all get together for one night. So we can kind of go off, steam a little bit, and we get the whole group together. And so someone organized this Atlanta Summit. Thursday night, last night. And, you know, we thought, well, we'll have typical 20 people there. And this, I don't even think this only does it, we had over there. And it was insane, small amount of serving us, was totally fun. But so this is an example, you know, we've done the same at summits, so feel free to jump in. Questions. So okay, so this I just wanted to walk people through that. We're familiar with right? So if you look at this, April of 2001, that's when we started. So we got all of these interesting parties together. This was at Santa Clara. And we all got in a room. We had all these proposals, areas of service, and proposal. Everyone got together, and we came out with quantum. That was the project. That's when quantum neutron was. So then, September 2012, we were the Folsom release. That's where quantum was a part of it. Keep going on. So over 2015, we renamed it to Neutron. Well, and then I wanted to leave you with this thing you in May of 12. So if you look at the Stacklytics, and this doesn't all of the other as well. It's just Neutron, but all the projects there. Number one use, number bugs, number 2 patch sets, number 2 email volume, number 3 commits, number 4 lines of code. So we're being a larger project. You know, we're a pretty big project. With the stats pretty much back up. Right, so those are the people who actually reduce the error. That's it. Okay, this is going pretty slow.
Yes. A year ago, we weren't gold member and not sitting here at this table in this forum. And we were evaluating a number of networking options for us. And we were hearing that Neutron was losing favor, and we might lose its position as a project status. Just as a user of OpenStack, we were hearing that out in the real world. I'm wondering how you correlate that rumor. Is it true? Is it not? How does it fall in? If it's got this much attention, how would it have that level of dissatisfaction?
Oh, I mean, I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know. That's just fun. I mean, that's just plain fun. I don't know where that's coming from. It could be a competitor, someone who wasn't happy with what they were trying to do. That's just the reality. It's highly unfortunate. I guess to do that.
Kyle, are you gonna discuss the currency of Neutron? I suspect that rumor probably comes from the fact that we've had a very public, messy history between the two. I don't know if we need to dive into that, or I'll let you get us going.
I mean, that's about 3 slides.
Okay, let's come back to it.
Yeah, we can go back to that. Maybe that's
in terms of a little bit of history, in April 2011,
how long did we take? How long did we envisage at the time it would take for neutron or quantum to replace nova?
Well, let me. That's actually pretty. So
we might know.
Yeah, we probably didn't envision. I think the reality is, you know, looking back, you can always have. And you know, I'm not gonna. This reality is usually probably yes. They'd like to think that that's synergy because they're going to be just start with all your own. Right. So I think that's we had done that.
I think, gosh, I think we have a bit of a retrospective every design summit about this, and I think there's plenty of things we could have done differently, including just more focus on this more early focus on re-implementing the simple use cases that Node Network did, as opposed to the more lofty things, which are great things, but the simple things, the simple deployment model that Node Network provides is not always a focus. So it's been a messy history, but I think actually we're in. In short, the technical community is actually doing quite well. I actually don't know of anything else that can be done that isn't being done. There's every 6 months we revisit let's revisit our gap list and prioritize them and get people assigned to them and let that whittling down to almost nothing. I mean, we're actually seeing that light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, actually, if I can comment without belaboring the point, but one of the reasons why we got together in 2011 was that we recognized the network was changing, and that the networking model that we were able to implement in Nova was a very, very simple Amazon-style kind of networking. And at the same time that this was happening, all of the stuff around SDN started happening, around controllers, that networking was becoming virtualized, and we wanted to create an avenue for that to come into OpenStack without destroying Nova. And so all talk at that quickly refactoring Nova, so that we would just take Nova networking out first and put it off as a separate service, keeping the same model. But unfortunately, I think that sort of got, you know, we're technologists, we love new shiny things. At the same time, then we said, well, while we're at it, let's make it much, much better. Let's make it SDN oriented. Let's make it virtualized networking. And we got ourselves into a lot of trouble. We bit off way too much.
We should basically never say while we're at it.
Yeah. If we had just refactored Nova and started with a clean, very simple model, I think we would have taken the entire user base. So they wouldn't have seen any difference. But instead, we actually took off, you know, into much broader horizons or whatever than we thought we would have taken on at that point. And we've been, I think, suffering because of that, because then a lot of the user base, I think, hopefully some of the stats that you'll show, because there's still this perception that nobody uses Neutron. Everybody uses Nova networking, and I think that's one thing that would be good to try to address.
Yeah, that's coming up. Yeah, that's coming up. I don't think it's the next slide, but I mean, one thing that, you know, to your point, and in an earlier board conversation when I was here, someone mentioned documentation. I think it was when the Fujitsu folks were up talking about it. Someone said, that's great, you're doing that. So, you know, we've done a lot of that. And like Russell said, that was one of the items that was on the list. And, you know, the documentation team has been really great. You know, we've had some great support from them. And now we've actually documented the case that emulates the Nova Network flat model, which existed for a long time, but just wasn't documented well. And so now that's documented well. The Nova folks have looked at it, they're pretty happy with it. So that was a huge one right there. The simple communication gap for that. So. Okay, so you're not meant to be able to read all of these, and this is not even accurate. I think since I did this slide even a few weeks ago, we've added a few more, but this is an example of everyone who can plug into the Neutron API, either through a core plugin, an ML2 driver, a service plugin, all of this sort of stuff.
I was just going to say, maybe it would be helpful to explain the difference between like core plugins and L2 drivers.
Right, that's a good point. So for people who aren't familiar, originally when we did Quantum, we had this idea of a plugin. And so you would write a plugin that would handle all the API calls. And that worked out great. A lot of people wrote core plugins. But then there was some interest in being able to run multiple plugins at the same time.
for example, if you wrote a plugin for like a Cisco or an Arista or some switch, you could only use that. You couldn't use the virtual networking side with a virtual switch. So we came up with this modular layer 2 plugin, which would allow you to run multiple. It kind of abstracted things a bit further, abstractions on abstractions, right? And it allows you to run multiple drivers at the same time, and you could bind ports differently. So now you could run, a hardware vendor's driver with a virtual switch of some sort. So that's the difference between that. And then the other thing you'll see up here are these service plugins. And so these are for our advanced services. We also have, that also includes some L3 stuff as well, so some routing plugins as well. So, and what's happened with a lot of these, and I'm not sure, I don't think I have a slide, but what we've done is, being the project that has the most amount of plugins and drivers, we've spent years going through different iterations of how do we do this upstream? How do we get enough reviews for these plugins and drivers, along with the core technology, the platform, if you will. So one of the things we did during Kilo was we started this plugin decomposition phase, which actually pulled all of these drivers out, or as many of them as people wanted to, pulled them out of the main Garrett repository and put them in their own repositories. And then during Liberty, we pulled those back into OpenStack as part of the Big 10 governance change. We kind of created the Neutron Stadium effect. So now all of these plugin backends and different APIs and things like this are coming back into Neutron in their own repositories. And so what we found is, from a technical perspective, people love this because people can now iterate on their own technology at their own rate. They're not waiting for core reviewers to review their technology. And meanwhile, core reviewers aren't reviewing code that they can't test because they don't have the technology from the vendor, and things like that. So it's been a huge win-win, I think, for everyone. I'll stop there if anyone has a question on that.
In terms of plugins versus ML2 drivers, do you see the trend going towards no new plugins and all new ML2 plugins and ML2 drivers? I'm thinking specifically, maybe it's more fun again, but I heard someone talk as if ML2 is going away and go back to plugins again. So what's going on in that space?
Right, so we haven't provided any specific guidance. People can still write core plugins, and in fact, a plugin that Russell and I are involved with, OVN, is actually a core plugin at this point. And I think it ultimately comes down to what do you expect your plugin to do. If you want to get the benefits of working with ML2, which means you don't have to deal with the database side of the equation, and you can work with other things, that makes sense. If your core plugin is going to cover both physical and virtual, then the use of ML2 maybe doesn't make as much sense. So it really comes down to a decision of the actual technology you're integrating.
A question on, I love this slide that it speaks the level of complexity, just is amazing. What does the future of interoperability mean to you when you look at this and you look at your future roadmap?
So that's actually an interesting question. We do have some extension APIs that perhaps aren't implemented by all of these core plugins at this point. So this actually also ties into this concept of how do we verify that all of these work, right? And my opinion has always been that I don't know if we can. I mean, we don't have all of this technology upstream to verify that the Viata stuff works, or VMware, or all of these things. We just don't have that. So we were one of the first projects to do this concept of third-party CI, which was we required people to have their own system set up to run tests against all the patches that go upstream and report results. And there was a handful of us that spent a lot of time over a year trying to shepherd this process. And it turns out you can't do that. It doesn't work, especially at this scale. So we've there was no way to do this. And if you look at what the Cinder folks are going through, especially last cycle, I don't know, that's an example of the kind of pain that I think that you go through. And Cinder tends to lag us by about a year with a lot of these things I've noticed. But anyway, so we've kind of given up on that because you can't enforce it. It's very difficult. It wastes a lot of time. So the thought we have had though is we would like to create a validation suite per se, so that when you do release, you have a set of tests the drivers can run during the feature freeze to say, yes, we passed the validation suite and we can post the results. I think it's a much more better, it's a better use of resources as well. For example, the folks from A10 said that he did the math, and Russell, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Doug said it was costing, he runs his whole CI in Amazon, and it cost him like $50,000 a year to run it. And so that's a pretty big chunk of money, I think, so.
And actually, one point.
Yeah.
We have to look at this like if you've got a Windows system or Linux or anything else, and you're talking about the number of printers, print drivers that you're supporting, or disk drives that you're supporting. Having a rich ecosystem is goodness, not complexity. But this, because what we want is a compatibility test so that the users of OpenStack, they don't see any, if they're using the standard APIs, they don't see any difference between any of these implementations. And you get the vendors of these plugins and everything else creating all the innovation they want for either high performance networking or highly reliable or anything else. And so I think we have to watch, again, this is probably one of those myths. There's a large number of plugins in Neutron, therefore it's complex and it doesn't work. That doesn't have to be true. You should reverse it. There's a large number of plugins, which shows the interest that a lot of manufacturers actually have in supporting OpenStack.
So, not to challenge what you just said, I think you make a fair point, but the user's experience is not that today. The user is getting a different level of quality as they go from driver to driver, or they have to integrate or interact with different.
I would agree. I absolutely agree. I think that's why it's so imperative that we have compatibility testing.
Absolutely.
Really pushed up in our priority, because we want to be able to have those asterisks by those and say, these are the ones that have been tested, they've been verified, and they're widely used in the community.
And in some cases, it may be helping Kyle and the team say, well, this is what we're not going to do. Therefore, we can focus on doing the other. And that would also help users focus on where they can help solve problems.
And to, I don't know, I feel like I've become a flag bearer for the Neutron team recently. So for whatever that's worth, this might be bad for you. But I mean, I think also I think Neutron gets a worse rap for its intra plugin compatibility than it probably should, considering that projects that we have in OpenStack that don't even have a pluggable backend system are wildly divergent from cloud to cloud, or that we have such large level issues as Nova Network to Neutron in the first place. Like, the compatibility differences there it's a giant gulf, and I feel like sometimes we start to pick on the Neutron team for having there be behavioral differences between implementation plugins when we've still got the Nova Network Neutron schism in the first place. So it seems like focusing on a certain scale of problems when, glance. So
if I may chime in, please. We seem to be talking about important issues of interoperability of different vendors, and that's important. But I think there is a basic issue that we're struggling with quite a bit, and that is that once you get an OpenStack cloud in production at the customer site, they don't understand all those wonderful details about the intricacies that Monty can so eloquently explain. But what they do understand is that the 100% probability within the first month of no matter how much you test it, Neutron is going to blow into pieces. That's the problem. The question is, what's the path to making Neutron stable?
So, I would argue that it has been getting more stable, right? And if you look at the results, for example, that Canonical did at the end of Juno, Neutron blew up right away with the security group issue, for example, with the RBC call. So that was addressed right away actually, I'm thinking back, that might have been Ice House. Right around there. But anyways, the point is that we are addressing all of these scalability concerns. The other big issue has been that when you take it to a customer, so the fact that we had this reference implementation that we were all working on, there was also these vendor implementations, right? So the vendors have been selling those implementations. Maybe they've been solving the gap a bit. I think in the meantime, the reference implementation has been getting better, and we are looking at pulling the reference implementation out to put it on equal footing with other things. And the reality is there hasn't been an open source implementation that has really come up and said this is going to be a solid open source implementation. unless someone can point to one at this point.
Yeah, I would in fact say that that's one of the large reasons why we have those problems is that none of the people that I know of running it at scale are actually doing very much with the open source implementations of it, which means that their interest in fixing it is low, and that's frustrating.
So we see it, we have an internal initiative to get the open source ODS version stable, to 200 nodes this, currently into 500 nodes, by the end of the year, and we have a large lab where we're doing this. We'll probably have 15 people dedicated to this. So we're fixing a lot of bugs. But the issue is not just that. We have 50 node clusters that are just blowing up. After you run for 3 months, it just blows up, right? And the level of trust that customers have in Neutron, our salespeople know Neutron is probably moving. I'm sorry for being so late, but this is true.
That's fine. I actually was just at customers and said they love Neutron and have no issues with it. So I think it really depends on the customer.
What about the other? That's what
So is the instability in the drivers or is it Neutron? Is it suffering the Windows DLL problem?
It's kind of hard to have a conversation about this without specifics. And it's a very technical thing. I don't know, are there bug reports? Let's go back and look at it and talk about it and go fix it. It sounds like you're doing what you can, but people on it, we have.
Listen, guys, we are the last ones in the planet who have a vested interest in Neutron being unstable, right? Come on.
Well, but I think the fact of the matter, I don't know, I talked to lots of people that are happy too. The fact is that actually the vast majority of people are using it, so it's certainly the best of the current options. And it's getting better all the time. I don't know what else to ask.
So one of the things that I think is important with this, and that we're convoluting, in my opinion, is there's an element of OpenStack Neutron usability from the client side, and the people building applications on top of OpenStack. And I think the Neutron NovaNet question is a very real one. Usability, I think, is a real one, because I think that people who want to use OpenStack, Neutron becomes a barrier for them just using a virtual machine. That's one question. It's a separate one. The other one that we've been having is configuration and the complexity of actually building a software-defined network, which is substantial. And Neutron, regardless of the API or the plugins or anything like that, is going to, one of the challenges here is that this is a complex, sophisticated thing to build this type of infrastructure, open source or proprietary. And to me, they're different issues. They're both important to discuss, but we should be careful not to convolute them.
All right, so I want to, kind of respond to those two things. So the first one, the Nova Network and Neutron thing. From my perspective, I think the technical community is taking that issue as seriously as it should, and is doing everything it can. The list of gaps to get to where we only have one thing is getting smaller and smaller, and it's getting really small and finally. And I honestly don't know what else to ask at this point to do any more than we can. And the other thing about the complexity, I've heard that a lot. A lot of people have said that many times, talking about, Neutron's more complicated. And what is missed is actually Neutron has supported the same simple networking model that Nova Network provides for a couple of years, for a good long time. And more recently, as a part of the work, trying to figure out what can we do to close the gaps more and more, is to document that really, really well. And it's now in the networking guide, documented very well, how you can use Neutron to emulate the simple deployment models that the Nova Network provided.
Yeah, the two, and I will apologize to folks who may be getting bored of the technical bits, but as an end user, I'll say that a lot of my networking compatibility problems, a lot of my networking pain is actually because of the existence of Nova Network. Neutron is by far a more pleasant end user API. Nova Network is horrible as an end user, as a consumer. Now, from a deployer perspective, I know that there's a whole bunch of things, but I'm not a deployer. I don't deploy clouds. I use them, and not having access to the Neutron API is atrocious. It's the worst thing ever. The second thing is the prevalence in thinking that the sort of natted floating IP model is one that should be the default model that's out there, is the other thing that makes OpenStack networking hard. for end users. And it has nothing to do with Nova Network or Neutron, because Nova Network with floating IPs as the primary way of getting an IP for your machine, or Neutron with floating IPs was the primary way to get an IP for your machine, is both hard and leaky and an abstraction that is not necessary. So that's actually where the complexity is on the user consume side. I don't, you know, and I would love for us to get better, clearer stuff out there in the world about better models for that, right? Like, so.
No, so this is actually a different topic we didn't drill into, because at some point we as a board have to have, you know, I'm trying to figure out the direction you want this to go. It's either going to come from DEF Core, it's going to come down from the board, but at some point implementation choices that OpenStack providers have made about the way they implement IPs will be a interoperability question. I already know it is because Monty and I've talked about this. And we will at some point have to make a decision to say the way that works is, you know, this way. And I don't know what that way is. An or choice on that is going to probably cause, you know, a lot of frustration and potential damage to our community.
Yeah, but it's definitely it's a hard problem, because as much as we've given the deployers a lot of tools to solve their problems, the flexibility of those tools has presented, because it's presenting completely different operational models. It makes things like give me a VM that can connect to the network a ludicrously complicated task to perform. Not because any one of the ways of doing it is complicated.
So I definitely say our experiences have been much more positive in the last couple of summits, focusing on the initial experience.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, the most basic thing that you can do with an OpenStack cloud is give me a VM that's connected to a network.
Yeah.
And for there to be variation in that function, while I understand how we got there, is problematic to me for our community, and as a board member from the DEF Core perspective, it's incredibly problematic.
Yeah. And the thing is, and where I especially think that, and I agree with you. I don't know how we get to that particular decision, how we make it where it happens or whatever. But I do know that some of the things we have like, you know, nebulous stuff people says about how you're supposed to do it, right? Which is where a lot of people, they're actually trying to do what they think is the thing that we're recommending, even though I don't believe anybody's made a conscious decision to recommend something. It just, there's some tribal knowledge that's gotten there out into the world, and that's what people think you're supposed to do. And I think we can figure out how to back away some of that tribal knowledge with some clearer things. You know, I don't know, but it's certainly a thing that we're going to have to address at some point. But
So let me go back to Rob's question here and pose that back to you and see if I stated it in the right way. There's a lot of fuzziness around Nova Network to Neutron. Is there a transition program? Is there a migration program? Are the two going to coexist in the future? What's the roadmap look like?
It's funny you should ask about that.
Oh, look at that, it's fine.
Yeah, good.
We planned this earlier. No. So right. So I think, as people have mentioned, there has been a lot of work on this. I mean, when I became PTL, that was the hottest thing right away, was this Nova Network and Neutron thing. It was, you know, I remember going to many TC meetings where we talked about this and we came up with this plan. And, you know, like Russell said, the plan was initially really large and included a lot of things, and over the last couple of cycles, it's gotten much smaller. And, you know, so we continue to do that. We had many shared sessions in Vancouver. John Garbett, who's the PTL of Nova, and I actually, you know, we sync fairly regularly. I was at their mid-cycle last week in Rochester, Minnesota, even, and some of the things came up there. So from that perspective, there's definitely a lot of positive momentum. You know, to be clear, the Nova team doesn't want Nova Network, right? They want to get rid of it. So they're incentivized to dump it. They really don't want it. I think that, you know, we've talked about if someone wants it, we can't find anyone. We can find people who are using it. We can't find anyone who wants to actually maintain it or do anything with it. So which is a lot of the times the problem, right? And it's like, we've talked about some of these other things already. So we've supported the same deployment model that's documented now as well. The other key thing here is we work with the documentation team, and the install guide actually is all about Neutron now. So Nova Network's gone from that. It should be gone. If it's not gone, it's almost gone. So anyone who's looking at the upstream install guides won't even find Nova Network there anymore as an option. So let me find it at Neutron. And then Monty knows about this one as well. So, you know, we added this. It was, I forget who proposed, Sean proposed the starter kit compute, right?
Yeah, it was originally Sean's.
Right, and so we actually changed that to be Neutron as well, I think, just in the last couple of weeks even.
And actually, let me say a little thing to dovetail. This is one of these things where Sean, Dag, and I went back and forth for quite a while on the topic, and eventually came up with a pretty succinct short phrase that I think got us to a understanding place as to why you'd want the starter kit to include Neutron and not Nova Network, because he was originally thinking this should be the simplest thing you can install, right? And obviously the simplest, what?
Just real quick, I'm not sure that everybody in here knows what the starter kit is.
Oh, great.
So starter kit is basically a recommendation of how to start
Yeah, I mean,
OpenStack environment.
yeah,
Simple as possible.
OpenStack's incredibly large and complicated and bunch of projects, but if you're interested in it as a compute use case, then the TC has officially made a declaration for it. If you're starting with compute, like this is where you start, and it's this set of projects, and it's this a simple starting point. And that doesn't that alone doesn't necessarily accomplish a whole lot. There's at least an official declaration, and then we expect things like documentation to follow that, such as ripping Nova Network out of the install guide and so forth. So everyone who rallies around like what's the starting point for compute OpenStack, like that's what this starting kit means.
Yeah, and a very clear indication, I think, of the technical leadership upstream, the intention of where the technical direction is heading.
Yeah, and so one of the key decision-making pieces in this, which led us to have Neutron in and actually Cinder out, wasn't that we don't think people should deploy Cinder in their clouds or anything bad about it. It's that we wanted to have the starter kit be the smallest set of things that you could then later upgrade in a sort of non-destructive way, right? So that there's an additive there's a new functionality via adding new things. You can't additively add Neutron to a Nova Network based cloud. You have to do a sort of destructive kind of thing. You can just add a Cinder, right? You can add a designate. You can add a Sahara. Like these are all things you can add to your cloud later. So we wanted to get it to the smallest possible place that was then had a path forward if that's a thing you wanted to do. And I think that actually wound up allowing us to sort of, and that got Neutron in there.
So you're saying for the starter kit, there is now Neutron networking?
Right, it's Nova, Neutron, and Glance and Keystone.
Yeah. The four of those are the things you need.
And then
you
it's
must
the
have.
simplest networking model in.
Right, and we actually specifically call out the provider network Linux bridge network.
Maybe we should stop calling them provider networks and call them simple networks.
Right.
It's a terrible name.
Yeah,
It's a terrible name.
Well, actually, the even worse name is 4B. So we decided that we weren't going to call it 4B anymore.
I remember 4B.
Which is the documentation section that describes it, and would instead call it provider network Linux bridge. But I agree, it would be really great if there was an even better name. So suggestions welcome.
Is that configuration tested in the gate?
Not yet, I do not believe, but I believe that it is. So Sean Collins has been working on gate tests for the provider network Linux bridge configuration. So then once those are there and we're happy with them, then I think we can talk about starting to make that more a default kind of thing. But
And so he actually just sent an update on that today.
Oh, great.
There's one patch that's waiting to merge, and then the failure rate is less than 10%. So then we'll make it voting at that point.
Yeah. That'll be really great. And also, for what it's worth, not that this even exists, but the cloud that Infra is spinning up is also going to run in this networking mode as well. So we'll have a couple of different ways in which this will get hammered in the gate.
Okay, so time check, we got about 15 more minutes.
Yeah, so So I just wanted to put a note up here because it was noted that, DevCore is gonna cover networking. And in fact, like, I think it was mentioned, so myself and John Garbutt, the Nova PTL, we're gonna dial in for this portion of the DevCore mid-cycle on Thursday morning. So that it is, I think, as it was stated, this is definitely a hot topic there too.
Yeah. Any color on how that's gonna be done? Because a lot of what DevCore looks at is usage. What do people do? What are they using? And so it's interesting if there is, perceptions lagging reality.
So tomorrow,
People are gonna be voting on their perception rather than the reality of what Neutron is today.
if people want to follow along on that conversation, we're doing it first on the agenda, so tomorrow morning, 9:30 Central. To answer your question, it puts us in a sticky position of either creating an or in the capabilities concept where you can either be NovaNet or, well, the hope is with this.
Transition.
Well, no.
I would hope that there's never, ever, 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 ever anything in there that references Nova Network.
So, well, this is our challenge.
Neutron is the tech community has indicated that Nova Network should go away. So I don't think, for the same reason that we shouldn't put Advanced V1 in there, right? Because we know it's not wanted. Like we know it's a thing that it is still there right now.
It doesn't matter if
it's
it's wanted or not. It's a matter of.
That's very clear. That's very clear indication of like the future direction. I know that's an important principle that DevCore was like, what's the technical direction? And that's very clear what we're trying to get.
I understand that. Part of what DevCore provides is some type of backwards compatibility statement for users to know that when they build implementations that they have some certainty that the APIs that they've depended on.
We don't want any new deployments ever at this point going forward to ever deploy with Nova Network. No one should ever deploy Nova Network from this point on forward. Ever. No new deployments.
So the good news is it's trending in that direction.
Yeah.
If you look at the user survey.
But it's really important that we do everything we can to prevent people from deploying it anymore.
Right. So having an or in DevCore is problematic because then that creates a tail for exactly the type of behavior you want to avoid.
Yeah.
Our preference, and we haven't discussed this deeply, so I'll phrase it as my preference. Although we've had some discussions with it, but my preference would be that the Neutron has an implementation that it simulates the NovaNet capabilities, so that there could be a NovaNet capability or default networking capability that would pass if you had implemented NovaNet and pass if you implemented Neutron, and that would give us a bridge forward to be able to have some networking requirements.
But there's so few vendor things out there that are actually Nova networking. The only publicly accessible Nova Network API that I'm aware of right now is Oro. DrackSpace has neither, but HP, DreamHost, VexHost, OVH, Run Above, United Stack are all presenting Neutron APIs. Like I don't know who we're backwards compatibility. Yeah.
So there's a couple of different ways to address this. It's the behavior that's implemented in the tests and the capabilities for that. So our goal has been to have as many widely distributed capabilities in the DevCore guidelines as possible. And so some of those capabilities, I don't think there's any NovaNet specific capabilities in general. They're behaviors that we haven't implemented because they have networking expectations.
Yeah.
And so this is the very critical distinction that DevCore would make, because DevCore is really not about picking projects. It's about picking capabilities that are implemented by the API. And so there are capabilities that should work in somebody who implemented NovaNet that also work in Neutron. And the goal would be to have those capabilities expressed first and then slowly add capabilities that were Neutron specific.
So first capabilities are based off of APIs, right? Sure.
Correct.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question here? Because I think this would be helpful for me in thinking about this. So the discussions that you're having this week would be for the details of like the 2016.1. Is that
Correct.
so? This would be for what the board would vote on and what would become part of the testing options in January of next year.
That's right.
And at that point, if somebody comes forward with a product, they would either be able to validate against 2016.1 or the one that we just approved, 2015.7, right?
That's right.
So to me, that makes me think that this is, you know, the technical community is very clearly indicating that Neutron is the future. And if we're talking about something that's going to go into 2016.1, it would still enable people who have Nova Network to validate against the one that we approved today, which doesn't have it.
Correct.
And so we're basically giving people a year.
The adoption is actually slower than that because it's going to be advisory first.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that has been discussed as an alternative here is that that networking become a component. And we would, you know, and this is a question of surfacing the tests and capabilities definitions, but we can have a networking component that would then go into the platform.
Well, so the problem is that you can't appropriately boot a VM without the networking capabilities. It's not actually in the real world, you can't do it.
Correct.
Without pre-knowledge. A good example of one of the first things that's a networking API specific capability that doesn't exist in Nova Network, but you absolutely have to have the ability to do if you want to boot a VM and use it, is you need to be able to list the networks, list the subnets, and then determine which of them have the router external flag, either true or false. Those are Neutron specific, they don't exist in Nova Network, and you have to have them. So if we're going to start getting those are just capabilities, right? You know.
Wait, but hold on. Let me try and be very specific in this so that it makes sense. DevCore already has the concept of components. It is entirely appropriate for Neutron to surface a whole bunch of capabilities as a component.
Yeah.
Completely standalone without having any impact in the compute only component.
Totally.
Right. And so that would be the next step, and hopefully the one we haven't been able to get to it now. We'd like to see that surface.
But I guess I'm saying is that you need some of its capabilities in compute for compute to work.
Correct. And so it would be great to see, and this is the topic for tomorrow, it would be great to see capabilities surface in compute that are network enabled, but are not biased towards NovaNet or Neutron. If they have to be, then let's do it like that.
Yeah.
But if they don't have to be, then
I think they actually wind up having to be. Like it's not.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, and I can't think of what that would be. It's just they're just different.
Then at that point there's gonna take the long tail of DevCore is gonna ensure that vendors have a year of warning that that's gonna have to be implemented.
Like fundamentally, what you're trying to do
That's
is
fine.
balance between like growing the interoperability service of the compute program or whatever you want to call it, with the impact on the commercial ecosystem, right? And if there's not much of an impact on the commercial ecosystem, if there's only one or two vendors impacted and they're preventing the growth of the interoperability service, we should be aggressive. I think the board would endorse the notion that we should be aggressive about broadening that interoperability service and not letting one or two vendors hold it back.
Ironically, while you're saying broadening the interoperability service, which I think is appropriate, you would also look at it as narrowing the variability within the project implementations. So the more things we make in the interoperability matrix, which I think we should be doing, the more narrow the implementation choices are going to be for vendors within that matrix.
Right, absolutely should be careful with some of that, but I think in this case, it's like very clear that like we want to narrow this one.
Yeah, in fact, not only you should have Neutron, and it should be like, you shouldn't have Nova Network, you shouldn't have a networking thing that isn't either, you should have Neutron and it should work, and people should be able to depend on its API to do things. Like that's just, otherwise it's not an OpenStack cloud. I mean, we haven't defined that yet, but I mean, it's really, it's something very strange. If at this point in time, you're shipping something very, very bizarre, if that's what you're shipping. So,
So I want to give you a 5-minute warning, guys.
You know, and that's fine. Maybe that's what you want to ship. Maybe you just don't call it OpenStack at that point.
That's always an option.
Yeah, turns out you don't have to call your thing OpenStack. It's Apache licensed code. You can ship it and call it, Bunny Rabbit, and it's fine.
That might be trademark.
Okay, Bunny Rabbit's probably a bad.
So this has been helpful from my perspective on direction for DevCore. I just want to make sure that people who have been less active understand the charge that I would take away from this conversation. So if you don't mind, I'll summarize it. So the summary takeaway for the DevCore committee is that the board is interested in having Neutron capabilities reflected within the guidelines as soon as possible, which is next winter. And from that perspective, it's from that perspective, the fact that might create some some people might drop out of interoperability as a consequence over time is acceptable to the board.
From my perspective, yes, because of the stated direction.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with what you said.
Good.
I would also encourage that we work on the transition for those existing customers on Nova Network to a Neutron base, since keeping those people up with DevCore is of great interest.
That's actually one of the points Kyle and I wrote down in the list.
Well, it sounds like, it would be introduced into DevCore's advisory, and at some point you have to take consideration, of making it not advisory anymore. And hopefully, as time goes on, the technical community is already working on that problem. We haven't made amazing progress because it turns out it's actually really difficult. But hopefully we'll make really good progress between now and then. And if not, then we have the option of punting another cycle, but hopefully we'll just keep going the progress, and the progress we've made on that plan will be acceptable by the time it's a required thing.
Yeah, I think you summarized it pretty nicely. I'm disappointed because I was hoping we could have ended on the winter of Neutron comment. So I mean, yeah, that's only
clarification what they're saying. They're wrong. And I think
so really this, Alan just asked me to kind of throw up a roadmap slide, so I won't read through all of this, but this is just an example of some things that I kind of pulled out that we're working on for this cycle, the upcoming cycles, how the stadium's growing and things like that. So there's only a couple minutes left. If anyone has anything else, otherwise. Can't be a network. That was Monty's term for a simplified API. That would basically build a lot of the Neutron constructs for you underneath. You say, I just want a network. I want to get my VM on a network. There you go.
I'm sorry, I haven't reviewed that spec again for you.
But yeah. My hope was that would then allow people to pass, that we could add that capability or that expectation into the compute and do that more quickly than, but nothing's going to happen quickly.
Yeah, things don't happen quickly.
I guess what's been missing in a lot of this Nova parity where we were trying to make that happen so that users could seamlessly move over. We have something provider network, which has existed, but it's had a very funny name and funny sort of use case coming out of service provider and didn't really work. Enterprises didn't see why they should set up a provider network. So some of this is through naming. I think a simple network construct, I think Get Me a Network is a great way to make it easier. We have to make these things easier and easier for our users, but have the capabilities that we want to express that work both in a service provider and in an enterprise. And that's where Neutron networking is the only networking service I know that can span those. So we really do want to get there, but let's not, at the same time, let's make it easier for application users and the rest of the ecosystem. I think then it'll be just a done deal. We'll be able to do this transition without any issue.
And also, I can't remember if I did this at the last board meeting, but I'd like to, for people who want to see what a simple version of a Neutron, an effective and simple implementation, there's a public comp called Vexos, which doesn't have anybody here in the room, which means we're not necessarily venting out each other or anything like that, that has a very basic, you get an IP from a thing, and then if you want to start adding SDN-like capabilities optionally in your tenant, you can. And it's a very straightforward, it's one of the most straightforward ones that I've seen that's out there. And I think is an existing implementation of sort of what we're starting to try and people towards in this provider network space. So if you want to see what that looks like, there's an easy one to go look at.
Well, one comment or thought, you know, when I look at my production networks, most of the problems that I have on a day-to-day basis are all network related, and greater than 50%. It's more so that case in my OpenStack production networks. And one of the things I've noticed over the last 3.5 years, starting with Nova networking back in Diablo and Neutron today, is the gap. My physical networking team, the underlay team, the gap of capability has dramatically increased of their ability to manage Nova versus their ability to manage Neutron. Because the skill level required, it's quite a gap. There might be an opportunity for us to, from an educational perspective or a mentoring perspective, to help close that gap with the physical networking team. Just a thought, right?
Thank you, everyone.
One last question, containers and everything else that's that seems like that's something that being handled in our container side or in the Neutron side, looking at.
So that debate is actually going on right now, and it doesn't make sense to handle it on the container side because you're adding another. So there's a spec proposed.
End up back in the Neutron.
Right. There's a spec proposed in the container project Magnum to do this pluggable composable networking thing, and it doesn't make any sense.
Well, they are talking about having plugins in that sense.
Right, exactly, and that doesn't make sense. There's a lot of things that don't make sense about it. So, yeah.
I was just going to say along those lines, one of the things that we've been hearing from users that they find valuable is for emerging technologies like containers, when they can reuse the investment that they put into OpenStack already for those just like kind of painful enterprise integration bits, whether it's storage or networking or identity, when they can leverage that and then lay containers or lay platform or something like that on top of OpenStack, that's actually one of the biggest values that they see in OpenStack. So I think that can be useful in those discussions.
Definitely, and I think it's helpful too if you bring in something like containers and it kind of integrates with your VM-based work. Yep. If you're already using OpenStack as much as you can interoperate.
Or back to network.
Yeah, role-based access, and that's huge.
That would enable an awful large number of, if talk about growing the ecosystem, there's a lot of network service providers and everything else like that, which could provide, backup services and linkages across data centers, VR and everything else, if we would just be able to have RBAC on our network.
Yeah, and
have third parties offer new networking services. It's been a real gap. It's either been admin or private.
Right.
And there's no way for a third party to come in here and say, I can give this third party access to my network.
I think there's some existing work going on in Neutron around that.
Oh yeah, I think that's what I think Lou was
Okay, you're referring to that.
I think it's up there. Yeah. And that's, I expect that to land in Liberty, so we'll have that fine-grained control. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Thank you, everybody. Good conversation. Okay, so let me go back to the agenda. Yes. I updated quickly. All right. I rearranged the agenda just a little bit because we were able to get ahead of schedule, and we had Kyle in the room, so we changed the order of things a little bit. So we want to go back to an item we had during the executive session. We want to come back and propose a resolution here in public based on the presentation made by Fujitsu before we go for lunch. And so at this time, I would like to make a motion. Here's my, I'd like to make a motion that we accept Fujitsu as a gold member of the OpenStack Foundation.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to, and seconded to accept Fujitsu as a gold member of the OpenStack Foundation. All those for any discussion?
I know I said just a brief comment as they were wrapping up, but I thought their presentation was outstanding and it's very compelling to see the growth of the community, especially in Japan, with relation to OpenStack, and I think that they're doing some great things.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no discussion, I'll close the discussion and call for a vote. So close for the motion of accepting Fujitsu as a gold member of the OpenStack Foundation. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Is there any opposed or abstentions? Okay, I hear none, so the motion carried. So welcome. Alrighty, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Exciting. We're excited to have Fujitsu part of the family. So let's move on to our next topic. Part of our strategic discussions. This one is part of working with the group from discussions being and questions around some of the activities that are happening with this group, and also because they're becoming on their activities. So, Carol, are you taking this? Carol,
He's here.
I have my reading glasses. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to turn the time over to you.
Yeah, I set myself to you, so it goes on display, that's great.
Second here.
Back of RimCam.
Alan, is it correct?
Steve, are you just looking for congratulations?
Simon's not here.
Simon's, you got Simon's job.
I could delay things a little bit by running on for a while. Monkey could. I mean, Monkey's pretty good at rambling.
Hang on, I'm not sure there's ever been anything I've ever done that wasn't ramble. So I'm doing it right now. I just noises out of my mouth. And thank you. We'll say okay. Okay.
Very constructive rambling, Monkey.
Thank you.
So Carol, I'm sitting here.
You got standing phone?
Did you send me the slides or did you send me a link?
I sent you a PDF.
What was it called?
Yeah.
Project. It'd be product energy BoD update. July 2015 fund.
She can send it again.
Yeah.
On your way.
Yay. And so they used to have.
You got it?
Well, what I did was this is.
Yep. All right, so myself and Jamal are going to go ahead and be the pitch people for the product working group. There's a lot more folks behind this, the two of us, that are have done a lot to help put together content and help to actually develop the process and the methodology that we want to go ahead and share with you all today and get some feedback on. Go ahead and flip slide. A series of things that we want to go ahead and cover, including, of course, a call to action where we would like to get some help. So I wanted to start off by just level setting again on what the objectives are for the working group and the methodology that we've developed as we've been working through it here for the last just about a year now, I think, since the initial kickoffs. So the objectives are to increase the voice of the markets, operators, and users into the OpenStack design and development workflow, making sure we understand what's critical to them in the different market segments, from enterprise to telco to HPC and on, that we have that information and we have the ability to share that across all of the community and to go ahead and be able to prioritize filling those gaps so we can accelerate deployment of OpenStack. So that's objective number one. Number two is around simplifying some of the cross-project capability definition, implementation, and tracking. It's difficult, and as we continue to move into the world of Big 10, it's going to continue to be something that's a challenge. And so being able to look at ways that we can have clear views of where we stand and be able to make trade-offs, I think is going to benefit the community and all of us. And then the last thing is to be able to communicate outside as well as inside of the community of what our intentions are to build within OpenStack so that we can help folks to plan for their deployments and their upgrades and their and extending their deployments inside of their organizations over time. To achieve that, we've developed sort of three pillars of methodology. The first one is around what we call gather. So it's getting the user stories from all of the different working groups, teams, and individuals in the community so that we can actually put a framework around what are the needs, put enough detail and context in them that as they get traded or given to different parts of the community, that they can actually read them, interpret them, and have enough richness behind them that they can then architect, design, develop to implement those and close the gaps. We're doing that by partnering throughout the community to go ahead and gather the stories, to share them, to get the details around them, to prioritize them, and then to align development resources with the highest priorities so that we can actually have a predictability of implementation and then be able to track the cross-project implementation during the development cycles and then as they go across releases, because what we'll find, we expect, is that these user stories are going to be complex and it's going to take more than one release cycle to actually get them fully implemented. And so being able to cross-project, cross-releases will be an important thing for us to be able to do. Next part of the methodology is communicating it. So we're trying to be as open and transparent. That's why we wanted to come here today and be able to talk with you all and let you know what it is that we're working on, how we're coming at it, to be able to go ahead and get feedback and try and make sure that everybody has the ability to participate in it. And then the last piece is sort of a one that's, I'd say it's a newer element to the methodology, and we're still in the process of really trying to get a definition around it, but it's around recognition and helping to go ahead and provide feedback and highlight folks who are really contributing inside of the community against some of our largest needs or our largest challenges, and be able to go ahead and express our appreciation for their work that aligns with what we understand is needed in order for OpenStack adoption to accelerate in the markets. So this chart is not meant to be something that we go through in detail, but really wanted to give you a sense of the flow of activities that go on through the second half of the year that results in publishing a multi-release roadmap for OpenStack. You'll see some of the dates in the different boxes are in red, and that's to indicate ones that are upcoming milestones that we think might be at risk. So we've got a lot of work to do in order to be able to collect the user stories, consolidate them, and prioritize them, socialize it in the community, and be able to get agreement and support for them, and then bring those high priority user stories into the design summits, be able to get support in the design summits, both with developers as well as with the leadership, and then be able to move through the development cycle to being able to release those capabilities for deployment in the market. So a lot to be done here over the course of the next couple of months.
Want to take questions now or later?
Sure, I'll take them.
So I did notice, even though we weren't supposed to go through this box to box, tracker for M-Release goes online in November. Are you going to cover the tracker and what that's composed of, how that's going to work?
So I wasn't planning to go in that detail here.
Okay.
We've been prototyping some of these different pieces during the current release, during the Liberty cycle. And so one of the ones we've been using that on is for rolling upgrades with zero downtime. So we've been tracking that actually from Kilo to Liberty into M-Release and looking at the different projects that need to implement different capabilities in order for that to be fully realized. And so I can certainly share a link to that one. But it's a fairly straightforward, right now we've just been using a spreadsheet to do that.
So,
and it's been working pretty well.
So the tracker isn't necessarily like a more comprehensive system that sort of allows for creation of user stories, tracking, stack ranking, aligning into iterations, or is that what the tracker actually is?
Tracker has generally been referenced in terms of supporting the implementation phase.
Okay.
And not so much of the front end of gathering all of the user stories as well. It could be that as we get further into it, and we've gone through one full cycle of gathering user stories, that we'll find that we have a need for a tool layer. But right now, we're planning on using repo and the standard tools in the community for going ahead and tracking the user stories.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and in the backup slides, actually, we have the suggested user story template. And so in that template, you'll see that there's metadata as well, like which product working groups are supporting the user story, which releases we start working on it, how many blueprints are associated across which projects. There's some level of tracking detail as far as association of work group to user story to actual blueprints and specs that are part of that user story as well. Again, we're going to be working through standard review process, but we're basically going to be capturing that metadata to leverage for the tracker.
So my question, could you add a little color around user stories? Are they, I have a perception of what I call a user story in product management. Is that exactly what it is? Or
do you want to flip to the backup? And we can actually look at it?
More of a story? In other words, we expect users to read these user stories and relate to them, or are they going to have to understand actors and roles and all of the stuff that you see in product management user case study?
Yeah, so it is very similar to what you would standard items you would see on a user story. So it's basically the same as a what type of user I want to objective so that I can, whatever the benefit is. So that's the standard format that we will be using. And again, in the backup slide, along with the user story template, proposed user story template, there's a link at the very top that basically defines some of these these terms and how we use them in our group. So basically it takes the agile terms and maps them to our usage effectively.
Maybe just one other word about the user story is that the telco working group has been using they sometimes call it a use case, user story template. So we worked with them and built off of that and then got some more feedback from other people to go ahead and evolve it. So it's something that's been in use in the community for a bit. 3 cycles, yeah. Okay. Okay, next slide. So this slide is intended to just show the framework that we're operating in and how we're reaching out to the other work groups inside the community. So for the product work group, we've had some conversations with the user committee, and we'll continue to talk with them about how do we create more collaboration across the working groups that are housed within the user committee. And we've come to some specific agreement points on how the user committee can help the product working group to fulfill its objectives. So they'll continue to work with us and provide feedback to us on how we're gathering the feedback from the end users, the operators, and the broader community, and help to coach us on how do we do it in a way that's going to yield the best information in a way that works really collaboratively with the other groups and allows information both to flow and to help us make sure that, as we're prioritizing user stories, and the we in that sentence is really the product work group and the broader community, that those are really the ones that, also reflects what they hear or what they're experiencing in their own companies or their own deployments as well. So bring that firsthand information into it. And if things don't seem like they're really checking off against their experiences, then we go off and we do some more homework. We make sure that we really do understand what the needs are and what the priorities are so that we're focused on the things that are most meaningful for the people who are going to deploy OpenStack clouds. And that the intention is for the product work group to really be that aggregation point for the user stories to flow from these other work groups, where whether it's the telco work group or the HPC work group or the enterprise work group, our belief is that those groups are closest to the needs of those market segments. And so they can help to bring their expertise into the overall discussion instead of believing that that product work group has the expertise. So the collaboration is really going to be key to success here. And in a way, you can sort of view the product working group as being an orchestration layer across all of this. Our goal is to go ahead and facilitate conversation information flow, to bring it together and consolidate it into unique pieces that then can be prioritized and can actually be implemented and designed around.
So how do you see that translating into tie breaking? Oh, sorry. So how does that translate into tie breaking? I mean, I see orchestration, right? And I think that's critical because you're going to have a view across projects and provide some help with that. How, the inevitable thing that I see happening is that a project's needs and versus other projects' needs are going to cause us to have some tie breaking. Do you see the product working group as weighing in on tie breaking, or how do you see that happening?
So that's a really good question. And I think that the decisive factor at the end of the day will be the commitment of development resources against those priorities. And that will really be what will drive the tie breaks more so. Because if people are inside the community, we're saying that these are important, yet we're not willing to go ahead and commit resources to them, then that speaks volumes.
So there's this I think is an interesting challenge with open projects, right? So part of the tie breaking comes back to who shows up with the more people to tug of war problem in a sense. Okay, but at least you can illustrate the cost and have the discussion. All right, so the tug of war is happening either way, right? That's the reality of the project. So what you're doing is you're basically providing some backdrop for that tug of war to say, you know what, before you put those 10 developers on this priority, there's some other priorities that maybe we should put first. And this gives us actually the ammunition to have that conversation. All right, that's a very good way to see it.
Are we
Thank you.
scoping out the size and effort? And are you including that as part of the user story?
Yeah, well, so it's the follow-on process. So after the user story comes together, then you go ahead and do a gaps analysis to understand exactly what needs to be implemented in order to realize the user story. And that'll go ahead and yield sort of the size and scope of the resources required to implement it.
And the other thing, from a tiebreaker perspective, Rob, is we're also planning hopefully to, once we prioritize the list, and if there's something that's, that we can't figure out because
The overall design here is that you party to here or the user committee, where not what you're doing is you're doing it within so that they're able to do. We just already, but that makes
It could result in a small incremental cost, and maybe it's a little incremental claim on capability inside of OpenStack. So take.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and so far, the user committee and the cross-project team are two teams that have come up as being a part of this feedback process.
You're following along, we just lost one of the big laptop crash.
Okay. You skipped one. So, build teaming with the project technical leads, and we asked them, where are they going in the next couple of releases, as well as we asked them the feedback on the role of the work group itself. So knowing our charter, explaining kind of what we do, and just kind of identifying, what are their thoughts on the value, if any, that the project work group provides. And the feedback was fairly positive. So during that process, key things that we took away as seeing valuable for the project team themselves. So one was obviously gathered feedback. So having a group that can aggregate user stories and get the voice of the customer or the user into the community from a development perspective was greatly appreciated. Likewise, identifying priorities was also something that was interesting because the project teams will get a lot of requirements from a lot of different sources, and at times they won't necessarily have the cycles to send in. Prioritize the list was beneficial, and of course that's something that we'll review again as we talked about the transparency of the link itself. But having a prioritized list versus just a list was something of value as well. I think the biggest two things though were, as Carol mentioned, the advocate for developer support. Product managers at different companies, have some influence over resources, even code reviewers, and getting the product managers to be able to work in tandem with development teams to get more code reviewers on projects to move, user stories through, so on and so forth, was seen as beneficial as well. And then the one that came up the most frequently was the need for cross-project coordination and being able to tackle things that require coordination between different projects, potentially coordinating activities across multiple releases at times. So all in all, that was the feedback that we got from the groups as we engaged them the first time around. Next slide, please. And obviously, for this to be successful, it has to be a community effort. And from that perspective, one of the charges that we set, one of the goals that we set for ourselves was to have at least 80% of the code base represented as product team members. And we're glad to say that we have crossed that threshold recently. And on this slide, you can see a list of participating community members. And actually, just to speak to the diversity and involvement in this room here, we have 5 active product team members, all from different companies. So a very diverse, very active set of members. And likewise, we did growth as well. When we did 4 breakout sessions, we had a total of 71 new participants sign up and join the conversations. So we're hoping that we can continue to engage this large base of participants that we have, and then hopefully by representing companies that represent a good significant portion of the code base, we can actively have these tiebreaker type conversations as needed. And then if we go to the next slide, we get. Sorry,
I was thinking lines of code.
Yeah, no, sorry. Good catch. Yeah, no, good catch. And then finally, we move into the communicate objective. And so here, this is really for the consumers of OpenStack. And what we wanted to do here was we wanted to provide a view to someone who might not be actually, within the community themselves, but rather a consumer of our output. And from that perspective, we wanted to build a multi-release roadmap so companies can get visibility into where projects are heading. And through this, roadmap came up as, is that a word we want to use or not use because it has some dependencies. And I think, we think that roadmap is the right word, disclaimers associated with it. But for the most part, the goal here is to let users know where projects are heading from a strategic direction perspective over the next couple of releases to align with organizationally what do they need from a business perspective from OpenStack. So they can basically start determining which releases do I go to, when should I plan upgrades, so on and so forth. So really this is more of a operating roadmap. And for this work group, we've actually did the first aggregation of the roadmaps in Vancouver. And we also have started discussions with the OpenStack Foundation to see how we can, longer term, update the software/roadmap page on OpenStack.org to reflect the data that we're collecting as well.
Question, when does roadmap correlate with DevCore?
Never.
It doesn't right now
because the promise of the future with the reality of the
one is future, one is lagging more or less. So.
But you're almost serving an advisory function with companies in terms of planning their implementations. And one of the questions I see coming out more is, where do I have a sense of quality now related to what has been built? And I think we're going to have to start tying in some of those conversations.
I would respond that I don't think so. I think that there's planning that goes into the working group type discussions in these future roadmaps. But even assuming that this is completely as successful as we would like, there will be ways in which the implementation or the community or various things veer off that we didn't expect. That's where, and that so will require ongoing work and adjustment. On the other hand, DevCore should never be affected by sort of things that we didn't expect because of its lagging. Oh, we have now observed that this particular set of functionality is widely deployed, widely distributed, widely relied upon. Let's make sure that it is standardized and tested.
There are some conversations that are occurring now where DevCore is now being tied to conversations about SLAs out in the user community, and so I think we just need to be aware of that.
I don't think that's a problem, and I don't. The product working group is intentionally forward-looking. DevCore should be dead solid. I have no problem with people saying it should be SLA-able.
But when will they start to connect these away?
Well, but I think so there's the I think to try into the same thing Brandon was saying, like
the product working group can do everything it wants to and be awesome and chart out some things that we need to get done, and we can actually do them, which would be like, oh my God, what happened? And then it gets out there, right? And then we're like, oh God, that actually sucked, right? Like that's a possibility, like that things happen of that nature. And so it's not until it gets out of there and then is actually used and as a feature that people like and appreciate that it finds its way into DevCore. So like, I don't think there can ever be a plan from the product working group perspective as to a thing getting into DevCore, because there's an ultimate, it has to hit the end consumers first before it can be considered
The end
by DevCore.
consumers have to accept it.
And have to accept it,
first,
have to
accept
actually
it
like
and
it.
use it.
Yeah, because, which is actually sort of a nice thing in terms of like, your more agile processes thing, but actually it's got this thing where it's built in, it's got actual customer feedback loop built in before it goes into the thing that we've built. So we've basically all of these features, for lack of a better word, have like a beta cycle in them. Like they're going to go out, and then ultimately either people will use them and will accept them or they won't.
I don't think Steve's disagreeing with that. I actually like Steve's point.
Then I might just be missing Steve's point.
So we're saying these two are so-disconnected, then the product work group is heading off in a different direction than what we're ultimately going to end up with.
I don't think they're disconnected. They're not
filter.
disconnected. They're very connected.
There's a funnel and filter that we're going to go through from point A to point B.
Yes, there's a couple of points here. So one is, they're both part of a greater workflow, which is one is introducing new user stories and new, reducing barriers to adoption, if you will, from a user's perspective. That gets implemented, and then adoption of that feature or function is the gate to actually getting into a DevCore guideline in the future. Without adoption, it's not going to make it there. But then the other point is actually recently when we were starting to collect user stories the first time around, so we got some suggestions to collect from DevCore because there was some image and there were some email exchanges that some of you had regarding images. And so, that was an action item of, can we take that conversation and make a user story out of it to feed back into the process of fixing it?
Yeah. There's definitely, DevCore might feel lagging because it takes time, but there's without a doubt the product development direction that is impacts DevCore's ability to execute glances. There's another point of mine that's interesting, and I think is indicative of how we often think about OpenStack. This needs to maybe be addressed with Big Tent showing up, which is a lot of projects are really dependent on DevCore as a stable base, but would never necessarily be part of DevCore. They're more ecosystem-ish. And so I think that within the product working group, you have a very wide scope, and you're going to see projects that are not likely to end up in the DevCore guideline because their ecosystem or they're just too much of a niche capability. However, they are very dependent on the success of the DevCore capability or features that need to get into the DevCore list. And hopefully your view as a cross-project component will say, all right, and networking, I think, I'm going to try and tie this all together in a bow. Networking would be a really good example. So if you come back and say we've got this laundry list of features that all require networking, and the fact that we don't have a networking standard in our interoperability makes us at risk on this big batch of things. The features themselves might never be in DevCore, but the reliability, the need they have for a common interoperability is very high for their success. So that's.
Yeah.
But I do find as a board we need, and I think as a community more generally, need to start making an adjustment to say some of the Big Tent, significant amount of the Big Tent probably, are going to be more ecosystem type projects that are never really core projects that are part of our community. But
yeah, and I think that's actually one of the things that we're still going to have to keep looping back around on in terms of communication around Big Tent, is that Big Tent is about who, it's not about what. It's not a designation of a set of software. It's a designation of a set of people. And that's a completely different thing. And it's shifted people's, like, I'm in OpenStack now. Well, you've been in OpenStack. You've been coming to the last, eight summits. You're here. You've been one of us for a while. There's nothing new about. But that's a fine shift. It's going to take a while. But I also think with the DevCore things, we're finally getting to the point where we're starting to be able to have conversations that aren't about something that happened in the past, and we're actually catching up and we're talking about the present now, which is really great, and I think those are some really good examples.
But one quick thing to point out though is that sometimes we create confusion, right? And I think what
all the time.
All the time. But what Rob is saying is really important, that people come in under the big tent. They're now part of OpenStack.
Yeah.
Maybe inappropriately, some of their staff then go and take liberties as to how they communicate what it is they're doing, and the role and the importance, and that gets out of our control and out of hand. And so being very, very clear on what is the core OpenStack project that you're depending upon, and the big inclusiveness is the utmost.
Couldn't agree more.
So the other piece that I think this aligns well with from a future forward-facing perspective is, there's been discussions about aligning releases to themes as well. So one of the things that we're taking into account as well is we build a roadmap. There will be categories. It's not just about new functionality. It's about enhancing scalability, resiliency, and availability, et cetera. And so from that perspective, we're going to be aligning with the OpenStack Foundation because they will be defining themes as well. So we want to make sure that the themes that we're using in the product work group align with the themes that the OpenStack Foundation is going to be choosing for the themes that they designate as well. So there's alignments there as well. Hopefully, we can also use this as, as we get new user stories, we can hopefully also start driving focus on, okay, we need to focus on scalability on a certain project or certain release, et cetera. Prioritize user stories that align with that ability.
So how do themes or user stories, one versus another, end up getting stack ranked and prioritized? What does that actually look like?
So from an agile perspective, you think about it, so there's a user story, which is as a user I want this. Above that, in agile, you have larger user stories which are called epics. And so in our interpretation, an epic would be a theme in this example. So an epic, for example, could be I want a highly available control plane for my cloud. And then the user stories would be how I actually manifest that from as a user, as an administrator, I need function X to be able to deliver this. The user stories would tie into epics. Epics would translate into themes in our.
Understood, but you're always going to, at your state, you're going to have, excess, probably in the extreme of potential user stories to what you can in fact actually do, and certainly within a particular development time slice, 6-month slice. What is the actual voting process and arbitration of what's 1 versus 5 versus 10? What is this? How do you go about ranking one story or one epic versus another? How is that going to work?
So this is actually an open item. I don't know if you want to chime in here as well, but right now we're actually piloting our first workflow. So we're selecting only a handful, maybe 5 user stories. So that's a non-issue right now. But in the future, you're absolutely right, it will be an issue. So it's something that we do have to address.
Yeah, and so we have a series of different thoughts, and we're right now just in the process of starting to bring up the framework around it. So there's repo, so we can actually post all the user stories so that people can comment on them and provide feedback. And then ultimately, we need to put together a voting strategy around that. And the questions are, who votes? How many votes do they each get? Are really the big questions. And some of that is, I think, driven by what are the capabilities of the system that we have? And then who are the folks who are best able to inform us about what the priorities are that would enable us to be able to accelerate deployments of OpenStack.
I have a somewhat meta follow-up. I apologize for the meta-ness of the question here, or the section. I'd love to, if we could figure out who a good contact is on the product working group side, to have some conversations with the infra team, because we've got some new tools coming out, and I believe would like to get some user stories from you, so that we know how we can support you in collecting and managing the user stories. So it's.
I think Rocky's probably.
Rocky?
Yeah.
Excellent, Rocky. I know how to find you. Consider yourself tapped.
We'll also we'll have a pretty large presence at the operator mid-cycle.
Cool.
But I do want to point out that one of the aspects of the themes and one of the key functions of the product work group is we're collecting all these stories from a lot of different verticals and some horizontals, and we're trying to figure out what things keep bubbling to the top. In other words, which thing, if we focused on it, would help the most people if we got it done. And so converting verticals to horizontals, and some other groups talk about diagonals.
Awesome.
Yeah, one of the key things here is so we have the consistent message to all of the projects. So we don't, try to splinter the work to be done. That for one thing, we have a couple of the project for another one because people just try to do what they're doing currently, and that would cause not causes a problem, but it causes that we don't have the full functionality across all of the projects presented together, and nor we can have a consistent message to the users when the feature is ready.
So that makes perfect sense, because I can imagine a scenario in which you would have competing constituencies or different, perhaps the telco working group, and versus those with more of like I want to use OpenStack as a replacement for classic enterprise virtualization. They might over time end up having slightly different interests instead of user stories. But your intent is to have a single sort of communicated set of priorities. So probably makes sense that those other constituencies vector into product working group. And how's that working out?
So that was a slide that Carol had earlier with user fee. But so far we have representation from enterprise, obviously, and telco as well. So we have at least have 2 working groups that we're engaged in pretty frequently right now.
And I'm engaging with the large deployment groups. So from an operator side of thing, I'm doing more of an operator type of thing with logs, large deployments, and actually getting those folks to also provide user stories for how they need to get their work done.
And there's 2 important elements here. Is one, being an aggregation point, so all user stories can be located in a centralized place, so it's easier to access and know where they're available. And then B, I think normalization is another big part. Using a template, hopefully we'll get the same amount of data within enough detail, or at least close enough detail to where we're getting enough data to take action on. So hopefully normalizing the input a little bit will make it easier to prioritize and consume that data later as well.
You might have addressed it earlier, but how do you plan on influencing some of those projects where the developers vote with the committers vote with their feet in terms of what they pull down and what they don't select to work on? But if they don't select something that's important because another project has picked it up, therefore you miss the end-to-end, how do you plan to work with the PTL and the committers on that?
So we have a sort of a couple of approaches to solve that problem. So one is the cross-project tracker will help us to have awareness of where we have gaps and we're not implementing the capability where we thought we were going to. So we can see that we have holes from the end-to-end point of view. So visibility is the first step so we can actually take an action. Then the next part is around being able to take all this information and both reviewing it in cross-project team meeting, as well as working with the PTLs to be able to go ahead and have that dialogue of something's off here and we need to go ahead and figure out how to solve it. And then we have the ability to have a conversation at the project team meeting and say, we're falling below or behind here, what can we do to go ahead and catch up? And then I think the third piece is one of the strategies behind the product work group has been the fact that sort of the 80-20 rule prevails inside of OpenStack in that 20% of the companies provide about 80% of the developers inside the community. And so we've been working to get that 20% of the companies represented inside the product work group so that we can do the matching up of the user story with the resources so that we can actually predict what we might want to do. And so when we can see that we had something matched up as we went into the design or started a development cycle, and then it starts to fall apart as we get into it, we know, we can reach out to people to have the dialogue of what's going on. Is there a place where we can go ahead and add resources or make some trade-offs in order to go ahead and keep the project basically on track? And, which are the things that we do, I think, inside of probably the projects for our own businesses anyhow. right? There's always trade-offs and there's changes that we have to be able to react to. And so we're trying to be able to make sure that we have a good plan going in, and then we have visibility of when we need to talk about how to change the plan to keep it on track as we go through the development cycle.
There are also other ways to hopefully influence the community. We know that a number of the projects are sorely understaffed on reviewers, but there are methods that we can employ. We can ask for and maybe even do other incentivizing to get perhaps a day of focused spec review or code review along those lines, and help out along those lines so that the folks writing the code are right there and available to answer questions so that the process moves along more quickly. And we have all sorts of wonderful ideas, and we just keep working the angles until we find something that works, hopefully.
I think also, I'm excited about some elements of this, some of them being, some of the people who come into the community right now are really good at describing why they want a thing. And those people tend to not have nearly as hard of a time getting their stuff past reviewers. And other people don't do as good a job of that. But by the nature of what this process and project is, these things should be coming in with fleshed out descriptions, not just of here are these 4 features I want, but here's what we're trying to accomplish and here's why. And I think I'm optimistic that will to help spur these things. And actually, I mean, we spent so much time, and we still spend a decent amount of time being excited about how many developers we have and how the community grows in that way. I think a lot of times we forget that the Mythical Man Month still applies to us, and actually being clearer about what we need to accomplish, and possibly even with less people rather than more people, but more focused people, you know, might be able to get things more accomplished rather than just always feeling like we need to go out and get hundreds and hundreds of more developers to pile on to, you know, like if we showed up with 200 developers for Glance tomorrow, I don't really think it would solve much. I think there would be 200 people going, I don't know. So, you know.
Thank you for that, because that's a great segue to the next slide, actually.
Wait,
Before I have you go on, Sean Roberts wanted to make a comment, and so I assume you would want him to be able to speak, so I didn't use him.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. You guys actually covered what I was going to say, so no problem.
All right, thanks, Sean.
Hi, Sean.
The ghost of Sean.
So this kind of hits a little bit on the topic that we were just talking about. Is, you know, it's not always, you know, getting like 200 more developers. It's about sometimes being able to, you know, reward the type of behavior and contribution that you want to kind of drive towards your future state, if you will. So this is, first of all, a very draft version, and this is a proposal of development that really we recently introduced as a concept into the product working group. So we'd be happy to kind of flesh this out with anyone that wants to participate. We're probably going to draft a proposal and take it to the TC eventually. But the concept here is how do we, you know, how do we incentivize contributions that solve problems that prevent future technical debt in areas that are diverse and broad. So basically, how do we get you know, people to implement these user stories that are prioritized for release? How do we you know, reduce like lines of code without impairing functionality in the code base, etc. And so some ideas are, you know, maybe giving recognition through, you know, separate methods like a Hall of Fame page on OpenStack or profile coverage on Superuser, or something that kind of rewards these, you know, selfless contributions that are for the betterment of the entire community. And so again, this is very draft, but we're thinking there has to be some sort of reward phase associated with you know, getting the behavior that we want to get.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if we go to the next slide.
Sure. So first off, I'm really looking for your support of the work group and the collaboration model. both within the community. So if you are active in other working groups or have folks who are active in other working groups, that you help to go ahead and make them aware of the product working group and the role looking to play in the community and how we can work together. And then also inside of your companies, making sure that your product managers are part of our organization, helping to feed one way or another their user stories and requirements in, so we have that type of roadmap and comprehensive set of requirements, so we can look across them and make sure that we're making as much impact as we can in the development plans and priorities that we're providing over to the development community. Then the next one is, we're really interested in your thoughts on the recognition program and how we can use that as a way to both motivate and truly recognize in a way that's valued and meaningful to the people in the community the contributions they make that makes OpenStack better for all of us. To make that something that's really viable and effective. And then we'd like the opportunity to come back and continue to provide updates as we move through and address some of the key parts of the process that came up today, like how are we going to actually run the voting and how does that work and what does the priorities look like as we come out and how's the dialogue going with the cross-project teams and are we able to work through some of the tie-breaking challenges that we know are ahead of us. And we're going to need your help and ideas on how to deal with them, as well as your support in being able to go ahead and put solutions in place. I think that's it.
So one thing I'd like to see actually, the follow-on this call to action is, I'm not quite sure, I haven't quite thought this through yet, but I think this is a good topic for our joint meeting with the TC in Tokyo. To make sure, because I really want to make sure we've got alignment with the project teams, right, and they're on board with this process.
So that would be, so would appreciate that opportunity to have that conversation there, because I agree with you that they're being on board and being a real collaborator in the process is the only way it's going to work.
I totally agree. That's why I'm thinking it'd be a good opportunity.
Okay.
And the timing is good too, because by then we'd hopefully gone through our first workflow, so we know what worked, what didn't work, so we will share lessons learned as part of the process as well.
And in your model, I mean, you referred to Agile a number of times, but we're on the semi-annual release. It's not quite Agile, but do you look at each one of the code drops prior to release as a, if I'm to extend the metaphor, is that a sprint?
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out.
All right.
Originally we're going to tie to like the 6 months, but that might not be the right boundary anymore. So now we're trying to figure out, just twice a year at various points. So it'll be twice a year. We just don't know when exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a really fascinating. I'm expecting that work will continue to happen over the next couple of years to imagine how the metaphors line up and stuff like that, because there's some really interesting and useful metaphors. But like the question is, is a milestone in OpenStack land, is that like a sprint? But it's not like a sprint because most of those developers aren't actually participating in an agile process. So like that, but many of them are in companies that do that.
They are. Exactly.
And there's a fascinating intersection of terminology that we can all geek out on for several years, and I look forward to it.
Like what we didn't even touch on is the notion of usage scenarios, and could those be automated tests in the future?
Yeah.
And there are all sorts of where we talk about user stories and generating specs and blueprints. We could easily classify a set of blueprints as a sprint, and it would depend upon the team putting it together and whatnot. So the terminology can be applied anywhere. Yes, OpenStack isn't agile, but OpenStack is agile. It's a mishmash of what works in a widely distributed, worldwide distributed development community.
It's little a agile.
But one of the risks we might have is that we won't be able to actually do the end-to-end test, the flow of the end-to-end test, except for 6 months, because we may be out of sequence from project to project, and when code will drop.
End to end, yes, but as an agile, every single blueprint that makes it into code and gets released adds that one more feature that can be added to a test. So maybe we won't have the full feature end to end. We'll still be able to demonstrate that you can now do more than you used to be able to do.
Think of it as, for instance, PSIs if we're going to agile terms, right?
Oh gosh, let's
Yeah,
not go
exactly.
too much.
We're done.
Like, we've
Thank
already
you.
we've already far exceeded my knowledge of any of these agile terms. So like you know, PSI is pounds per square inch as far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you. Is that everything?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much for the report. I would like to propose that we take a 15-minute break. We're actually, Steve is an awesome timekeeper. We're ahead of schedule.
Tired, never happen again.
The Texas straight coffee.
I use it carefully. Don't be picky on Simon enough. All right, so I'd like to propose, we've got one more topic. And Randy, yeah, we got Randy on the phone. So we've got one more topic to go, but like, since we're ahead of schedule, I'd like to propose that we take a 15-minute break.
Yes.
Everything is-
Yeah.
It's your requirement that Randy's on the board.
What do we say? Coming back at what time?
Yeah, I know.
So it's bottom of the hour.
Generating all this stuff, they could easily pass
Break.
into useful software for appointment. And so we need to actually feed that back out the other way too.
I keep getting email from some guy at Morantis during the meeting.
And they are
Or I keep getting email from some guy at Morantis during the meeting for seminars.
You give him a card.
He's getting bored.
I need a card so I can put in your minutes. That was not sent by email.
Yeah, I figured.
So you see,
I don't have a card because of my other girls.
That's it. You're not here then.
Write down your name. I had a client yesterday, so I didn't know if I was gonna be here, so I said, oh, I make it, I'll surprise them.
Yeah, that's great. That's okay. So you're working on that?
I'll be there at the happy hour.
Okay.
We have 6 people.
Yeah, that's great.
Hi, you're Rocky? I heard you. Okay, I knew these two. And then when you started talking, I said, oh, okay. I'm Jay.
Jay, okay.
Cloud.
Okay, now I have.
Okay.
It's a weird world.
I know. Oh, I wish there was like a master list somewhere so we could actually figure that out.
Well, you can in some ways. Some of the clients let you actually get the real names,
Really?
but not all of them. And so I sometimes get stuck behind the wrong clients because of appropriate name for that. Like, you can't.
Well, the biggest thing for me was when I figured out how to turn all of the enterings and leavings and noise to very light gray.
Yeah, that's nice.
So that it doesn't show up in the other kinds of events.
Interesting. So the MIRC logic.
Yeah. I mean, it's like $10.
It was worth trying to get the figured in our proxies was the big issue.
I was using a closet for a while, and I didn't think it's working, but.
Different
I need to find a good IRC.
Have you tried IRC Cloud yet?
No.
It's actually web based, but it's actually good and it's an always on connection. So you pay like $5 a month or something like that. So you get like an always on to like all the rest of us have like servers set up for bounties and whatnot. We're all like I'm never not on IRC. Always mentioning IRC. Eventually next time I get to my computer. So there's a bunch of people who have started using IRC Cloud. Yeah, and it's it's sort of like if you ever use Chat's web interface. It's similar to that. You got your list of things, and it's not as good as like it's not as good as my text-based client on my SSH connection, but it's got Android apps and iPhone apps and stuff.
Well, so if you do IRC, they've also got a phone app that'll hit it as well.
Oh, interesting.
In fact, they were struggling with that yesterday when I thought maybe I'll be able to join the.
Yeah, so it does tie in.
So one of the questions is how would I arrange data? One of the things we could do is having other people
It's very intentional.
Hey.
This is part of the truth. And it's not an organization. And a Fortune 500 company, sure. That's true.
I've got a
And we're all like, okay, he's like taking initiative, and we can see all this. And then he's like, where's the
month later, still standing.
Where's the, no, he's like,
I don't know.
rock retaining boulders, like really. And it's like 20 rocks.
It's great out.
It was really funny to see that. They were like, what was that? I'm like, wow, that just.
I'm sold. That's no.
It's I know.
A little bit, yeah.
Yes, he is. That was contemplating you're trying to be double.
Look you up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it was, I was, and so the thing's gold. I used to share it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, yeah. You have to have a certain group of that.
That sounds like me.
About what?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Oh, I'm like, awesome. Right. Because I delegated the Boris. Boris is like, he does 50 hours of smart.
So he probably has no beard. He has a lot of
I have awesome relationships. I have a lot of things. Awesome relationships. Because you know, getting him to do stuff.
But yeah, so when you look at the quadrants, so
Good luck with your fire.
That's when it gets really interesting.
We've seen each other at all these other events or models.
That's what it was, and I love it. And so we can fix it.
Role might say,
Yeah, we did. Yes, how's it going, man? Don't worry, there's nothing.
I know. Not even beer.
Sure. Although if you know, do over your
We actually printed out there's a joke. It's a serious constant exposure. You really start to see, oh, like this is people that are very big at getting things done. They seem to have people who are really good at putting together big pictures. They seem to have
pretty good. So I'm
that is actually really that's one of the sort of big debates around
and also with respect to what other things.
They say that
nobody we were very heavily engaged actually when we did the concept. A lot of time talking on a daily basis, and then kind of went to Hong Kong, presentation, and after that kind of things stabilized, and even the development side plays a lot of that's kind of the sales guys do all sorts of but questions asking what they're doing, how we can help. So I can't let you know.
So what the gal
we are able to start out with more activities beyond and they were actually seeing to invite or information how you think what you think what you like to see your relationship
my role changed.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You let me know to the right. You can try and but you're never excellent. That name sounds familiar. No, actually, he was there who started, but we interacted with once, and then we interacted with the people who actually did all the work. Yeah, right. Yeah, and then he disappeared very quickly. Yeah, and then we kind
We all know each other.
Go back.
Yeah, I worked with people come primarily these guys, Russia, a lot of so we started that collaboration.
All right, can we have everybody gather back?
All the way through transition. Well, the old models are breaking. Yes, model is everybody's trying to figure out. No, I transition to that. So, I'm part of the ESG, because your trailer is you just very much. To get here. So he's in charge of the solution as well as kind yes, that's part of the that is right next to your trade. I talked to those guys that are doing this. So that is part of the same ESG organization. So there are sort of that's finally figure out that we need this.
Does that have an operating
general manager solutions?
Yes, right.
Well, there is some, those basically custom made for specific customers. But once they're custom made
We used to work a lot with.
All right, let's get started.
We do the crowbar.
Oh, okay.
All right. So we have one more agenda item.
Howlett, you lost control for 6 minutes. Sorry. Low hanging fruit, I had to take it.
It's neat.
Okay, so I'll turn the time over to Randy to discuss topics that you brought up. I don't remember when we talked about this. But I'll let you introduce the topic about opportunities for existing open source projects and OpenStack.
Yeah, I think it's really simple. Brought this up at the last summit, and probably talked about it, individuals even before that. But basically, the idea is that we'd all like to see Big Tent be successful. And part of Big Tent being successful, I think, in my book, is that we allow for competitive projects. And, now there's a lot more structure that allows us to be possible, just for the product working group, so on. And I think, from a long conversation I had with Jonathan at the last summit, basically what I'm hearing is that there's not really an inherent barrier to doing that. Not as far as the foundation is concerned, or I think the board members, but I think there is one gap, which is that the perception of whether it's possible out there is really that it's not. So people don't try to bring anything to the table for the technical committee to vet for the technical committee to get them feedback on how they would, bring it in or implement it as a project. If it's competitive or doesn't look like something that's come before, or it's not written in Python and so on. And so I was hoping that we could, have a discussion about, what it would look like for the board or the foundation to make a more formal statement, whether that's a solicitation for competitive projects or whether it's finding, one or two that make sense and invite them in, or whether it's some other way for the board to kind of more formally make it clear that that's an open door rather than a closed door. And I just think right now, we don't see any of that because we're not signaling in the right way.
Randy,
I was hoping to just have that discussion.
I had a question for you. This is Monty. That was the stupidest thing I ever said. I'm sure you knew it was me. It sounded like, do you have could you give me an example? It sounded like, because you mentioned sort of maybe inviting something in, and I think my brain would be able to wrap around the topic with like an example case of like, what's a project we might invite in that would be competitive? Do you have a good example of that in your brain?
Well, I have a few. I struggle for which ones to suggest. Let me start with something that's close to home that may not be popular, but it's got the clean pieces around it. So there's a project called Project Copperhead, and that has software-defined storage controller. It's basically closed in the Cinder, but it also has the same functionality and more that Cinder has. That might be something that I could invite in. I don't think that's the best example in my opinion, but he might like, because I don't think there's a lot of stuff that's inherently flawed about Cinder. It might have some feature gaps, but I don't think nobody's banging down the walls complaining about Cinder, so I don't think that's the best example of the project that it might be good to have competition around. Longer might be a better example there, but I'm unaware of anybody who wants to bring in a competing project just longer.
What about something like Ceph? I'm not saying same as proposed, but I'm using it as an example for discussion.
Bringing Ceph in to compete with like Swift would be a great example.
To be fair, I've floated the idea of bringing Ceph into the infra ecosystem for a while, and I don't think that the Ceph people, last time I checked, were interested in changing enough. Yeah, no, but I'm saying like yeah, that's my way of saying like yeah, as a point of as an example. Yeah.
It's better to talk about flying the flag that we will love competitive projects more than it is about having a conversation about a specific project.
So yeah, I think that's a great. So I've got a couple quick responses just immediately in my brain, because I think there's a couple different sides to this. One, amusingly enough, we actually have a patch up to accept a competing project for Manaska, even though Manaska has only just recently been big tinted in itself. So that it at least is happening a little bit, and so there's some precedent. So I agree with you. It's not. This is about perception and not about actuality. I can't remember the name of the competing project, but it doesn't really matter for this. I think that one of the things that I want to be careful about in doing this and how we position this is getting, so the Nova Network Neutron situation at the moment is, I think it's a great example of what we don't want to have a lot of, right? We don't want to get to the point where DEFCOR is in a position of having competing network stacks that we want to put the OpenStack brand on, right? Like but having something play out in the techno ecosystem that's has the potential to be, that it could be positive, right? So figuring out how we can open the door to competition, but not open the door to more instances of Nova Network Neutron, right? You know what I'm saying?
That's correct. That's absolutely right. So I think that a key criteria is that something coming to be competitive by definition is competing against something that's already there. And whatever's already there is already set a standard, and I think it should be seen as the de facto standard. So whatever it comes in, we can have to conform to that set of APIs and functionality set against that core. It shouldn't be something that's competitive in a way where it's doing things completely, in a completely different way, completely different API that basically puts a larger drag on the community. A good example would be really valuable, and it's slightly orthogonal to this, but I see that we want to have a version of OpenStack that has Neutron as a bold component. A lot of the network function virtualization stuff in carriers, they have their SDN play of choice, whether it's Big Switch or Contrail or whatever, and we like to allow them to have that pluggable. Maybe some of those could be environment. Maybe Open Daylight wants to come into the fold, although maybe not they have their own foundation, but just as a what could be possible kind of example.
This is Jonathan Randy. So yeah, we actually have had a few projects that have been reaching out. Most of them are still in kind of the investigation stage, and are trying to sort of understand what it means, what the benefits are, how it would work before they make a public application. But at least 2 of them are kind of fit into that last bucket that you're talking about, Randy, where they're networking implementations that would fit into into kind of the Neutron world, but give people open source. I guess there are actually 3 now that I think about it. Open source controllers, choices between open source controllers that could potentially be underneath OpenStack and the Big Tent. I think that the common question that we've gotten from I think there are probably 5 projects now total that have talked to us about this, and they're interested in being part of the OpenStack community. Most of them are all projects that have kind of one primary corporate backer. They want to change that for sure, but they they have to also sell it internally to their company. And so I think one of the things that we didn't necessarily have in terms of material ready to go is they're kind of like, so how do we sell this to our leadership or our board about why we're going to take this project and move it to OpenStack, and what does the Big Tent get us? And I think it was interesting to me that was kind of the sort of the common question from a lot of them. I think they see the potential to expand the contribution, to get a positive association with OpenStack, but maybe more than that, to convince their companies on it. But that's.
I think it's going to be a whole process, Jonathan, right? We've got how we coach them, then we've got their integration into things like the product working group and DevCore and all that. And we've got the TC is probably going to have a whole set of things that they want to see people work. They would consider a project that needed integration. I mean, there's like a lot of projects aren't running, Carrot and Git, and they're all on completely other systems, so they have to move over. So we need a whole process by which we would get somebody in.
Yeah. So from the technical side, getting projects into Garrett and our systems, we've actually got that pretty well documented, and if we come up with some other stuff, having pointers to that, I mean, it's a pretty streamlined process that has its own set of reviewers who manage that sort of thing. A thing that we probably should be really clear about as we talk to these people is that the Big Tent is an inclusivity play, and we've pretty much said, hey, come join our party, we love you. There's a few things that are non-negotiable tent poles, and those are that you do things the way we do them. So you do have to come into Garrett.
Right.
You do have to use, even though we hate Launchpad at this point, you have to use it right now. You have to you have to put yourself under the TC's governance. Other than that, like there's very few things where I actually ask for people. But all those, so I would love to actually make people more aware that is the case. Like I don't see any problem with that.
So just, I guess for clarity, our certainly license would play a role. Some of the things that were mentioned, stuff, LGPL 2.1, I think Copperhead was mentioned, that's Mozilla public source license. Coming into the Big Tent would mean Apache 2.0 and our contributor license model until if we get to a decent.
Whatever our actual contribution model is.
And then also notably not Python as well.
No,
and so
Python is not a requirement in any way, shape, or form. Never has been.
Actually, it hasn't been a terse requirement, but there's been certainly it hasn't been.
Yeah, this is to say that people like not Python, but it's actually never been a stated requirement, and we actually have a large amount of Bash, and I mean legitimate stuff written in Bash, not like some Bash scripts, and a large amount of JavaScript. So we're actually we are a legitimate 3-language project, and also now that we've pulled in the Chef and the Puppet modules, we actually have a decent amount of Ruby. And we have the things. Now, for each of those languages that somebody might want to bring in something on, there is a non-zero amount of work to be done that just won't have been done yet. It's not that anybody's opposed to it. There hasn't been a reason to support those, usually with things like local artifact mirrors, build systems and whatnot. But there is actually absolutely no requirement that somebody do something in Python. Another thing that just happened in the TC meeting today that's worth
bringing up in this, it's actually very relevant to this conversation, is I think you're all aware that we've had this thing called StackForge. And the original suggestion that came to the TC was to get rid of it. And we've backed off that a little bit. We're getting rid of the StackForge GitHub org. That is going to go away, and we're just going to use the OpenStack one. And your existence in the OpenStack Big Tent or as part of StackForge will be an entry in a file somewhere. It will not be a name. So anybody for the longest time has been welcome to put anything they want to in StackForge. That will continue. You can put anything you want to now into the OpenStack namespace, and it won't be a part of anything official until either the TC accepts it as a project under the Big Tent, or until we get all the way to Rob and crew accepting it into DevCore. So there's a definitely a wide open playing field for people to bring in non-Python interesting things that they're doing, and I think there's no reason to not support them in doing that, as long as it follows our contribution.
It's back to the core point, which is it's just a perception problem. Like, as far as I can tell, the mechanics are all there, we're all clear what all the requirements are in terms of operating under the same software development lifecycle, being part of the community, all that stuff's really clear. And but still, I think the perception needs to get overturned. And I don't think it takes a lot. I'm trying to figure out what the signal is, because I'm not really. I've got a few good ideas there, but I'm not 100% clear.
Yeah, I think, Randy, this is Mark Collier. I think that we have started to see a lot more awareness and interest from a number of different companies. I think Jonathan said there were maybe 5 different companies right now that have actively reached out and said they've heard about the Big Tent and they're interested and intrigued, and this looks like an interesting opportunity. So I feel like there is pretty broad awareness in the perception side of it, but maybe they're just people that haven't got the word yet. And if we can continue to kind of, I guess, communicate more about it.
Well, Big Tent is doing a lot of different things, Mark. If you go out, it's kind of the whole Big Tent package of companies, one part of Big Tent, and people are talking about local computing projects in a different part of Big Tent, and I think I don't think it's as clear as you think. I mean, you guys.
I agree that people are confused about it. I'm not saying that people are clear about it. I think that there's a lot of confusion about Big Tent. I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just saying that the fact that there is this concept at which potentially new projects could come in has caused people's interest to be piqued to want to learn more about it. I completely agree with you that the concepts around it are difficult for people to understand, and we have to keep. And I think they've moved and shifted in the 6 months since it sort of was thrown out as a concept. So I agree with you. It's confusing to a lot of people, but in terms of companies generally saying, "Oh, I've heard about this. Does this something good for my company?" I think we're getting those questions. But I agree, we definitely, it's a real challenge to kind of crisply communicate what it means to them. But I think some of that is getting a little bit more firm.
Yeah, I think the reality is that it will only become clear over time for us. It's kind of like case law. So as we get examples of like a set for research or something like that, for Kubernetes proposing themselves, how the TC reacts to that and kind of discussion goes on will inform kind of how things go in the future. Like on the question of competing projects, what the TC says now is that where it makes sense, the project cooperates with existing projects rather than gratuitously competing or reinventing the wheel. So there is ambiguity there, and it will only become really clear what that means as the TC gets some real examples to kind of go over and consider it.
Yeah, and I think in practice, the way that's played out so far in terms of the overlap cases, it's like you have on one end of the spectrum the Nova Network neutron situation. It's like the very foundational part of like the base of like everything we do. And you know what? We should really discourage making the problem worse. Whereas like up at maybe the deployment space, where like there's like many flowers are still blooming and different ways to deploy the stack. Like we don't care. We have a Puppet project and a Chef project and an Ansible one and Triple O, and I mean just like this pile of these different things that are related and potentially overlapping pieces, and that's fine and it's good. And so it's just kind of at the end of the day, the TC is trying to use its best judgment And it's just gonna interdepend, it's on a case by case basis then, please.
Well, I think this could be something as simple as Jonathan and or Alan / Lou doing a few interviews with key reporters, with sort of, we can declare that we're starting to evaluate local projects and into some of the news, so they run headlines that, generate interest.
Well, so there's a thing, I'm torn on actively trying to recruit and what the benefit of that is to us, and reasons is not because we can't handle the physical. Turns out we can handle some more Git repos, like that's not a problem. But since the intent of the big tent is actually to recognize that there is a set of people who we are, bringing in completely a set of people who've been working on something who aren't part of our community yet into the community, one at a time is probably right, but they're going to have some social learning curves and things of that nature, and it's non-insignificant. I want to make sure we don't set people up for failure by all of a sudden, if we tomorrow brought in Ansible and Open vSwitch and Ceph, right? Those are 3 projects that have legit communities of their own. We also have vested interest in them in OpenStack, so one could make the case why all 3 of them would be related and useful. Their communities would flip out and have absolutely no idea how to deal with what we do. And people would hate us and each other and everything like that. And so I want to make sure that we. I swear to God, it'll cause like somebody will.
There's deeper issues than that.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things there, which doesn't mean that I don't think each of those individually might be an interesting thing if it were to happen. But I would caution against all of a sudden land grabbing and getting a whole bunch of stuff in, because then I think we really dilute who we are potentially.
But the reality of this is that I think there's a huge element of land grab going on with what Big Tent is, and I think your Ansible example is a classic case of why they would be incented to go into Big Tent and feel like they should be first in. I think land grab is part of what got us into this problem. Personally, I have serious reservations about the messaging around Big Tent and confusion, and the fact that we're mixing ecosystem adjacency and functional components of the infrastructure together in ways that make it very hard for our user base to differentiate, and I think it makes it very hard for us to communicate what is OpenStack and what isn't OpenStack. DevCore is part of the reason why I've been so active with this, is because I think we need that. And my concern is that we aren't doing a good job here articulating what is Big Tent and what its goals are, except making us bigger. And I don't think that that's necessarily a good goal.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think that's a good goal. I think that the goal of, my goal, I can't speak for anybody else on this, my goal with Big Tent is to be able to recognize the people who want to be one of us and to not have to tell them, I'm sorry, I don't like you. Because I see no point in doing that. If somebody wants to be my friend, I'm going to let them be my friend. And I think that's a wonderful thing to do without putting necessarily, but you have to be part of our product first. I don't think that's a really hard bootstrapping problem for people to do.
And this to me is the fundamental challenge, is that we are confusing our ecosystem, which we want to grow and flourish at an exponential rate, with what OpenStack base does. And what I feel like we're doing with Big Tent is we're sending a message that if you want to be part of the OpenStack ecosystem, you need to actually join in OpenStack. And we're creating a barrier to people becoming part of our ecosystem, which we actually want to make low barrier. And we want to have people adopting OpenStack as the base thing they use for implementation. And what I feel like we're doing is with Big Tent is we're saying, hey, we'd love to have your open source project around, but first you have to comply with these things before you can use OpenStack. And so I think that I feel like we're adding things that create further barriers rather than create this big open.
I think there's a disconnect in what you just said and what I intend to say, which I think comes back to the point of that we need to get some better clarity around these things. I certainly
under no circumstances think that if somebody wants to be part of the greater OpenStack ecosystem, they need to exist inside of the OpenStack big tent. I think that if they want to exist inside of the OpenStack big tent, then they should be allowed to do that. I don't think anyone should ever feel compelled to do that, unless they actually do want to be on a path to be part of OpenStack. There's a couple different things. Do you want to ultimately be part of software that OpenStack ships? You know, like if we hand you a box of OpenStack, is there a day in the future where you would like to be in that box? Because that's not everybody. Not everybody's stuff is, the people work on stuff that's adjacent that doesn't want to be in the box of OpenStack. You know, it's pure ecosystem stuff. There's some stuff that's gray area. Maybe they want to be part of the box. Maybe they don't want to be part of the box. They don't know yet. You know, if they want to be part of the box, then they're going to have to put themselves in the place where the box comes from. Other than that, I don't think they should. I think if we're communicating to people they have to be there, then that's the wrong thing to communicate. And I don't think we should communicate that to them at all.
I think that we end up doing that because we end up making it feel like a land grab. Just the competitive projects piece, I feel like is a component where they're saying, oh, you know, Randy's definitely, oh, well, we don't want two APIs to do the same thing or two code bases that do the same thing, because they might, you know, even if they do it architecturally in different ways, that actually might be very healthy for our ecosystem. It's actually very healthy for our ecosystem. And I think it creates confusion because now we're saying, well, the first one that gets in is going to be the way that it goes. And then the next person in, sorry, you can't come in because there's already one thing that does something sort of like you with some nebulous rules. We're not being very specific about this. And to me, we created a problem going back to Hong Kong where we created a land grab situation where people came in really quickly. And I think we're just lowering the gates.
So I see it as we raising, so there's a set of, I think there's some things that we, as much as DevCore is still an ongoing thing, right? And I think that's fantastic. I think there's some central things, and I'm gonna try my best not to use word core. There are some central things that we know that these clouds need to do, like give me a VM, right? I'm gonna be really blunt. I don't really want to see a competing Nova project, and I don't think it's good for our ecosystem if one existed. In fact, I'd do all the yelling I could to beat it down with a stick.
Right, that's what I was talking about earlier with in the Neutron case. It's that sort of level of our project today where like we really just need to stop that.
Yeah. Those are in. Like for better for worse, we can always go back into history and whether or not we should have, you know, started with the Nova code base or not. But we did. That part's done, right? Like more dithering about that doesn't get us anywhere. These other things though that are at that next kind of layer, and there's the things that are, you know, that we're sort of in or maybe not, and you know, they're going to be problematic for a little while because we hugged them really tightly for a little bit, and now we're kind of not hugging them as tightly. But the other stuff, like, you know, if there's multiple of these things, some of that stuff's going to shake out, and we'll see the operators either use or not use some of the pieces. And I think that we've only been doing this for 6 months, so we have no time underneath the belt to see.
Perhaps to Randy's point, maybe that's why the message is muddled and unclear.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's the messy of doing things in the open. It's I don't know, it's hard. But if you're worried about land grab, though, I actually think there's certainly much less of a land grab problem now because I mean we used to be much more aggressive about one thing and that's the end of it and you get over it. There was good reasons for that. It didn't scale as well as we'd like. But we certainly don't do that now.
Way saner over the last few months. Like it's way saner.
Yeah, it you know, it is still case by case. I don't know if we can write a really clear document that's gonna make people understand exactly how this is going to go. It's like, you know what? It turns out that if you're interested, we need to actually have a conversation about it. It's not like you're not going to be able to understand whether you know what page exactly how the application is going to go. We just need to have a conversation about it. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
Can I try to maybe button the boat then? Because the way, so like I sort of suggested before that, you know, we might want to look more like the Apache Software Foundation where I have kind of all these different projects that are running relatively autonomous with each other and kind of keeping it, but they all operate under kind of, you know, similar operating models and things umbrella. And, you know, I'm hearing we don't want to go there. at least not for sort of, kind of what's you could think of as like the compute starter kit, like the core foundational part of the stack where brains are there, for better or worse, kind of making better. But sort of bringing out from that, we would consider to have more of an Apache style structure where there could be competitive projects and that could be things as long as the thing that they're all around the change that they're participating.
Well, actually, I mentioned Apache just reminds me of a point I wanted to make there. When Monty was talking about bringing existing communities into OpenStack and that would harm the existing communities, we also don't want the route of companies open sourcing technology they're struggling to bring to market or make successful in the market. They open source it and they initially want to kind of offload it to whoever.
Probably, it's probably in the book to do that. It's not before, it's not doable.
Anyway, my point is we don't necessarily want to encourage that model as well. Companies see this as the way of open sourcing their technology and immediately, automatically, without any effort, getting a community around it. So I think you need to see an existing community around the project starting before.
The more I hear about this Big Ten, the more confused I get, because on one hand, I hear, people are no longer doing land grab and anybody can join in for as long as it's Nova. But how about, I don't know, just like a really bad example, Magnum becomes the compute whatever container thing, right? What then?
And it's positioned as being, and it's actively being positioned that way.
I don't
And that's just one
think that
example.
Adrian is positioning it that way at all.
No, but that's just like, for example, right? Or if I created a new project to replace what Ceilometer is doing, right? I'm not, but that's an example.
Yeah.
So then what? And then, as DevCore, we'll start hearing that something, I don't know, Nova Network is being used again a lot, and we'll just say that's a capability, then what? Because everybody's allowed in, so is there going to be
So this is exactly, most of these things are hypotheticals that aren't happening. And while I appreciate that we're all super smart people and we'd love to do this, this isn't actually a problem. If the world turns out to cease having any interest in VMs completely, and the operators out there just start deploying Magnum for all of their things, that's a thing that can happen. Right now, Magnum is a thing that you can deploy alongside your Nova, and they can complement each other quite nicely in the same ecosystem. So there isn't really a competitive, oh my God, they're going to replace Nova with Magnum. And that seems to be complementary to me. And so like all of these are we're trying to get out of the business of pre-governance structuring all of the theoretical things that somebody might want to do at some point in the future, and kind of like Russell was saying, take them when they actually come up. Honest to God, if Ceph actually came to the TC and said, we'd like to move Ceph into the OpenStack, that would be a fascinating conversation. I would love to have that conversation. I don't think having the conversation about that happening before they're interested or anybody else is actually on board I don't think it gains us much,
So Monty, I'd be less worried about that kind of case with the direct competitor, big project kind of discussion. I get more worried about the sprawl. So, I look at the Apache Software Foundation, they add 3 to 4 to 5 projects every month.
Yeah.
The PMCs are very, very autonomous. They don't have a lot of connection. Matter of fact, if you try to organize them in any way, shape, or form, the board doesn't help you.
They're not actually a community.
Yeah, and so it's a container for doing projects in an autonomous way with some oversight in the Apache way. Right or wrong, they have a place in the world. And they
can do some good stuff.
So my real concern is how do we prevent the sprawl that can happen here, and how do we police the projects? Because if you don't get out of incubation in Apache, that comes with certain consequences, right? And how do we prevent that?
Well, I think that's actually a really great question. I think one of the reasons the not getting out of incubation problem that Apache had, I think, is one of the things that we very much were trying to there's no longer an incubation to get out of. And like it's just, you're there. One of the other things that when you get a new Apache project, you get a bunch of top level stuff, right? Like you get like a website looking thing, and you get some kind of branding-ish type of looking stuff, and you get sort of a much larger presence. You get a Git repo from us, and you get the ability to run an insane amount of automated testing should you choose to hook it up. You don't really get much of an entry into a lot of other places, and it's still kind of on you.
What will happen is people who got this project that they've been trying to grow, that they've now brought to us, will create those assets around it, right? It will happen. They won't be satisfied with just people in chat, right? They will have whatever.
And then they're going to grab the OpenStack brand with it, and then their company promotes it as an OpenStack entity. And I still think you're back to land grab. I think you're back to confusion. And I think you've got people, and I've seen this, people running around with a project they want to get into Big Tent, saying this is an OpenStack way to do blah as a service, and this is
it's totally that behavior is totally going on, and I don't believe there's anything we can do to stop it.
I think we are encouraging
We
it.
have to police it. So our fiduciary responsibility as the board to the foundation is to police the brand and make it worth something and have value, right?
Yeah.
So we as a group have to tackle that because that's our job.
Yeah. So, but if somebody goes out and starts doing inappropriate brand things in the way that you're just suggesting there, then yeah, we should definitely go and I fully expect that Mark Collier will ride up on a motorcycle and start hitting those people over the.
I actually wanted to jump in a minute ago, but I think that there are a couple of things that we're missing from in the concerns around like project sprawl or whatever. If you look at in the IRC channel, it was Mark McLaughlin had put in a link to the new project requirements. The projects still have to go through a TC review, and the very first requirement in there is that it aligns with the OpenStack mission. So I think that is the biggest thing to keep it from just becoming a completely generic Apache style, sort of collection of random open source projects. And that to me is a really key point. I think the other thing, we've talked a lot about Big Tent and land grab and first across the line and things like that. If we were pre-DevCore, I would be really concerned about that because then I think it makes it harder to say like this is when we had the integrated release, for instance. I think this was one of the things that started to get confusing. There were components in the integrated release that had not a lot of actual deployments and production usage, and they may never, and it's fine because they solve a specific specific use case. But I think that with DevCore, that gives us a set of key APIs and projects that are that foundation that other things get built on. And as I think about it, and I think the TC considers different applications, and this is we have a couple of TC members here that have said things along these lines. I think that when we look at those really core components, that's where I get concerned if we were to have totally competing and totally divergent approaches to something that's a core foundational piece of functionality, because those are the things that everything else gets built on. But then where I think it makes sense to expand the tent and have more projects is perhaps in things like we were talking about earlier, various networking implementations. And from the conversations that I've had with the TC, that seems to be sort of a general consensus view, and I think that's why Monty is saying, this is maybe not a huge current problem. And the other thing too is Big Tent is pretty new, so some of this stuff we're going to have to probably figure out a little bit along the way. I think it's a really good discussion to have to think about what the risks are so that we can be aware of them and watch for them. To your point, Rob, about people sort of misusing their position in the Big Tent, just because a project makes it into the Big Tent, it the restrictions now are actually, I think, in some ways higher for things that are in Big Tent versus like what was just in the integrated release or incubated release before, in terms of what the branding and the trademark that they can use. People will still try it. They always tried it. They'll continue to try it. And when we see misuse or bad behavior, then, or if you see it, let us know, and we go and deal with it and try to go that up. But I think the way that I look at it, just kind of in summary, is I think Big Tent is really about aligning the upstream development with the reality that we were in already in a lot of cases, where we have a really strong, active, enthusiastic developer community that works on a lot of different stuff. And all of those people are part of OpenStack, and Big Tent was really about recognizing that. The reason that I feel comfortable in having that be sort of a lowering a gate, so to speak, to be recognized as part of the OpenStack upstream community is because we have raised the requirements to actually be OpenStack branded software, OpenStack branded products and services. Rob, you talked about companies use that. Companies can't use Big Tent in any kind of commercial context and say, OpenStack, whatever. That's strictly prohibited. And so if that's happening, those are things that we can deal with. But I don't know, I think the combination of the two is really what balances it out.
I just think that's happening by the way the sales guys.
Yeah, but I mean, that was actually happening with the StackForge project. People would put a project in StackForge and then say it was the OpenStack whatever. And the company certainly wasn't doing it because the company was smarter than that, but their salespeople certainly were doing it. And the day we can stop a salesperson from saying insane things to customers when they're talking to them, we're all going to retire.
My point is that we're inviting that. And I would rather seen us with clear definitions of ecosystem and adjacency from that perspective. And to me, this is confusing because we have, and in some cases, and maybe this is our intent, but and it's not my intent, we create a very strong bias towards open source as the only legitimate component that is a piece of the pie in the community. And I think our ecosystem should and does include commercial vendors. Right, and and we have a tendency to make that not seen as an acceptable alternative, and commercial alternatives should be acceptable.
Well, I don't agree with you even partially.
Commercial vendors are open source.
No,
you kind of made a false dichotomy.
I think actually of the open source projects that are
that's a very good point. So proprietary.
We've facilitated proprietary drivers in OpenStack to a kind of absurdly appreciative level. Like, I don't think that there is, I totally fervently disagree with you that we are shutting the proprietary above the door. If anything, it'd be occasionally nice if some of them would actually, work on the open source sides of things.
I actually think we have vendors who work in the open source side, right? Vendors in open source who don't make it part of the OpenStack project.
Yeah.
Who feel like they are on the outs from the way the community perceives it because we have open alternatives or we have OpenStack alternatives that are being presented. I do. I think I think that the goal of trying to create a more open playing field or a more level playing field is not accomplished by what we're doing. I think we're actually having a stricter line on what ecosystem would be or adjacency would be and saying these are projects that are part of the OpenStack ecosystem. There's actually be a clearer statement.
That's what we used to have. Like, that's the thing that we used to do, and it didn't work. So the problem, because I agree, like I know exactly what you're talking about, but that's you just described the old system that we got rid of because there was still an urge to get into whatever size the tent was, however big the tent was. There were people trying to get into it. Because there was a value, there was an extreme value in sort of getting past the ecosystem barrier and into the blessed barrier.
I understand which direction we went at the road where the fork in the road was, so to speak. And maybe it's too late to put it that back. In my opinion and my conversations with people, we're creating confusion right now about what is OpenStack, what things are welcome in OpenStack, what you have to do to be part of the community in OpenStack. And I think that, I agree with Randy very strongly. We need to be clear about what that is and how that works. And I think that I have mixed feelings about using do it as a test case to set the tone. I think we actually need to figure out what we're trying to accomplish and articulate it clearly.
Okay, let me pull it back to Randy because I want to do a time check here. We've got about 10 minutes left, Randy. So I'm going to try to pull it together. We've had some good discussion here. I'm going to try to pull it together and send you the direction in the last 10 minutes.
I'm glad that we actually have now the conversation about it and we have in the past, so that's great. I'm so grateful about that. I think a lot of people know a lot of really good points. I kind of agree with the mishmash of little points, really different points. I think people understand mostly where I come from, which is that, I want to make sure that in case of failing projects, there are alternatives. I feel like there's a path forward here where we do draw a fence around the pieces that we want to label as OpenStack or OpenStack Basic Computer, whatever the hell the label is. And then be loose on some of the other things. And I wish we would do that. Like, I don't know that I want, one messaging as a service solution and so on. And I don't think anybody should care so much about that. As long as the base infrastructure as a service capability exists and is operable and testable. So I guess I don't know if any action that we have out of this, but maybe we can follow up again. I think it's board meeting.
I think that's right. I think that's the right step here because I think this is a big, hairy problem. And we're not going to solve in the room today. So let's bring it back up for the next meeting.
Yeah, and probably by then we'll have had more discussions with these companies and have some additional information to kind of add as well as we try to support them through their foray into the tent.
Okay. How does that sound, Randy? Okay. Any last comments or on this topic? Okay, I'm not hearing any. So thank you very much, Randy. That was a good topic to bring up. So with that, we are at the end of our agenda. And so I would like to remind the folks here in the room that we have the board dinner at 5 o'clock. On the agenda there, I put a link to the place as well as thank you. So thank you to Claire for setting all that up. Any last items before we close the meeting?
One quick question I had asked Jonathan this, I didn't get a chance to get his answer earlier, but is it possible that we could tee up for one of our next board meetings an update on the 5-year strategy conversation, one that we had started in New York?
Okay. So, okay, I'll get with you after this. Clarify what you're asking there. All right, so just a couple things of note. The next board meeting is, as Jonathan pointed out earlier, it's on October 26th. It's a Monday there in Tokyo. It'll be an all-day, well, it'll be a half-day meeting kind of, and then we'll have a joint meeting with the TC like we always do at the summit. So it'll be a full day there. What is it that's sent out? So all the directors should have the registration codes. So if you don't, let me know. You should have already received those.
When did they go out?
Last week.
Oh.
Yes, in the hotel. I think that's it. So there was a topic that was requested earlier about giving ATC recognition to contributors. For the internationalization folks, but that one got covered and it's a non-op item. So I just want to let you know I hadn't forgot about it. I just got dealt with.
It's worth just it's possible that not everybody has read and internalized every single shred of PC governance documentation. I find that strange because it's what I read at night before going to bed. But
First of all, you don't go to bed.
Yeah, and I also don't read this. But it's worth reminding people, maybe as we do messaging out on various topics, reminding people that for any of these things like the internationalization team or anything else, we sort of always have recognized that that there's people that should be ATCs that aren't captured in the automatic way, and it's pretty easy to suggest humans to the TC, and I can't think of a time when somebody suggested somebody in TC said no. So it's not intended to be a tight club as much as just somebody says, hey, this person's really important, great, they're contributing. Like it's letting people know that process exists and is a regular process, not necessarily just a thing. So it's there and people can use it anytime.
Nice. All right, with that, I think we're done. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for those on. Have a good evening.
It's like the second or third board meeting in a row where I don't feel like completely drained. I'm very confused.
Yeah, I'm not sure I recognize this community.
Yeah. Can we get McKenzie back?
You see when he tweeted after Vancouver?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're getting him back.
Oh, yeah.
Something about how we, lost our soul or something like that.
And by that, I mean me.
Yeah, Will.
That was my nice to meet you. Pleasure. I got it.
I don't know. I'm going back to work. Yes, I showed you.
No.